market of Europe. It's the food supplier of Europe, and there's been predictions about shortage of food in the future and various other things. Eastern Ukrainians are supportive of Russia. They are behind Russia. They are loyal to Russia. The rest of the Ukraine isn't. But they are, of course, democratic states that they selected to be. But there is sympathy amongst the Ukrainians, the Eastern Ukrainians, regarding Russia. And I think what the hell we're doing there, I just don't understand it, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, we're not there. What do you mean, what we're doing there?
Well, supplying arms and various other things like that. We've got people on our streets who haven't got homes, who are starving.
Oh, dear. That is such a lazy argument. I mean, if you believe in the international rule of law, which we purport to do, then surely you have to support a country like Ukraine, which has been invaded by an aggressive power like Russia, and help the Ukrainians stand up to them. I mean, to say, we can't afford to do that because we've got homeless people on our streets is a rather pathetic argument.
Well, I think what you just said is pathetic, and what you don't seem to understand is if NATO expands its borders contrary to what an agreement was previously, there would be some pushback by enemies.
What agreement was that?
Russia aside. Sorry?
What agreement was that?
Well, it's a title at the moment, but
because there wasn't one.
Yes,
Mikhail Gorbachev has said there was never an agreement.
So there wasn't an agreement that NATO would not expand its borders. No agreement at all. Is that what you're saying?
No, because if you look at the Baltic states, did anyone raise all of this when the Baltic states became members of NATO, when Poland became a member of NATO? I mean, I don't see any difference. I'm not changing the subject at all. You raised it. I'm saying that Ukraine's position is no different to that of the Baltic states or Poland.
So
I didn't say that at all. But all of these members, of NATO volunteered to join NATO. No one forced them into it. They decided it was in their national interest to do so. Well, of course it has. It's a defensive organisation. The fact that it's expanded doesn't mean to say that it's about to invade Russia.
Well, the point is it's a threat to Russia. And of course,
it isn't a threat to Russia. It isn't. How is it a threat to Russia?
If you expand in an area that is contrary to, previously they were kind of separate. They were not part of the same unit, and so therefore, if suddenly they become loyal to one group, as opposed to their existing.
If a country wants to join an international organisation because it feels under threat from a country like Russia, and there's all sorts of good reasons that these countries should feel threatened by Russia, are you seriously saying that a defensive alliance like NATO should say, no, sorry, you can't join?
What threat are you suggesting that Russia has with those other countries that have joined?
Oh my God. Are you that thick? Really? No. You don't see Russia as a threat? I mean, it's just invaded Ukraine, for God's sake. What more do you need to know?
Ad hominem won't help you, I'm afraid, because you're talking the same
respond to the fact that Russia
is boringly, repeated by you people all the time.
It's repeated because it's true. Russia has invaded Ukraine, correct or not?
Russia has invaded Ukraine, but Ukraine is half of Ukraine, also the eastern part of Ukraine is loyal to Russia. So
about 20% of Ukraine, and not everyone in that part of Ukraine is loyal to Russia.
Where did you get that percentage from?
Well, you said half. We all know that it's not half because there are only about 25% Russian speakers.
Well, there's east and there's west. I put it in the category of east.
No, the Donbass and all of that region, I mean, that counts for about 20% of the landmass of Ukraine.
No idea what you're talking about. You just reiterated
I'm sorry, Carl, but you've demonstrated in this phone call that you're not interested in facts. You're a Putin apologist who doesn't see that there is a threat from Russia, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Goodbye. It's 7:46.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Middle-class workers will face higher taxes this year, according to a report by The Telegraph citing comments of the Transport Secretary. Darren Jones, Chief Secretary to Treasury and Labour MP for Bristol North Wales unfreezing income tax threshold bands, as the Chancellor said. She said it would hurt working people to keep those frozen. Are those working people going to be protected by unfreezing?
Beyond the manifesto code, but everything else is what we would call tax speculation.
Well, the Chancellor said in the House of Commons that it will hurt working people. Why can't you repeat that promise?
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on your radio, on Global Player, and the new LBC app.
A time-slip train is a place where you can have more time. A chance to recharge yourself and your phone. To stretch out, sit back, and when you hear all change please, you know you already have. Go with your flow. Bring rules of TemplingRailway.com. Times apply.
At Kia, we're excited to announce that the refined new Kia Sportage is available in showrooms now. Secure your test drive today to explore its advanced technology and stylish sporty design. Order before the 30th of September to get 5.9% APR representative and £1,000 PCP finance deposit contribution. Search the new Kia Sportage to book your test drive. T's and C's apply. Kia Finance.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Chase is the digital bank that can boost your savings.
Ooh, tell me more.
When you join Chase, you get 5% AER variable. That includes a 2.25% AER fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
Wow, yeah, nice.
Yep, our savings boost could help you reach your goals, like that dream holiday or a weekend getaway. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase.
Number to call 0345 6060 973. You can WhatsApp that number or text 848 850, and you can watch us on Global Player or the new LBC app.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock, a couple who went on the run for 54 days with their newborn daughter have been convicted of her manslaughter. Constance Martin and Mark Gordon's 4 other children had already been taken into care. Baby Victoria's body was found inside a shopping bag in a Brighton shed in 2023. Donald Trump's committed to providing more weapons to Ukraine.
We are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them. The United States will not be having any payment made. We're not buying it, but we will manufacture it and they're going to be paying for it.
He says he's sending what he calls top-of-the-line weapons to the alliance, which will pass them on to Kiev's military. It's emerged all 4 people killed in yesterday's plane crash at Southend Airport were foreign nationals. Flights have been grounded until further notice while an air accident investigation gets underway. 3 men have been arrested after a 24-year-old man was stabbed to death in one of London's wealthiest areas. Blue Stevens was killed outside a hotel in Knightsbridge on Wednesday night. And Greg Wallace says he's deeply sorry for any distress caused after a report upheld 45 out of 83 allegations against him. The production company behind MasterChef says the star's return to the show is untenable. In the city, the FTSE 100 closed up 56 points at a record high of 89.98. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.50. LBC weather, a dry night in many eastern and southern areas. Some showers lingering in parts of the west of the country with lows of 8 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm James Kitchen.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Cross Question with Ian Dale.
Hello, a very good evening. Welcome to Monday's Cross Question. It's 2 minutes past 8 on LBC. Joining me on the panel, to my left, Polly Billington, Labour MP for East Thanet. To her left, Mims Davies, Conservative Shadow Welsh Secretary and MP for East Grinstead and Uckfield. To my right, 2 panellists making their debuts on the programme. Lara Brown, Commissioning Editor at The Spectator. Welcome to you. And welcome to Neil Breakwell, who's a TV news editor and producer. Used to be Deputy Editor of Newsnight. That's where I first met him. And he's now Senior Executive Producer for October Films. They are here, as you know, to answer all of your questions. 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. You can WhatsApp us on that number, text 84850, and of course you can watch us on Global Player or the LBC app.
Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850. Cross Question with Ian Dale. This is LBC.
Let's go to Ben in Clacton for our first question. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Ian. A good evening, panel. Yes, my question is, has Trump proved by statements today, beyond reasonable doubt, that he would not come to the rescue of a NATO country if it was attacked by Russia?
Polly Billington.
Well, look, I think we need to maintain our conversations with Donald Trump as much as possible in order to be able to keep him apprised of all of the different options that are available. But actually, today he has committed to supporting Ukraine, and I think that is an interesting shift from his previous position.
How has he done that? Because he's basically saying that Europe's got to pay for all the weapons that America will happily supply.
Well, he will supply them, and I think that's that is an important.
Should we be grateful for that?
I think we need to recognise that NATO is an alliance of people who need to be countries who need to be working together. Him providing those is a significant step forward. And yes, of course, we all know that we need to be paying for our own defence, and that includes the situation that we're talking about in Ukraine.
Mims.
Well, they're an incredibly important ally, as is NATO. So we absolutely need to keep on in with our friends across the pond, as Polly said. And I think we need to be pragmatic on Mr. Trump. He's coming over to this side of the pond, which everybody apart from the Lib Dems is really excited about. So it's probably the only time that they don't want to recall Parliament in a recess. For that, we're grateful for. Look, they are so important to us in terms of the growth that this government is so looking forward to bringing us when they can get it into sight. And we need to make sure that we're working with America on this and reminding, as Polly said, how important NATO is. It's clear at the moment we still don't have our route way to the percentages that we need. And I think this is Donald Trump, again, keeping that pressure on.
What about the answer to the question about, do you think that Trump would come to our aid, or indeed other European countries' aid, if they were attacked by Russia?
If he'll help Chelsea lift the cup, he'll come to anyone's aid.
That was
as far as I can say. It was absolutely brilliant. It was have my 15-year-old daughter talking about, did you see that? Because she's a big Chelsea fan. Look, there's the Trump rhetoric, and then there's the deep partnerships that we have through our security services and through the work that we do. And that is not necessarily exactly what you hear in every press conference. I think this is about the President of the United States keeping the pressure on NATO partners to keep doing what they say they are committed to do. And I think this is the pressure he's keeping on.
And I was also going to say, he's announced more sanctions or tariffs on Russia. The
threat of,
and
important clarification.
But that is important. The President of the United States views on how these things play out and how we can use the tools in his box in order to be able to secure an outcome is changing over time. And I think we need to keep those conversations going so that he can see how NATO can play out and be an important partner in being able to stabilise and maintain peace, as well as push against aggressors like Putin.
Neil Brickwell.
I think the big headache for NATO is the fact that the question has to be asked. I mean, the point of NATO is that it's an assumption that if a member is attacked, all of those respond and come to the aid. And it really is genuinely still and remains and sits there as a slight open question as to would Trump actually come to the wicket if a European NATO member was invaded by Russia. That's why it's so difficult to sort of say NATO's working properly, because yes, he went along to the summit, he got called daddy. It seemed like the relationship, that's a good positive step, right? If you call daddy, that's a thumbs up moment, but it's not a certain, we just don't feel very confident in Trump, and that's why NATO remains slightly fragile as an organisation. That's why the West feels fragile. And I think until Trump really just gets past that suggestion that Europe could be on their own if it's not transactional for me, until we get the trust that America will absolutely deliver, then Europe has no choice but to essentially, if you've really got to be pragmatic.
But we're never going to get that while he's in the White House, are we?
But what we might have to do is build up, and Europe obviously is now, we're now reaching for defence spending, which no European country was imagining having to do before, and it's happening because we cannot rely on the military support of the US. That is why we are now breaching busting your spending plans upon it, because we're having to spend to ensure against Trump not coming to fight if required.
We have to meet Trump where he's at. We know that Trump is a real pragmatist. It's possible that he doesn't buy into some of the ideas of NATO we'd like him to, and therefore the most important thing that we can do is step up defence spending, make sure that NATO isn't completely reliant on America, and it's also meet Trump where he's at. So today, I'm tentatively hopeful.
Conversation, cross question with Ian Dale. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
40 minutes past 8. On the panel with us today, Conservative Shadow Welsh Secretary Nims Davids. Now, how come you're Shadow Welsh Secretary when you represent East Queensland?
Oh, stop rubbing it in, Ian. Well, unfortunately, particularly with Polly sat next to us, there's a reminder of just how badly we did in the election, and sadly we are very depleted in Wales. So
how many have you got?
0. But you've got me and Darren Miller and all of the team of MSs and our wonderful team there locally. But so I'm not Welsh. My kids are half Welsh. I lived there 10 years. Big part of my life.
And you're called Davis. So
I'm called Davis, so I qualify.
Polly Billington is Labour MP for East Thanet. Laura Brown, commissioning editor of The Spectator, and TV news editor and producer Neil Breakwell. They are here to answer your questions. No name left on this one. We do like a name, please. It's a WhatsApp question. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert and leader of the opposition Yair Lapid have described Israeli plans for Gaza as a concentration camp. Are they right? Well, the Israeli Defence Minister Israel Katz has proposed the building of what he's called a humanitarian city on the ruins of Rafah to initially house 600,000 people. The IDF is said to be opposing these plans, while, as our questioner says, both former Prime Minister Olmert and opposition leader Lapid have condemned the proposals. Neil?
Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, this place, if they go there, you can't leave unless it's abroad. So that sounds to me like a place where you're trapped and imprisoned. And I'm not that if you're qualified to compare what have been real concentration camps to what something hasn't happened. But in terms of, does that sound like a place of great human suffering to come? If that was to happen and displace Palestinians, then yes, it would be an appalling place for citizens of a country to end up.
This phrase, concentration camp, is hugely evocative, not least because it's mentioned by Israelis, and of course it was. I think most people think of the Holocaust when they think of concentration camps, but it can cover a multitude of different types of places. They don't actually have to be death camps, do they?
I guess not, but I guess it's what it is not is a homeland of people for which they have autonomy to be able to move between borders. That is, and arguably Gaza was not that anyway, but it seems to be another step up to making conditions of lives for Palestinians which is not possible to exist in any form of peace settlement.
No.
Concentration camp is a really evocative term. It's a technical legal term, and I think with the war in Israel, terms like this are thrown around without much regard for what is happening. What I would say is I don't think this is a pragmatic or sensible policy proposal. The priority post-war is that the Palestinians are able to, have something resembling a homeland, and also that once Hamas are eradicated, they are not allowed to regain the sort of control that they held over Gaza City. And I think a place that houses 600,000 Palestinians, which they are not able to leave, will be a breeding ground for terrorist sentiment. It will be a very easy place to take control of. And I think we will see all the problems in Gaza that led to October the 7th emerge again.
When you say eradicate Hamas, how do you define eradicate?
This is a really difficult one. I do not envy people making decisions about how to run this war, but you need to see the senior leaders of Hamas taken out, I think. need to get to a position where Hamas do not have the infrastructure to continue to elevate people to those roles, to continue to run and manage and control the inflow of resources to an entire people. As long as Hamas are able to get their hands on aid, as long as they're able to control the majority of fuel to Gaza or to this location, they will be able to control how wars are conducted and how politics of the area operate.
Okay, Mims.
I'm just appalled by the thought of any of this. I was just thinking this is about as far away from a two-state solution, and the happiness of those youngsters who were at that music festival where all of this has escalated from, to then hear this type of phrase in any kind of communication. My heart breaks to think that we've got to try and find any way to justify other than trying to go back to what we know is what is needed, which is exactly what everyone agrees is a two-state solution and peace with those hostages returned. And as you say, the problem is the more awful things happen, the more it emboldens people to a cause that only makes things worse. And, I actually feel sick to my stomach at the moment, feeling that this is just feels like it's only going to get worse if these sorts of things are even thought as any kind of possibility.
Holly?
At the roundabout.
I think if you're talking about where we want to get to, which is a peaceful solution where you've got two states, where people have got autonomy and freedom, this is definitely a step backwards. It probably breaches international law. It may well be a crime against humanity. I don't know. But we need to be quite clear that when Israeli people use the language of concentration camp, it does have an extra weight because people from Israel do know and understand the implications of that language. And so I think this is a very significant intervention.
Right, let's move on to another important question, particularly in the news today. Neil will have been expecting this one. The text question from Jamie in Hendon. Is it time to defund the BBC?
Now.
Now, separate reports published today have found the BBC missed opportunities to clamp down on the inappropriate behaviour of former MasterChef presenter Greg Wallace, and that the documentary Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone, breached the corporation's guidelines by not disclosing that the narrator was the son of a Hamas minister. Meanwhile, the BBC's Director General has told Parliament's Culture, Media and Sport Committee that there were BBC staff working at Glastonbury who had the option to cut off the live stream of the hugely controversial, I'm not going to mention his name because I don't want to give him publicity, performance. Lots of questions there. I'll start again with you, Neil, if I may. So the question is it time to defund the BBC?
No, I simply no is the answer to the immediate question, but obviously you highlight some difficulties that BBC have gone through, and there are all sort of different issues actually. So I could take perhaps one or two of them, but I mean on the Gaza film that they. This is the case where the child narrator of the BBC film it wasn't asked. Well, the question was asked, but they didn't get the answer before broadcasting it. That his father was a deputy agriculture minister, and clearly that was. And the report today has found that breached editorial guidelines of accuracy, or interestingly not of impartiality, and in that case, that is one film of many current affairs BBC films that they put out across the year where these problems have not emerged, and they're all quite tricky compliance issues. And I've been in that situation, and I continue to be, where I make films sometimes for the BBC, and you go through this scenario where you have an executive producer and then a commissioning editor, and the conversation with that is quite helpful in terms of getting the film up to almost ready for broadcast. And then this sort of moment happens where, and I think this is what happened in this case, it's then sent round to a huge number of people in chinos to dip their nose in, often from a cold start, to have a look and raise their hand and have their say. And I don't think it's a question of a lack of skills and editorial experience, because there's some really good editors and commissioners in the BBC. I think, though, that often happens at that end point where lots of voices chip in, and it's almost a sort of false sense of security that we've got a lot of clever minds, everyone's had a look at this, and no one fully takes it on their shoulders in the BBC to own the film that they're about to put to air. It is almost too diffuse, too many editors, too many cooks.
And you had to make some of these decisions when you were deputy editor of Newsnight. I mean, Newsnight at that time used to make lots of these sorts of films.
Yeah, but Newsnight, and interesting that Newsnight did actually sit slightly more as a singular program with a real editor at the top of it, and we were much more free. We sort of hated the rest of BBC News. Actually, we sort of operated very. I hope it wasn't lost. You tried to, but the virtue of that, I do think, was that you had then empowered editors to want to make the programme rather than commission a programme based on some guess of what the broad BBC strategy or commission or other bosses above them might be thinking, and the same decisions and thoughts and cares about the show or the film were at the top of your mind because it was very much your film putting out and no one else in the BBC got to see it. Now there's almost too many people involved, and I think, as I say, the people involved in this, they're not bad people. They wouldn't have done it on purpose. But I think there's a general sense of, someone must have checked this somewhere, and they obviously didn't.
Polly Billington used to be a BBC journalist as well, so what's your view on this?
Well, my short
Lisa Nandy, your colleague, has been fairly vituperative about Tim Davie in particular.
Well, my short answer to the question, is it time to defund the BBC, is no. I mean, I worked with the BBC a long time ago for a long time, and this question comes up with tedious regularity from people who would rather not have a reliable, impartial source of news. And when the BBC makes a mistake, which it does, what it fails to do is correct that mistake and get through to understanding how they can avoid it next time fast enough. I know that from having been involved when there was a Hutton inquiry when I was a journalist there. It felt like an internal nervous breakdown in a fight with the government. When there is a fight with the government,
nothing more than
a story about
navel gazing.
Yes, absolutely. So I think they need to stop navel gazing, make some quick decisions, and make sure that they can restore the trust of the audiences who rely on impartial and accurate.
But that's quite difficult, isn't it? Particularly in this area, where on Gaza, you've got British Jews who, I'm generalising here, but generally do not think the BBC is covering itself in glory, and there are allegations of anti-Semitism within the BBC. And then on the other side, you've got the pro-Gazas who don't think they're getting fair coverage either.
It was ever thus. I mean, I used to, on occasion, have to dip my nose into the email complaints when I was working on the BBC
points of view
politics desk at Millbank. And every time there was something about the Middle East, it would be, as you say, vituperative. So that's not new. I think what's interesting about what Neil's pointed out is that they've decided that this is a failure of accuracy rather than impartiality. And I think this goes also to that kind of culture of Newsnight, which sometimes might need to be more widespread in the BBC. You might not be able to pass an impartiality test these days, but you can pass an accuracy test. And that is the one that was failed here. Now, I think that's reasonable for there to be an inquiry, but this is an independent organisation that should be completely free and independent of the government, because that is the way that we successfully have the kind of freedom of speech and healthy media landscape that we've got in this country.
What this does is, in a way, the Greg Wallace thing, where there is a similarity, it's the BBC used this sort of quaint phrase today with the Greg Wallace case where they said opportunities were missed.
The passive voice.
You sort of think, hang on, your highly paid, lucrative, main profile presenter walks in front of a production team without his pants on. You don't really miss that. You just, it's not an opportunity to miss, it's just an opportunity not acted upon. Right? It is this sense of things can just go wrong, and it just got the fact we didn't know something. So in the case of the Gaza film, they weren't told, as they should have been by the production company making it, that this kid had the link. And in the same way, I suspect there are plenty of senior executives at the BBC who weren't told always about the behaviour of Greg Wallace, but someone knew. Where the BBC has a responsibility.
Well, I think there's two things on that. I think on the accuracy, that's a lack of curiosity by the senior people who are supposed to be signing it off when it comes to the documentary. Or when it comes to Greg Wallace, they could have asked any woman, frankly, and that is quite a lot of the culture.
Or allowed a system, and this is what has been absolutely clear, I mean, Greg Wallace, in his efforts to sort of head this off, suggested that it was a sort of contained period between 2005 and 2018, a mere 13 years of terrible behaviour. But they don't allow, and I know this from working in production companies, and it is getting better, but the point is, if you are, which most people in TV are, freelance and don't have any job security, there is absolutely no system for them saying, I saw this presenter do something terrible, without fear that they won't get hired.
Okay.
Even knowing that
there's more task management.
Let's bring in Mims and Lara. Mims first.
Well, I had the pleasure of working at the BBC during what was called Creative Futures under Greg Dyke, which was basically moving everything up north, which was fine. But I totally agree with the point that Neil's made. There's a massive, gargantuan organisation where the left and the right hand do not know what they're doing. Equally, so too many silos, and now at the moment too many cooks and everybody trying to do the same or different jobs and thinking other people are doing it. I think what we've seen is a lack of curiosity to prevent misconduct. I completely agree with the point that untouchable talent versus people who had a temporary BBC pass, and I was someone who saw that. But I do see a lot of people who work very, very hard who, don't get listened to and don't get supported. And I think there is a feeling of a lack of accountability, lack of accuracy, and hence Ofcom are involved. But I love the BBC. I love working for it. I love everything it does. Not everything's perfect. But there is a danger because of this lack of action, lack of challenging talent, allowing certain big voices just to say what they want in social media. There's no way I could be a member of a political party or out there when I worked at the BBC. Why has that changed? Why is that not being challenged? Because they're in danger of signing their own, reduction in people's love and care, and therefore wanting to pay for it if they don't do something about it.
Well, it's about Parliament.
Look, hey, we're all working on building up trust. The fact that when I left the BBC, people went, "Oh my goodness, you're so nice and a Tory." That's a big surprise. It just kind of sums up the BBC attitude sometimes to people. But I've got some great friends there, and actually, that's how it should be. You shouldn't know people's views, and you should be reporting accurately.
Now, Lara, you're the only panel member that's never worked for the BBC.
Yeah.
So let's get your perspective.
It's only a matter of time.
So, on Greg Wallace, there were 83 complaints against him. 45 were upheld. That is more than a lack of curiosity. Something has gone profoundly wrong. There was clearly a completely inadequate escalation procedure. I want a proper investigation into how that was ignored. People, women, suffered on those sets. On the BBC Gaza documentary, you don't defund the BBC over one mistake. I wouldn't defund the BBC, but I will say this. If the BBC is simply going to buy its programming in from production companies and then blame those companies... Sorry.
Neil's very keen on that.
And then blame those companies for mistakes, what's the point of having the BBC? And I read the report today, and they've put the blame on Hayo Media for failing to establish that the narrator had a father who was a senior Hamas official. The BBC chose to purchase that documentary. They chose to air it. They used their brand, People Trust. No one's got any idea where documentaries come from. Oh, sorry, they chose to purchase it. The failure to fact-check that and establish the narrator's relationship to Hamas is on them. I'm disappointed they haven't taken ownership.
I think the BBC have tried to sort of acknowledge that is a weakness, and I think as part of their mitigations now, new processes, they're going to try to put in a senior BBC executive, literally almost embed them with the production company, which doesn't.
What our fashion questions like, who is this?
Well,
where's it from?
I think just to be closer to...
I mean, it's not record science. It's a who, what, why, well.
These are
particularly a young person as well.
I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily to have that. It's going to cost the BBC more money to make this. This is the trouble. It's all going to start costing more money to make this if you involve more people. But as I said, I don't think it's a question of a lack of number of people. I think the opposite is true. That sometimes there is too many people and no one fully shouldering. I mean, we don't really know who's culpable in this. Frankly, even today.
They probably don't know.
They might not. No, exactly. And of course that process has to happen. But it's the fact that you don't have someone who's just carrying this from start to finish is part of the problem.
And in the BBC and in a lot of other places, there is a culture of deputy heads will roll. Did you ever feel that your head might have rolled?
I rolled myself out before it was before that happened. I don't think music is into dumping on deputy editors if they can avoid it. I in a way, I think you get to the point. It's often quite murky who really is responsible, and it's and actually it's probably the lack of firings at the BBC that is more common than firings.
Right. Well, on that bombshell, we'll move on to other subjects in the next half an hour here on Cross Question. It's 8:33, time for the news headlines on LBC with Jamie Kitchen.
A couple have been found guilty of gross negligence manslaughter over the death of their newborn daughter. Baby Victoria was found dead in a shopping bag in Brighton in 2023 after Constance Martin and Mark Gordon spent 2 months on the run. The US has agreed to sell weapons to NATO to help Ukraine in its conflict with Russia. Donald Trump says he's sending top-of-the-line supplies to the alliance. And it's emerged all 4 people killed in yesterday's plane crash at Southend Airport were foreign nationals. Flights have been grounded until further notice while an air accident investigation gets underway. LBC weather, a dry night in many eastern and southern areas. Some showers lingering in parts of the west of the country with lows of 8 degrees.
This is LBC.
The people of Britain love their ice baths. They've bought loads of them. With the Barclaycard Platinum, they could also save with 0% interest for up to 24 months on purchases, which is a nice, warm feeling. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Subject to financial status, T's and C's and exclusions apply. Check if you're eligible at barclaycard.co.uk. Representative example, 24.9% APR representative variable and 24.9% purchase rate per annum based on a £1,200 credit limit.
Do you like the sound of work that has plenty of giggles? Where you'll build lifelong skills, as well as wobbly towers? Where you'll feel part of a team, or even have the chance to lead one? Where every little thing you do makes a big difference. Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more.
The longer days are here, and you know what that means? It's time for the Halfords Big Summer Sale. Grab up to 50% off a great range of motoring and cycling essentials for the holidays, like car cleaning, bikes, scooters and dash cams. So whether you're hitting the road, the bike trails, or your favourite camping spot, you'll find plenty of savings to suit you. Visit your local Halfords experts in-store or shop online. Offer subject to availability, full T's and C's and exclusions apply. See halfords.com for details.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC.
8:35 on LBC. Mims Davis is with us, Conservative Shadow Welsh Secretary and MP for East Grinstead and Uckfield. Polly Billington, Labour MP for East Thanet. Laura Brown, Commissioning Editor for The Spectator, and TV News Editor and Producer Neil Breakwell. Chris is in Stubbington. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Ian and panel. The Met Office has said extreme weather is the new normal. Should government grants be available for air conditioning to help the vulnerable?
So the question is, the Met Office has said extreme weather is the new normal. Should government grants be available for air conditioning to help the vulnerable? Now, in addition, the Energy Secretary, Ed Miliband, has said that climate change is threatening Britain's way of life through both heat waves and flooding becoming increasingly regular. Polly, let's come to you first, because you used to be Ed Miliband's Special Advisor back in
I'm also
the
on the Energy Security and Net Zero Select Committee.
It's even more important.
More important.
What's your answer
now,
to
yeah.
Chris's question?
Well, yeah, I think he's right. I mean, I've been banging on for some time about the fact that if you have poorly insulated homes, older people in particular and other vulnerable people are extremely exposed to the risks of extreme heat. We know how many people have died previously when there has been extreme heat over the summer. We need to make sure, we need to be thinking about that as much as our sort of warm homes vibe, because we've got cold and drafty and, you know, shonky old housing stock. We tend to think of this as fundamentally an issue about fuel poverty, about keeping people warm. Well, actually, with increasing changes in extreme weather conditions, we do need to be thinking about making sure that we've got aircon for people who really need it.
Bonnie, I'm just interested here because on one hand, you support grants for aircon, but on the other, the current legislation makes it almost impossible to build aircon. I mean, legalising aircon would be a good step forward. The London plan has a presumption against aircon. Builders are encouraged not to put aircon in new builds. And you have to get planning permission in a lot of this country to add aircon to your home. So rather than give people money for aircon, let's make it possible for them to have it.
Well, we can also change the rules in order to be able to support that. I don't have any objection to that. I just think we also need to, once we're changing those rules, if we only leave it to changing the rules, the people who can afford it will do it. And we need to also make sure that particularly the vulnerable, who tend to be old, and particularly in old and poorly insulated houses, those can be actually much worse. Then we need to be able to make sure that we've got the support for those people. And the Warm Homes Plan, for example, probably needs to be renamed the Comfortable Home Plan, so that people actually get that kind of support.
Let me give you a human example of this, and I guess this is why Chris is asking the question. My partner's Auntie Sandy, who I think is, she does listen to LBC, maybe she's listening now, but she's in her early 80s. She lives in a terraced house in Tunbridge Wells, and it's like a furnace. So she's come to stay with us for the last 2 or 3 weeks because we've got a bedroom that actually is naturally quite cool. And I'm thinking, well, what about her neighbour? If she hasn't got somebody that she can go and stay with, what happens to her? The answer is she could die.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely a real thing. We know when there's been heat waves before that the vulnerable, particularly the elderly, but not only the elderly, are more likely to die in this situation, and therefore we do need to be thinking about it. And poorly insulated homes, I think people think that if it's poorly insulated, if you're well insulated, it'll be overheating. No, actually, you need to make sure that that's the insulation, as well as facilitating better air exchange.
Laura.
I'm really pro aircon. Deaths go up in heat waves roughly as much as they go up in cold weather. It's very dangerous to be in a hot home. We have had consistent policy aiming to prevent people from having aircon in their homes. I think that's quite unforgivable. I'm struggling to understand how increasing the number of people who have aircon, which I want to do, is compatible with this government's net zero plans, because obviously aircon relies on higher energy consumption than is currently the goal.
Well, you just need to be electric, and once we get to clean energy, once we have, we've got our 2030 clean energy target for a reason, and electricity will be one of the ways that you will power it, and particularly when you have air-to-air heat. I'm sorry, I'm being really boring. Air-to-air heat exchangers.
I just nearly fell asleep.
I know. It's the trouble with being fairly techy, and I keep being warned against it. But the reality is, if you have the right kit, you can have both. You can have warmer homes in the winter and cooler homes in the summer, and rely on clean, reliable, secure, and cheaper electricity.
Well, Polly interrupting me, being vaguely flippant on this, because I was going to say if Ed Miliband could let you plug it through your EV through the car, he might be happy about it. But in all seriousness, one of my friends who's in her 80s today, who lives in a block of flats, contacted me exactly as we heard from Laura about the frustrations on the building regulations, and the fact that if she did anything, she'd need her neighbours to be happy about it, which they aren't, because they're worried about noise and the impact of this. And actually, she wants to do something active about this, and there is no easy way of doing this. And as we heard, as was it Chris said from the Met Office, this is a fact of life. Life is getting warmer, and we're going to see more flooding, and we absolutely need our building regulations to work this way. And we had a big climate lobby, didn't we, Polly, last week, from many of our constituents, and we were talking exactly about this. Climate change and the experience for people has to be fair to everybody wherever you live. In Tunbridge Wells, in that row of houses that Ian was rightly talking about, you can't do net zero to people. You've got to bring them on the journey, and there is a danger if we don't do this. It feels second, third or fourth tier according to your back pocket and what your housing situation allows you. And there are 2 or 3 big purchases we'll ever make in life. One of them is a car. You know, the car industry, and many people are voting with their feet where they can to get the best car they can, to be environmentally friendly. Obviously, the impact of weight on roads and batteries and all of that, notwithstanding. But also our housing, and the housing sector and the building sector needs to catch up and be able to deliver how people want to live, and frankly, as Chris is pointing out, need to live, so that it can be a comfortable experience, as Polly says.
Okay, before we come to Neil, let's include this question from Hugo. He says, should the government hold its course on its net zero policies despite constant attacks from Reform and Kemi Badenoch, who will be sitting in the studio with me tomorrow between 8 and 9, sitting exactly where Polly is sitting now, and should be taking your calls. Neil?
Yeah, I guess the key word about it is mitigation, and actually, really, the net zero 5 years ago, probably most, all parties sort of signed up to expect that to be able to be achieved, or at least aimed at, or kept as a policy. And I think there is a realisation now, even among Labour, if they won't say it, that even if they won't say they won't not get there, the speed, they've already dropped the amounts of money they're going to be spending to get to it. So you've got to, that only means one thing. You've got to then, in its place, deal with the consequences which will inevitably come from climate change and hotter countries. And so, of course, you're going to have to double up the speed by which we make places cooler and not kill people, because it's going to get too hot too quick. And in a sense, the further we get away from net zero, the faster we have to move towards technology or mitigation towards what is going to be really difficult living, certainly for older people.
So just on this net zero question, Polly, obviously you're going to say the government is going to hold its course, but I mean, it's costing so much money that Rachel Reeves may well come after Ed Miliband's budget.
No, in fact, he won the comprehensive spending review quite comprehensively by securing £13.5 billion for this warm homes plan, which is really important for all of the things we've been talking about: the insulation, the clean and secure and cheaper energy, and so forth. And this is, again, an economic growth opportunity. Everybody recognises that, with the exception of Reform, weirdly, in the chamber today. I know Mims is okay on this, but it was very odd to hear your front bench sort of saying, oh, it's all gone too far, when, it's Theresa May who, as a Prime Minister, signed up to this because she could see that this was not only some kind of moral imperative, but it's a hard-headed economic imperative.
If it's hard-headed and economic, then people are going to be shouting at their radios now saying, why have we got the highest electricity bills, the highest fuel bills
one of the
Europe?
reasons, because we've relied on gas for so long. Sorry, I'm going to be a bit techy. The prices of our electricity track volatile oil and gas prices, and what we've done over a period of time is put a whole lot of those policy costs on the cleanest bit of our energy, the electricity, rather than on the dirty bit. So those are two of the things that we're looking at in the Energy Select Committee, to work out how we can change the way that we actually charge for energy while supporting people, and that's why I'm campaigning for an energy social tariff while that change goes ahead. Because at the moment, why we've got that big spike in 2022 was because of the invasion of Ukraine. That ended up completely. No one else is screwed up like we were because of our dependence on gas, and that's what
we have loads of gas in the North Sea, so why should we be screwed up by it?
Well, because that's the wholesale price.
Your government won't allow new exploration.
Well, I'm completely comfortable with that, as you know, Ian, and I'm perfectly happy to carry on explaining.
Then just very briefly, what about Polly's description of your front bench? They seem to be a bit different to your views.
So I think you'll hear from Kemi tomorrow night, and I hope I explained it. Look, we moved back from 2030 to 2035 in terms of, vehicles and being sensible, and how do we get to where we need to be in 2050. And what Kemi did in one of her first scene setters as our leader of the opposition, is said it's time to tell the truth about the realities of this. Now, what Polly has missed out on this is that obviously Great British Energy is, got around £9 billion and won't produce 1 penny of energy. So, the government is spending a lot of money money on a shell company where we should be seeing investment from the sector. So again, I think it goes back to the point about bringing people on the journey, doing the best we can, getting it right.
Including your own front bench.
Well, we've only got Holly's word for what we said on the front bench. I didn't see that.
Hands up tomorrow.
I think it would be difficult to say there wasn't some healthy scepticism about how this is being done under Labour, and that's right. That's our job as the opposition. Hey presto.
Holly, hang on a second, because Laura hasn't had a word on this.
I want to contextualise these high gas prices first. The reason gas is so expensive is because when energy demand gets so high that we have to resort to gas, and we cannot do this with green energy at the moment. It's not possible. We have to turn on gas plants for sometimes a matter of hours and then turn them off again. That is extremely expensive. We're also not using the North Sea, so that is why gas is so expensive. On net zero more broadly, we have the highest energy prices in the G7, and we have a cost of living crisis. People are poorer every day. People are struggling with their budgets because of these policy decisions. I think that's untenable. Why do we need to achieve net zero by 2030? What is so important about that day? The UK is responsible for less than 1% of global emissions. 2030, 35, 40, what's the difference? And is it worth spending? I think the current forecasts are about 37 billion it will cost, and that's assuming that you do complete wholesale grid reform, because the current problem is we cannot get all of this green energy onto the grid and into people's homes. The grid is just not built for that. It won't work.
Well, I'm looking forward to you welcoming the changes that Ed Miliband is making on the issues to do with the grid, so that we can get those zombie projects off and the good projects on, so that we can create more jobs. We've got 1 million people working already in the clean energy sector in this country. This is an enormous economic opportunity. It feels a little bit sometimes like when, like in the industrial resolution, everyone's saying, "Oh no, we don't want any of that steam power. We want to stick with our cart and horse." That is how outdated it is to be looking backwards to dirty fossil fuels rather than forwards to clean, reliable, and cheap energy.
Right, you're listening to LBC. It's Cross Question at 8:49.
This is LBC.
Canal Adventures in St Pancras. That's a new one for us.
Oh, kids, cafe's this way.
Oh, eat your heart out, Venice. This is lovely.
What's that? Yes, I have both Captain Nats for the boat ride.
Train back. So that was 2 pastries, 1 boat ride, and no tantrums. Result. Love this shot of them driving the boat. Download the Thameslink Railway app to book kids' tickets for £2 on off-peak journeys. Thameslink Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply. See our website for full details.
Who's a good human? Alex is. Because today's dog walk with Lulu the Corgi has turned into an off-grid adventure. But wherever Lulu's nose takes her, Alex will always gladly follow. That's why he also chooses Butternut Box for Lulu's meals. Freshly prepared and served straight from the fridge, helping Lulu thrive from nose to tail. Meaning one less trek for Alex, as we deliver each box straight to your door. Ready to join thousands of good humans? Go to butternutbox.com to fetch 25% off your first box with code GOODHUMAN.
When we're little, we don't overthink things. We're brave, confident, we laugh and ask questions. And play. So why stop there? Just because we're adults, it shouldn't mean we stop trying new things. For me, starting a career in early years has meant not just a new job, but new skills, new friends.
Like me?
Yes, and a new sense of purpose. All that, and I can earn while I learn.
Yay, painting next.
Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more.
Chase is the digital bank that puts you first.
What does that mean?
Well, most people don't bank 9 to 5. That's why Chase customer support is available 24/7.
So I can contact them whenever works best for me?
You've got it. You can chat to a real person through the app.
That's handy.
And you can always call up to speak with them directly.
Now we're talking.
Join the UK's #1 bank for customer satisfaction. Chase. See what your money can do. 18 plus UK residents. Eligibility applies. Claim based on YouGov UK Banks and Building Societies Rankings 2024. Verify at chase.co.uk/YouGov.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC.
Right, it's 8:51. Mims Davis, Polly Billington, Laura Brown and Neil Breakwell here taking your calls. James is in air. Hello, James.
Oh, hello, Ian. Nice to speak to you again. I just watched today a magnificent cricket match between India and England from Lord's Cricket Ground, where supporters sat together and were together and cheered and were happy to be together. And I coupled it with the death of Mr. Terrett last week, who actually, and I'm not abusing the man's memory, who actually talked about a cricket test. And I just wonder if this is not a really positive sign as to how race relations have improved in the United Kingdom in the last, 30 or 40 years. I was just so encouraged to see these supporters at a really exciting sporting event, but sharing the excitement in a friendly way.
Well, Norman Tebbit, of course, died last Monday at the age of 94, and he came up with this idea in April 1990 that first or even second-generation immigrants to Britain from South Asia or the Caribbean should support England in cricket matches against their ancestral homeland, and those who don't do so are not prepared or not properly integrated into British society. And I remember thinking at the time, if I moved to Australia, the England cricket team came to Australia, well, of course I would still support England. And I was never quite sure that I could see what he was driving at, but I didn't really ever agree with it. Lara, are you a cricket fan?
I'm going to have to lay my cards on the table here. I'm familiar with the Tebbit test. I can comment on that. I do not follow the cricket at all. I don't know how cricket works. I'm very confused by it.
You missed a great test series against India this year.
I hear it's gone well. I think the Tebbit test is an effective test for the reasons that you just said. If you moved to Australia, you probably would still feel quite English for a very long time. And if you were turning the cricket on and watching and rooting for England, it doesn't mean that you're a problem for Australia, but it means that you are still fundamentally English and you view yourself as English and you don't feel that you've integrated into Australian culture. And I think, obviously it was a test that ran people watching cricket, but I think the moment at which you feel excited to watch your adopted nation win a sporting match is probably a very good way of knowing that you've fully integrated into that country.
And I think if you're an immigrant to this country from India and you support India in a test match, I think that's entirely understandable. But I would expect that person to support England playing anyone else as a sort of secondary support.
Hierarchy.
Hierarchy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sport is just sort of wonderful at breaking down moments in the country that we find so difficult to kind of get right. It just sort of levels everything, and I guess my only hope is that there are more occasions where big national sporting occasions with national teams can and will be in future seen on television, and the risk really is that so many of those big games and matches will be bought up or not be able to watch. So I think the main thing is that people, when these do happen, are able to see it and access it and get tickets to see it.
It just feels like a ludicrous purity test from my perspective. Like, I'm not with Lara. Like, I don't follow cricket, right? That's not my bag. But I don't really mind who people support. My wife is part Spanish, and she always backs Spain, and whatever it is, and I completely respect that.
I think things like Me Too movement, etc. And I think that teacher that was on a moment ago, that part of it is that storytelling, etc., and invoking those conversations to happen, for questions to be asked, for it to be a comfortable environment. Those are things that I think are always there within school, but it's understanding that and understanding what's right and wrong, and if something makes you feel uncomfortable, being able to speak up and who to, and that you do have safe places to do that.
Amy, I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see what others make of it. Imagine your child comes home from those lessons. Does it make you uncomfortable? 03456060973 is the number, 9:24 the time. Next.
The fear that's running through the Jewish community now, I think we haven't had since 1945. And we have gone through many challenges.
The Chief Rabbi Efrem Merger speaking about the rise of anti-Semitism in the UK since the October 7th attacks in 2023. A new review has found that there is no consistent approach to tackling anti-Semitism, prompting fresh accusations of two-tier policing. This is an investigation led by a former cabinet minister and the government czar on tackling discrimination against Jews. Said decision-making and standards varied across the country. They include warnings about a normalisation of anti-Semitism, as prejudices against Jewish people are evident across British society, they say, from the NHS to arts organisations. Lord John Mann is the UK government's anti-Semitism czar, Labour peer, former MP for Baskerville. Thank you for coming on the programme, John. Tell us what you found.
We found there's a normalisation, particularly in the workplace, of the Jewish community being held responsible for everything that goes on in the Middle East, and very little been done about it by employers. And so we put some practical suggestions forward of how this can be dealt with, including training, and we're starting today with the NHS leaders this morning of ensuring that they don't have the excuse of not knowing what anti-Semitism is.
Can you give some examples of this normalisation?
Yes, people who don't get spoken to at the workplace.
For doing what?
For being Jewish. Literally
you mean
that.
They're literally ignored, they're not talked to by their colleagues because they're Jewish?
Yes. And multiple examples of that. And we found best good practice as well, where people are very supportive. And we're highlighting good practice, but also exposing the bad practice. You know, a student who has to leave their accommodation because of the way their flatmates are treating them. And these aren't things you can legislate for. These are things that need good education and thorough education to deal with. You know, you can't create a law that makes it illegal not to talk to somebody. And yet, that isolation is becoming all too common for people in the Jewish community. The Jewish community just wants to get on and live its life.
Yeah. Is that because, John, is that because there's an association made between someone being Jewish and someone supporting the actions of the current Israeli government in, say, Gaza?
Yes, it is, and it's absolutely. The Jewish community's got a vast array of views, as everyone else on the big issues of the day, the big political issues. There's no one view in the Jewish community. The Jewish community being held responsible for everything that the Netanyahu government does, and individually held responsible. And people have been picked on because of this in far too many workplaces.
We see it in the NHS, and your report mentioned the NHS.
Yes, we see it in the NHS as an example. For example, an NHS worker who's addressed by her manager as a Jew girl, as an example. Now, that's a real example that we have in front of us. And I think more worryingly, nothing serious has been done about it. And so what we need to do is to have some very thorough systems. We want consistency of approach, rather than us saying, here's some good practice, there's the bad thing. Let's just consistently have it so the Jewish community can live their life without any hassle. That's what our report is aimed to do something about.
While I have you on the programme, John, I must ask you about this, the findings of the investigation into this BBC Gaza documentary, which found that the BBC did not know and should have known the links to Hamas of its main protagonist in that documentary. Do you think they deliberately misled the public?
I think there's a crisis at the top of the BBC, and it's no good them blaming people lower down the pecking order. They did this, they got that wrong. At the very top of the BBC, there needs to be some accountability. Too many examples of too many, quote, mistakes being made. Someone at the top needs to take responsibility.
Should you resign or do you want to step down?
Somebody's going to have to go at the top. Somebody at the top. It's not sustainable that they carry on like this. Someone has to fall on their sword and take responsibility.
John, appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Lord John Mann, UK Government's Anti-Semitism Czar Labour here and former MP for Classic. Lots of you want to have your say on these changes to sex education. We'll come to your calls on that in just a few moments. Plus,
not everybody is going to be in a position to buy a new car, but we've very clearly not allowed this to be used for luxury cars where people can clearly afford them.
Do you think £37,000 on an electric vehicle would be a luxury purchase? Because, I think that's quite luxurious. And in a time of economic constraint, when there's not a lot of money flying around, the government is choosing to spend £650 million on grants for people to buy apparently non-luxurious electric vehicles, when the demand in the market is already going very well. Is that a complete waste of money? You'll hear a bit more from the Roads Minister, Lillian Greenwood, after the 9:30 news headlines on LBC. Dominic Ellis.
The BBC is facing new questions over MasterChef after John Turode said a claim he used racial language has been upheld against him. The presenter says he has no recollection of the allegation and doesn't believe it happened. The boss of Thames Water says it'll take at least a decade to turn the company around after announcing annual pre-tax losses of £1.65 billion. The company, which has been threatened with nationalisation, also said the number of sewage spills were up by a third. And children will be taught how to tackle misogyny and given greater awareness of AI and deepfakes. The advice on relationships will say young people in England need to better understand issues around pornography and consent. LBC weather cloudy with outbreaks of rain for most, thundery downpours possible for northern and central areas, highs of 23 degrees.
This is LBC.
So, where are we going?
You wanted to try something new? Well, we're here.
The Hyundai electrifying summer event.
I booked a test drive in the all-new Insta online. It's the 2025 World Electric Vehicle winner, and we save £500 if we order before the 31st of August.
Ooh, very stylish.
Oh, and it's Hyundai, by the way.
The Hyundai electrifying summer event. Are you in? 18 plus UK retail customers only. Excludes Motability. Registered by 30th of September. T's and C's apply.
Do it for your wife, who told you to pick up bread, but instead you picked up Fred, your grandson, again. And now your daughter is calling because he missed football. That's the 4th time this month. He can wave his future career goodbye. If you don't do it for you, do it for your wife and little Freddie.
Book a free test today at bootshearingcare.com and take advantage of our interest-free payment plans. Boots, with you, for life. T's and C's apply.
You know the guy I've been seeing? Turns out my sister's been seeing him too.
Oh, really?
And I heard he's been seeing Kelly at number 56. And Dave.
Your brother?
Yep.
Specsavers opticians and audiologists own and run their stores, so your care is their business, which can make them rather popular.
I've got something to tell you. I've got half an hour with him this afternoon.
Specsavers, your care is our business. Book an appointment today.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Text 84850.
9:32 the time. Tom Swarbrick on LBC. I'll play you an interview with Lillian Greenwood that we conducted, the Roads Minister. Lillian Greenwood, she's the Roads Minister. At the news that the government have announced £650 million worth of grants to help you buy your non-luxurious electric vehicle. They say it will help the car market in a number of ways, not least because the more newer, more second-hand electric vehicles they will therefore be, which I'm going to refer to now as trickle-down economics. And come on, yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's okay. We'll get into the details of that in just a moment. Antonia's in Purley first, coming back to these changes in sex education. Antonia, hi.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to make a general point about sex education in our schools, and I think there should be more done to help parents and encourage parents to engage with these issues with their own children at home. Just on the question of, primary school, sex education in primary school, every young child develops differently, and parents know their own children. They will know when it's right for their children to hear about these issues, and not everyone trapped in a classroom having to listen to this, to sexual matters from the teacher, which can be quite disturbing. So I think that's the point.
It's Toko. Although mine, I now view the one half a lesson we had on sex education aged 14 as sort of like a bygone era. It was it was literally the teacher with a cucumber and a condom. That was it.
Yeah. So I don't know how old you are, but I mean my
38.
children now. 38. Well, my eldest son is 31. So I was battling this in schools all those years ago, and it wasn't condoms on bananas. It was very explicit sex education. I don't know where you went to school, but around here there was a lot of that sort of sex education going on in schools. And let's be realistic. This is something that's been going on for quite some time, and that's why I can speak with confidence saying that I think it can be disturbing for children. I think parents are perfectly capable of talking about these issues to their own children, and they should be encouraged to. And schools have got a major role in supporting parents.
So do you think
to do this?
Do you think it is, as Bridget Phillipson says, too late to start teaching 13-year-old girls, so year 9, 13-year-old girls, about sexual violence, consent, in ways that might be considered sexually explicit?
I would like to see parents tackling those issues at home with their child beforehand. Now, I know not... Yeah, but I know that you're going to say there are lots of parents who won't address this issue, but there are thousands, millions of parents who will.
Well, how do you? I mean, how would you talk to you? And I'm asking for some advice, actually, because my daughter is only 8, but the time will come. How would you even start? Antonia, thank you for the call. 03456060973. Now, I want to get you into the story about these EV grants, because I see what the government is trying to do. I'm not sure whether it's going to work. £650 million is going to go into providing up to £3,750 off the price of a new electric vehicle. The price can top out at some £37,000. Earlier in the show, I spoke with the Minister for the Future of Roads, Lillian Greenwood, as the government announced that support. I asked her whether she believes that this is a good use of taxpayers' money.
Well, look, not everybody is going to be in a position to buy a new car, but we've very clearly not allowed this to be used for luxury cars where people can clearly afford them. We've targeted to the lower
These
end
aren't luxury
of the... no, these are the lower end of the electric vehicle market.
I think a lot of people would see these kind of price tags and think this is luxurious, and this is actually financial largesse that this country cannot afford, to have poorer taxpayers subsidising the cars of richer people.
Well, look, I recognise that a lot of people won't ever buy a new vehicle, that they'll buy a second-hand vehicle. But, of course, the discounts that we offer off new cars will also feed through into the second-hand market. 40% of used electric vehicles now sell for less than £20,000. And that's how many people are getting their first electric vehicle. But we do want to stimulate demand. We do want to cut carbon emissions. That's why we're putting this subsidy in, and as I say, it will also support our automotive industry that provides jobs for many thousands of people.
When you say stimulate demand, what is the current level of EV ownership in Britain?
Well, at the moment there are just short of 1.4 million EVs.
Growing risk of serious illness due to declining infant vaccination rates. And I also learned that the United Kingdom is ranked worst of major Western economies for MMR immunisation. This is figures released by the World Health Organization and UNICEF showing more than 30 million children are now not fully immunised against measles, mumps and rubella, with roughly half of that figure having not received a single routine infant vaccination. And the UK is the worst performer among G7 nations. And then I turned back to the story of Constance Martin and Mark Gordon, and I learned, again, as Helen Rumbelow writes in the Times, unsurprisingly, they had distrust in vaccines, as well as suspicion of doctors. Indeed, Constance Martin, when she gave birth to the first of 5 children, 4 of whom had been put up for adoption, she conducted her entire labour using an apparently quite obviously fake Irish accent in the hope of disguising her identity. This defiance of expertise, this disregard for the rule of law, these are all boxes you tick when you are examining conspiracy theories. And the vaccine scepticism or vaccine denial seems to be an entry point, doesn't it, that an awful lot of people have reached. In fact, so many people have reached that entry point that the United Kingdom is, as I've just told you, currently the worst performer among G7 nations when it comes to MMR. So that's what interests me today. The more you read into the tale of Martin and Gordon, the more you realise that this was not, as you might have originally thought, a case of one vulnerable partner being groomed or gaslit or manipulated by another sort of Svengali-style partner. This is 2 deeply paranoid people meeting and magnifying each other's delusions and paranoias. And what I think is interesting, not, of course, at any moment to move away from the gross negligence manslaughter of this baby girl, a newborn baby. What is very, very interesting, if we're going to learn any lessons at all about this, and indeed see it in the same light as the tale about falling infant vaccination rates, what is really interesting is that they absolutely believed this stuff. I think the rest of us find that quite hard to get our heads around. You start off thinking it's attention seeking, don't you? There's another story around last week about a young woman whose brothers believe that she died as a direct consequence of their mother's approach to conventional medical treatment. We may be meeting the brothers later in the week, so full heads up on that. But the idea, you see, that's the bit I don't get, or rather I do get, but I can't fully grasp. It's the point at which you are so convinced of your conspiracy that you would endanger the people you love most in the world, because that's the point at which you can't chalk it up as attention seeking. You know, if it were a pure grift, then the point at which your child gets cancer is the point at which you sort of, you know, park your very lucrative online presence and take your kid to chemotherapy. That the point at which a child could die, or even perhaps get taken into care, you give up on what began as an rolled a little bit out of control and concentrate instead on the stuff that we would all prioritise above almost everything else. But they really, really believe it. And what's fascinating about the detail that emerged over the 5 months in court was that some of these behaviours you may recognise. They repeatedly insist on alternative facts, things that are provably wrong. It's a phrase that has only entered into popular parlance, isn't it, since Donald Trump's press secretary, Kellyanne Conway, offered it up as a euphemistic description of barefaced lies. And he, of course, got back into the White House. But they're things that were provably wrong. When he was questioned about assaulting 2 female Welsh police officers in the maternity ward at the birth of his first child, he simply said, "It is a statement I do not agree with. It is not real evidence, it is perspective." I guess you have to remove yourself increasingly from polite society, but of course they wouldn't call it that, they call it mainstream society. You have to remove yourself increasingly from mainstream society in order to sustain these genuine beliefs. That's the bit I find most interesting this morning. The fact that the rest of us presume that they're sort of pie in the sky, narcissistic, attention-seeking delusions. I want to feel a bit cleverer than everybody else, so I'll pretend but then suddenly they actually believe it. They seem to genuinely believe it, to the point where they would deny observable evidence. They would deny, without any government oversight, which was what Orwell was talking about when he coined this phrase, but they would deny the evidence of their own eyes and ears. And that's the bit that the rest of us will always struggle to understand, because you can chalk up gullibility, you can chalk up delusion as fully comprehensible for what you can't, what you and I can't do easily is understand the point at which you let go entirely of reality. You let go entirely of shared reality, of all the things that in many ways bind our society together. Conspiracy theorists get the facts wrong but often get the feelings right. Naomi Klein wrote in her brilliant book Doppelganger. You can hear me talking to Naomi on an episode of Full Disclosure, which is in the archive. Those actually responsible for triggering this is Gordon speaking in court, those actually responsible for triggering the response, i.e. the manhunt, remain in the shadows. He apparently truly believed that they were running away from a threat that did not exist, but that was so powerful and so, what's the word that I want, so dangerous and so sinister that they would prioritise their own, quotes, freedom, end quotes, above the life of their baby. They would know they were jeopardising the life of their baby, but staying, quotes, free, end quotes. So they were wealthy. She had trust funds, and yet they chose to live in cars and tents because they had to stay free. And that's where we are, because that's the same as, on a much lower level, the growing number of parents who have rejected the MMR vaccine. their children because they have been persuaded that it is somehow dangerous despite the consensus of scientific evidence. The take-up rate in Germany is 96%, in France it's 95%, and in the United Kingdom it's 89%. So these are not huge numbers, but they're big enough differences to sound something of an alarm. 10:15 is the time. What I want you to tell me today is what happens when you watch a loved one teeter on the edge of a rabbit hole like this. I mean, God forbid anybody you know ever falls as far down as Constance Martin and Mark Gordon. But if you see them as being at the bottom of the rabbit hole, then I would argue some of the parents who are not getting their children vaccinated are at the top of the rabbit hole. They're teetering on the edge of it. Okay, they may be sort of fallen down the first metre or two, but it ends sleeping in a tent as your baby dies. It begins thinking that some clown on the internet or someone with a podcast has got a better grasp of all the available science than the people who've dedicated their entire lives to studying and practicing it. It's 16 minutes after 10, so that's I mean, if I were to distill it down to a really straightforward question, you are now thinking about your mum, right, or your brother, or possibly your partner. You're thinking about somebody you care for, who at some point in the last few years, quite possibly adjacent or linked to the lockdown, they've started to believe things that are, and I'm going to use the word, that are bonkers. Someone you love started to believe things that are bonkers. And I wonder if you can identify the point of breach, the point at which you felt you lost them. 0345 6060 973. That's what I want to hear. Inevitably I think about the woman I mentioned all the flipping time that I encountered when I was doing jury service, who was absolutely adamant that Michelle Obama was a man and that Volodymyr Zelensky was spending all of the Ukrainian aid on luxury yachts for himself and his family. But I wonder what her husband's like. So her husband either agrees with it, right, or does what? I mean, if she's got a husband, I'm being a bit presumptuous. But what do you do? How do you stay friends with somebody who insists that they know things that are being kept from the general population? How do you stay friends with somebody who's endangering your children by not getting their own children vaccinated? What is, or what are the points or the point of no return, the point at which you feel that person slip out of your grasp? It doesn't have to have anything to do with Constance Martin or with Mark Gordon or with MMR vaccinations. It's about the moment that you feel this person that you love slip out of your grasp. Barry suggests Brexit. Normally I'd bite your arm off, wouldn't I? Anything to bring Brexit into any conversation at all. But I'm going to need a bit more than that, Barry, on this occasion, because I don't know if it's the same thing. That was just being told things that might have been true and turned out not to be. And an awful lot of people knew that they weren't and knew that they never would be, but I still have some sympathy that fell for it. I think the effort put in, it's not that you buy a national newspaper, almost every page in it, telling you not to vaccinate your children or telling you things that are demonstrably untrue, things that are alternative facts. So 0345 6060 973. I need your help with this. I need your help with understanding it. It's not a phone-in that everybody's going to be able to contribute to. You've got to have a very specific set of experiences, and the key experience is this: somebody you love slipped out of your reach, slipped out of your embrace at some point. Doesn't mean you stopped loving them, but something changed that feels profound in retrospect. I wonder if you can either tell me the story of their descent into the rabbit hole or identify the moment at which they just departed from reality in a permanent, or at least in a semi-permanent fashion. If you hit the numbers now, you will get through. And how do you deal with it? What do you do? 0345 6060 973.
LBC.
You know that guy I've been seeing? Yeah. Turns out my sister's been seeing him too. Oh, really? And I heard he's been seeing Kelly at number 56. And Dave, your brother.
Goes straight up.
Specsavers opticians and audiologists own and run their stores, so your care should make them rather popular.
Yeah. I've got half an hour with him this afternoon.
Specsavers, your care is our business. Book an appointment today.
If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, what you thought you were getting may not be what you ended up with. From unexpected site fee increases, running costs, a huge depreciation in value, many owners feel they've been missold. If you think this might be you, holidayparkadvicecentre.co.uk could help you receive the compensation you're entitled to. Text ASSIST to 78900 to find out more. To 78900.
July 19th is the heavyweight fight of the year. Live only on the zone. Who's it? The undisputed king. Fighting to keep his crown. But Dynamite Dubois is on home turf, primed and ready to go on. For the first time ever, the undisputed heavyweight crown will be decided on UK soil. It is chaos at Wembley. Usyk versus Dubois. July 19th. Watch on the DAZN app or Smart TV or Sky Q-Box. Buy now at DAZN.com.
This is LBC. Message James O'Brien on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060 973.
22 minutes after 10 is the time. I don't know, quite a few of you already, and it's not really a question I'm asking, but in terms of why it's happening and how it happens. The internet will be part of it, but not all of it, because it happened long before the internet existed. Just let me read this out before we hit the phones. Please don't read my name out, in case he's listening. But I first met someone in late 2019. He was a nice guy and we got on well. He was in his late 50s and he believed all the conspiracy theories, starting with the moon landing being fake. It was quite funny and a bit silly, but during COVID it got a lot darker. He genuinely believes that the vaccine has a tracker in it designed to control us, that the virus itself is fake and is being used to make a, quote, cashless society to control us. Similar thing for the 15-minute city stories. He almost died on a respirator from COVID, but uses the fact that he survived as evidence that it's fake, and he still refuses to get the vaccine. He is now saying that the Jews control everything, and this decline has unfolded over the course of 5 years. So there's a story, there's an account of what has happened. I don't know, looking back at that, whether or not you can identify the pivot, the breach. I don't want to call it the point of no return, because you want to believe that there is a possibility of return, but reading the story of Constance Martin and Andrew Gordon, you sort of think maybe the moment they met was the point of no return. But as you, as someone who loves this person, you put up with a certain amount of this stuff until you reach a point where you think, I cannot put up with this anymore. We either go our separate ways or we agree never ever to talk about this stuff again. That's what I'm interested in, at the moment, if you like. Ben's in Benidorm. Ben, what would you like to say?
Hello, James. Thank you for taking my call. I had a very, very good friend, and we... Right. Well, largely, he was the kind of guy that was listening to your show in 2014, 2015. It was in 2016 I was agreeing with him, but it was disagreements that I'd had with other people, so I didn't regard them as being hugely significant, largely to do with Brexit. Okay. Then he started supporting Trump, which I thought was really odd, because again, it was kind of a liberal left thing, but again, I could kind of excuse that because I'd noticed a lot of people on the left in America had gone from Obama to Trump, so I'd made a lot of excuses for him. But it was when COVID hit and when the vaccination program came in, and he started posting on Facebook these absolutely appalling memes, which essentially use the Arbeit macht frei, the work makes you free sign above Auschwitz.
The motto above the gate at Auschwitz.
The motto above the gate, yeah, and he turned it into vaccines make you free. In other words, comparing vaccination to the Holocaust. And I felt that was unforgivable and was so disgusting And by a horrible, horrible, dreadful irony, COVID actually killed him. And I went to his funeral because I felt duty bound, but all of his family were aware of how badly he and I had fallen out.
Right. How had they processed it? Because I mean, we all have the ability to compartmentalise and cauterise company, don't we? The closer you are to somebody, the harder it is to make that final breach. You, as a close friend, would find it easier to walk away than, for example, a mum or a partner. So do we know what they did?
Well, yes, we do, because I'm still close. I'm still friends with his brother. His brother won't talk about it at all.
Right.
His mother and father, he claiming that there were
rerouting.
Go straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on.
But you see the boys, if you take the same route to work every day and you see the boys going to the same school every day, you see them going to primary school and they've done their tie-up. If they're wearing a uniform, they look smart. You can see their mum's hand on their shoulder, right? Metaphorically speaking. And then you get to secondary school and different influences kick in. It's different things, different priorities start happening. And in that, for me, and I may be getting this completely wrong, this may be completely naive, that, for me, is when a positive male role model becomes absolutely crucial. And there is no... correlation is not causation, and generalisation is not our friend, but I reckon if you haven't got a positive male role model, that is the point at which you become more susceptible to potentially dangerous influences, to potentially difficult influences. And that male role model is not going to be a Premiership football player or a pop star. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's not going to be somebody famous who inhabits a universe a billion miles away from the one that little boy inhabits. So I've got a really difficult question for you, which again is one that not that many people listening will be able to answer, because you may never even have thought about it before. And something else that comes up in full disclosure all the time is that we only have one childhood. The childhood we have is the only childhood we know. We don't even know until we're older if our childhood is extraordinary or unordinary or different or difficult. We don't really know whether we're rich or poor. That's probably not entirely true if you're at one of the two very, very great extremes, but generally speaking, you wouldn't even know that you are a little bit worse off than your friends until you start going round to their house, or a little bit better off than your friends until you start going round to their house. And you don't do that until you're a little bit older. Again, you're hitting kind of 8, 9, 10. If you're all living on the same street, you're not going to be aware of inequality. Or living in the same universe. So you've never thought about this. But what's it like not to have one? 0345 6060973. So you might be my age. You might be younger, you might be older, and you know that you didn't have a positive male role model in your life. We are aliens, you and me. The lived experience you have, and I don't want to blow smoke up your backside, but whatever success you've achieved in life was harder to achieve than whatever success I've achieved. Having a positive male role model makes everything easier.
Go straight on.
And none of them are perfect. You know, my dad's generation were not great at talking about their feelings, for example. But what do we mean when we talk about a positive male role model? We mean two things. We mean that somebody shows you the path you can follow, and it's a positive path. You can have a negative male role model, don't forget. And the second thing it means is you can't be what you can't see. I love that phrase. Again, generalization is our enemy, but you can't be what you can't see. You don't know. What do you aspire to be with no example to follow, with no precedent to follow? I don't know, because it is alien to me. And all the phonemes in all the world sound like Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca. Of all the phonemes in all the world, you have to come into this one. I don't know. And they've all been wrong. They've all been pointless. Every phone-in ever about male role models has been completely pointless, because it's just been a bunch of smug gits like me queuing up to tell you about how great our band was. Whereas what this story is really about is little you. You didn't have a positive male role model. I don't know what that was like. What difference has it made to your life? Looking back now, you can just about deconstruct it. You can see the difference. Your friends who had present, engaged and positive fathers, stepfathers, uncles, big brothers, and positive teachers, perhaps. Positive male role model. You know that you didn't have one. You might not even have clocked it at the time, but looking back now, particularly if you've managed to make a go of being a dad yourself, you're looking back now and you think, I didn't have a positive male role model. I want you to tell me what that did to you. 0345 6060973. I want you to help the rest of us understand why this initiative is, in inception, so important. Why it matters. What difference does it make to not have a positive male? 0345 6060973. And by way of a side order, a side dish, what is it? And whether you've got one or not, whether you had one or not, whether you are one, what is it that makes a man a positive male? What are the attributes? It's not playing Premiership football or making millions of pounds. What is it? What is a positive example for a young boy from a man? And who can provide it if you haven't got it? Can you get it from somebody you've never met? Can you get it from public life? Can you get it from a teacher, perhaps? I know a lot of you will be thinking of that extraordinary footage, which I'm not sure I can remind you of without tearing up myself, of Ian Wright and Mr. Pigden, his old teacher, who he thought was dead and who had completely changed his life in ways that make me feel alien. I can't imagine. And Ian has talked a lot about his childhood and how difficult it was. And I think the first man that really showed him love and showed him example was a teacher. It makes all the difference. But tell me what the difference is. 0345 6060 973. It's 11:17.
This is LBC.
Understanding what I'm investing in is key. That's why I use eToro. Powerful tools, useful insights, everything I need to make confident decisions starts with AI analysis. Wait, what? AI analysis. AI analysis. Trade smarter with innovative features and expert insights. Yep, all in one app. eToro. Join today. Not investment advice. eToro is a multi-asset investment platform. The value of your investments may go up or down. Your capital is at risk.
The Hillary summer sale just got even better. Get up to 50% off hundreds of made-to-measure blinds, curtains and shutters. Plus an extra 10% off everything until the 28th of July. Make the most of your garden, whatever the weather, with 10% off our super sleek pergolas. With Hillary's, measuring and fitting is always included for a perfect finish. Book your free in-home appointment today. Visit hillarys.co.uk. But hurry, extra 10% off everything ends 28th of July. Conditions apply.
Do you like the sound of work that has plenty of giggles? Where you'll build lifelong skills, as well as wobbly towers? Where you'll feel part of a team, or even have the chance to lead one? Where every little thing you do makes a big difference. Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
19 minutes after 11 is the time. So in some ways, we start on chapter 2 or 3, don't we? When we talk about things like the scheme. And I have to be a little bit cynical. I say we've heard it all before. Governments are going to address the absence of positive male role models for young boys as they seek to reverse the tidal wave of misogyny and unpleasantness that generally gets filed under this word manosphere or even incel. But we never actually, those of us who somewhat smugly don't recognise ourselves in these reports, in these stories, because we are confident that we had positive male role models, we never actually anatomise or examine what is missing, what these boys lack, what they need. And I want to do that today. I want to know what it's like not to have them. And I also want to, on a slightly more straightforward footing, I want to try and work out what it is. What does a positive male role model provide, or even perhaps look like? 20 minutes after 11 is the time. Harry's in Bracknell. Harry, what would you like to say?
Hi there, James. How are you?
Very well, mate. What's on your mind?
I'm just calling as, well, I grew up very poor as a child. No real males in my family, to be honest. And so I had no male role models, and the more I thought about this, I've got a little bit older. I'm in my early 20s now.
Sorry.
I know. But, you know, I suppose a little bit more conscious.
A little bit less young.
Yeah, of course, maybe. That way of putting it.
Carry on.
I did notice it led to me being I was a very anxious person. I suppose even now with you, I'm in a way, I'm struggling a little bit more than I maybe would if I was speaking to, say, a woman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I noticed a lot, especially as I got older in my high school years, I started to mature a little bit. I didn't quite know how to speak to men, grown men, and I really struggled to build relationships with my teachers because of where I grew up, it's quite a poor area.
Right.
I think you may have said Bracknell on the phone, but it's Blackpool.
Oh, forgive me. Yeah, well, not me. I didn't do it. but okay. So yeah, one of the poorest parts of the country.
Yeah, so I noticed there was quite a big issue there at school where we never had the same teachers teaching the same subject for more than a few weeks at a time. Really struggled quite a bit to build a rapport with any sort of male teachers, and I think it may have led to a bit of resentment in a way because I didn't know how to speak to these people.
That's absolutely fascinating. That's absolute, and again, that's why I use the word alien, because until you'd explained that to me, I could have pontificated around this subject for 10 hours. I know it sometimes feels like I am, but I never would have arrived at that. It never would have occurred to me that you've not had the vocabulary of male-to-male conversation just sort of become normal for you.
And then growing up in a mostly female household, I have to admit, I think when I did get to high school, the more I think about this now, I think I was quite, I had a little bit of resentment from my female, maybe not resentment, but I had quite a lack of respect, I think, maybe, from my female teachers. And of course, I don't want to say sexism, because I don't think I could quite grasp that it was because they were women at the time, but I think I just had this level of maybe respect of the unknown. I didn't quite know how to speak to these people.
If you're conscious, subconscious is aware of the absence, then the presence of a woman would irk, wouldn't it? So I need males in my life, and I haven't got any. Here's another woman.
Yeah, and it kind of, I do think that was a big part of it, and then I obviously having no access to that or the ability to it, and then I felt, quite bad about myself, and I felt quite, I suppose, underwhelmed with my own ability to actually communicate with the people.
What changed? I'm presuming something has, because you're doing a brilliant job of communicating, and spoiler alert, I'm a man.
I do appreciate that. But when I say what changed, I think it was maybe making more friends as I got older.
Yes.
Because I noticed it also impacted my ability to maybe make friends with other boys my age.
Yes.
I have to admit, because if there was other people around me, say children, and they had a male role model in their life, I don't know, I think I'd avoid them in a way, so I didn't have to go around and interact maybe with the father or with an older brother. Or it definitely impacted my, I suppose, influential years.
I mean, you are just dropping all sorts of truths throughout this conversation, and saying things that, as I mentioned a moment ago, I don't think I would ever have been able to work out on my own. A lot of this stuff would never have occurred to me. How conscious of it were you at the time, and how much of this is coming from the benefit of your ancient 22-year-old perspective?
At the time, to be honest, I'd say it, I just understood it as fear, and I understood it was this unknown that I didn't want to engage with. But as I've got a little bit older, I've thought about it a little bit more,
yes.
And I've also had a little bit of therapy in between stuff. So I've managed to speak about, but to be honest, we've not really pressed on this that often.
No.
But I have to say, one thing that did help most, I suppose, was as I got a little bit toward the end of school year, so 15, 16, at the time, this deal got taken away, of course, but in my local area, we had 1 or 2 youth clubs.
Yes.
And within these youth clubs, I met other lads, I suppose, who were... The way I got over this mostly was meeting other boys my age who also didn't have that role model. And then through that, as I got older, obviously, I'm interacting with these people who are now also older. And I suppose it becomes less unknown because you become closer to what you feared. You're able to sort of understand that, no, it's not really any different, they're just older than me.
Yeah, and you're lucky in a way, because I imagine, and I'd never thought of this before talking to you, but you're more likely to go down the routes that you think men should go down if you haven't got a positive male role model, and engage in the sort of behaviours that are the other part of this report today, because without a man showing you that's not how men are, you will think that's how men are.
But I suppose, James, I didn't have a man telling me how men should be.
No.
So I was in this sort of no man's land of what do I do, and I think that led to me being quite reserved and trying to avoid people.
And it could have gone the other way.
I knew the path.
It could have gone the other way. You could have been aggressively quotes male end quotes, and then you'd have been ripe for the online threats of misogyny and incel culture. Harry May, thank you. That's up there for me as a call. That's such a helpful insight into a road I'm never going to walk, just as you're never going to walk mine. What would we put on the list of things that a positive male role model can provide? You don't have to, because you've already gone to the top of the class. So, what things were missing almost? Just example, isn't it? In a way.
Yeah. Okay. I think what's definitely missing is some sort of... I never really got a nudge for, I suppose, further education or want to learn new things and to maybe experience new things and find hobbies that I enjoy. As a child, I had, because we were quite poor and didn't do much with our free time really, because we couldn't afford to do much. That it got to a point where I didn't really know what I enjoyed until I got older, started earning my own money and was able to do these things. I think just giving you some sort of sense of identity, I think that's what you're missing most from an older male.
Yeah, and it doesn't need money to I mean, if someone had taken you fishing, or if you'd just done something that was...
Exactly, yeah.
Mate, thank you. I'll be amazed if any of the... I don't want to put anybody off, but Harry, set the bar pretty blooming high on this phone-in, and just think about what you could have been listening to instead. 200 people queuing up to say David Beckham James. David Beckham James. Harry, thank you. You are, and I hope this doesn't sound patronising, right? It comes from somebody who does it for a living. You are exceptionally articulate, and your ability to express your feelings and your thoughts is not normal. It's not, at least it's not ordinary, and it was a privilege to have you on the programme. Take care, mate, seriously. 11:28 is the time. Tom is in Stratford. Tom, what would you like to say?
Drive
Hi,
safe.
James.
Hello.
Yeah, this is the first time calling this show, but I thought I had to pick up the phone and say thanks, first of all, for broaching this subject, because it's very, very important. So I'm actually on the luckier end of the spectrum with this, as people would say, that I had two males in my life. But unfortunately, my biological father was relatively emotionally absent, and my stepfather was quite volatile. So not the best examples of what a man should be when I was growing up. And I didn't know that really until I got a bit older and
well, you wouldn't know, would you? This is what I meant in the intro when I talked about you only have one childhood. You only have one set of experiences. You don't have the ability until you're older to compare them to others.
Exactly. And, I found myself copying some of those behaviours into adulthood. I was relatively aggressive throughout my 20s, emotionally unavailable with partners, just all round not the greatest person to be in a meaningful relationship with, whether I was a love partner or a friend.
Sure. Because you had no template to aspire to, or to
or a bad template.
Yes,
but
when did you realise? What made the penny drop, as it were? Can I ask?
So there's two things. One, I have a wonderful partner. I mean, she's just incredible, and she put me onto some. I did my own therapy as well about some childhood issues. But the other thing that I want to say really changed my attitude was attending jiu-jitsu, actually.
Okay. Interesting that the last fella felt that he needed something in his life. That Harry felt that hobby's a weird word, isn't it? Because it makes us think about stamp collecting. But jiu-jitsu is a hobby, and it gave you discipline and it gave you structure.
I think it's coming across that controlled aggression that I didn't see when I was a child. I saw raw, unchanneled male emotions, whereas in jiu-jitsu you see channeled male aggression and can be used for something positive. The people around you, people like my coach, telling you to have that discipline, to keep that calm. And once you have that self-confidence as well, as a man, you tend to be able to stay calm if you're confident. I mean, I think a lot of the things that I did when I was in my 20s were acting out of fear and misunderstanding of the world.
You and Harry both. Fear being the word. Sometimes the men who are dealing with fear are the ones who present to the outside world as the sort of aggressive macho man.
Yeah, for sure. That's the paradox, right?
Yes, it is the paradox. What difference has it made to your life, do you think, now, discovering this and filling this absence?
I've just been able to have more meaningful relationships. I've been able to, I don't know, there seems to be
really big
a sense of calm.
I kind of repleteness. There's a level of self-awareness in both of you and Harry, that I didn't have when I was your age, and I wish I had, because it makes everything better. Do you want to stick something on the list? We're just going to say self-control, are we? Self-respect, almost. Things that you need a man.
Discipline, patience.
Yeah, patience is a big thing as well.
Patience, yeah, especially when you have kids.
You can say that again. We can chuckle, but obviously when you were growing up, you were dealing with men who didn't have patience, and that will have impacts and consequences deep into adulthood and beyond. That's what Tom's referring to when he talks about having done the work about childhood issues. Gosh, 0345 6060 973 is the number that you need to talk to me, and indeed everybody else, about what the absence of a positive male role model does to a boy, and what a positive male role model looks like. Because I'll tell you something enough, it doesn't look like a pop star or a football player. They might be positive male role models, but you never never going to know enough about them
Keep
to
left.
know that for certain.
And
Whereas
then
somebody in
continue
your
straight on.
that's a different proposition entirely. Dominic Ellis is here now with your headline.
Go
The
straight
government's
on.
warning that misogynistic attitudes have reached an epidemic scale among young people. New guidance is being published for schools in England on helping boys to find positive role models. The Chancellor is setting out what
Keep
she's
left.
called the biggest reforms
And
to
then
financial
continue
services
straight on.
for more than a decade. They include a relaxation of the rules
Go
around
straight on.
borrowing and allowing firms to take more risks. And Thames Water's reported an annual pre-tax loss of £1.65 billion. The company, which has huge debts, also said the number of sewage spills were up by a third. LBC weather cloudy with outbreaks of rain for most. Thundery downpours possible for northern and central areas. A cooler day, highs of 23 degrees.
This is LBC.
When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Life feels better with a smile. Banning Dental Group Clinics. Modern, comfortable and affordable dentistry for all. See online for our price match promise. Keep on smiling.
Keep on smiling, and the whole world smiles with you.
banningdental.co.uk.
Looking for a fixed passive income backed by real demand? With ulesprosperity.com, you buy the car, we rent it from you for a set period. You stay the legal owner and we pay you up to £600 per month in fixed rental income. No hassle, no maintenance, no tenants. It's a straightforward asset-backed rental agreement. Visit ulesprosperity.com for conditions and to learn more. That's ulesprosperity.com. Simple, steady, secure.
A Southern train is a place where you can have more me time. A chance to skip traffic and glide wherever you need to be. With headspace to focus on more important matters. Like if that cloud is a starfish or sunflower. Fast journeys without the rush with great deals at southernrailway.com. Terms apply.
When we're little, we don't overthink things. We're brave, confident, we laugh and ask questions.
And play.
And play. So why stop there? Just because we're adults, it shouldn't mean we stop trying new things. For me, starting a career in early years has meant not just a new job, but new skills, new friends.
Like me.
Yes, and a new sense of purpose. All that, and I can earn while I learn.
Yay, painting next.
Do something big. Work with small children. Such early years careers to find out more.
This is LBC with James O'Brien. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
25 minutes to 12 is the time. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. All things being well, Alexi Sales should be joining us in about 20 minutes' time. A bit less, actually, just over 10 minutes' time to tell us about a big fundraising event for health workers in Palestine that he is involved in. And I don't know whether he knows that he is cited regularly on the programme. That line he had about austerity being a political ideology that hinges upon the belief that the global financial crisis of 2008 was caused by there being too many libraries in Wolverhampton. It's got to be up there. And it's not quite on the woman I met when I was doing jury service level of boring repetition, but my goodness me, it's even in my last book. So I don't know whether that counts as being a role model, but certainly someone I've always admired enormously, and he'll be telling us a little bit more about this big event being organised by Voices of Solidarity shortly. Before that, we're looking at role models, but actually we're looking at the absence of role models and the way in which the conversation is so often backwards in this subject, on this subject. The government says new guidance will challenge manosphere myths as DFE, the Department of Education, reports epidemic scale misogyny. We may dig into that side of this story later in the week, but the area that interests me most this morning is the insistence that boys need help from positive male role models, or they need positive male role models, and trying to assemble, if you like, a picture of what one would actually look like in a way that recognises the boys who weren't lucky enough to wake up in a house that had a positive male role model in it every morning. Adam is in Hackney. Adam, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. First time caller to your show.
Welcome.
But thank you. I just wanted to say, so I grew up
my dad wasn't very emotionally present and was actually quite physically abusive towards us and my mother.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. He was the only consistent male that I had in my life, and so it was sort of the only model that I had to follow, as messed up as that seems. And he always encouraged me to sort of deal with any sort of stressful situation or any sort of, let's say, disrespect towards me with violence, almost to sort of prove my masculinity by dominating that person. And yeah, I mean, naturally I grew up with, following that tendency, and thank God it never went too far, I never got into trouble for it, but it really impacted my personal relationships with my friends.
I'm sure, because you have to be the top dog. Well, even the language is unhelpful, isn't it? Because the emotionally literate young man who can deal with problems calmly and patiently, one of the words we've written down on our list, is actually the one who should be described using superlative adjectives rather than the one that's going to knock somebody out if they disrespect them.
Yeah, and I guess the only way... That was a lot of big words.
That's what I do, Adam, that's what I do.
The only way I sort of broke out of that way of thinking, I guess there were two people in my life that had a really significant impact on me. And the first one was a teaching assistant I had in my secondary school. I'm not going to say his name, but he sort of recognized I had a tendency to deal with things in a very angry and explosive manner. And he was really patient with me and really took the time throughout the 3 years that I knew him to sort of teach me to deal with things, manage stressful situations and use my words and not my hands to sort of deal with stuff.
How old were you when you came into his orbit?
Well, gosh, when I started secondary.
So 11.
11, yeah.
It's a crucial moment, isn't it? I didn't do that. I mean, my schools, the private sector is different. You change school at 13. But when I think about this, that formative, that moment, when you move from primary school where you can be a big fish in a small pond, or where there is nurture and pastoral care, and you can feel a metaphorical or sometimes even an actual arm around you, and then you arrive in secondary school and you can disappear, or you can respond in the way that you might have done otherwise, which is, as you say, by sort of stepping up to the macho plate and starting to swing. And this chap got you in just the right moment. You came into your life at just the right moment.
I agree, and it was a breath of fresh air, to be honest. I sort of realized, okay, I don't have to be this kind of person. I can change. And the second role model, sorry, James, I truly want to say this, that was my first girlfriend. I hope my current girlfriend isn't listening to this, but my first girlfriend, who was she was studying to be a therapist, and so I got really lucky where I was sort of her first case study, and she really taught me to really, like I said before, use my words and sort of think about how I deal with stressful situations. And yeah, I think it's so important to have someone positive in your life, and the absence of that can have really, really negative consequences on both the person and society. I mean, imagine I didn't meet that teaching assistant or my girlfriend. I think I would probably be in prison or maybe doing other stuff,
No, I hear you. I do. How has it affected your relationship with your dad, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I mean, it's recovered a little bit, but it will never be as close as to if he wasn't the way he was when I was younger, if that makes sense. Of course that period of forming a really close relationship is gone, and even when I try to sort of force it upon myself, it just feels really unnatural.
Well, because he's not his, to go briefly into therapy speak, he's not his authentic self, and you are. So he is the thing that he wanted you to be, the person he had to become in order to, in his worldview, survive. And it doesn't matter where you are. I saw a lot of it in boarding school. People becoming something that wasn't the real them, because it's what got them to a point of survival. So you can't break through that lack of authenticity, because it's an obstacle to having a full relationship. It's extraordinary to hear you explain it like that. It really is, and to recognise the difference. Would you have known at the time? I mean, would you have known sort of, I think 11, 12, 13, if you'd been 15 by the time you encountered that teaching assistant? It could have been too late, couldn't it?
Possibly, yeah, but I want to say that I caught glimpses of what a healthy relationship looked like, and what having a positive role model looked like, because I would see other kids with their dads, and the concept of their dad being so loving and supportive of them was sort of foreign to me, and it fascinated me to see that. And I would often catch myself, I remember, like, just staring at them and then being bewildered.
Yeah, of course, because you don't know any different from what you've got, and yet this one teaching assistant, it's a shame you don't want to name him, because I bet, well, you can't really, can you? But I hope he knows.
I don't want to put him on the spot.
Does he know the difference?
No, he doesn't. I've tried to reach out to him, but I can't find him anymore.
Just on the old Facebook or something like that. I hope he's still in the business, because if he, imagine if he's having a wobble. He'd need to hear, wouldn't he, the difference that he has made to lives like yours, because that, I guess, is why you go into that profession. Adam, thank you, mate. Actually, before you go, Dan in Kent has been in touch. He says, I think Adam's current girlfriend would appreciate the fact that his first girlfriend helped him to become the man that he is now.
Thank you, Dan.
Fingers crossed, eh? Jamie is in Ellesmere Port. Jamie, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. Hope you're well.
Very well, mate. What's on your mind?
Yeah, you struck a nerve with me because I was just driving back to where I'm working, and I'd never really thought about male role models until you brought it up. Having never really had one my entire life, or brought up in a single parent family. Mum was incredible, very empathic, altruistic, caring, kind to everyone she knew, and did an amazing job with her 4 children. And so, as a young man, I used to just say, what you never had, you never miss.
Yes.
I don't know what it's like to have a dad, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yes.
I always thought that. And I'm gone.
Hey, take your time.
No, I'm good. It's only I'm 51 now,
right.
So I'm catching you.
Yes.
And I think I did have role models as in my peers. I was fortunate enough to, at the age of 14, get into skateboarding, and it's one of those sports that age is irrelevant. You can have a 55-year-old at a skate park with a 7-year-old at a skate park, and there's no difference there at all. So some of my friends were older than me, and they became the guys that were picking me up and taking me out skating and hanging out with me. And I've stayed on the straight and narrow. I've never been in trouble with the police. My mum was fearsome like that. She would. You were more afraid of your mother than you were of the police. Let's put it that way. With my older brother went on to be a policeman, but he was never around. He was not really there, and was still not really there. And it's only now, as an adult, I wonder what my life would have been like had I had a father figure. Would I be? I'm like my mum. Everyone tells me I'm like my mum. I'm very altruistic, and I put everyone first, and I forget to put myself first quite a lot. And then I get let down, and then it hurts. And I wish sometimes that I wasn't so like that.
Oh gosh. I do know exactly what you mean. Only because you've explained it so well. I mean, that is almost an upender, isn't it, compared to what people might expect the lack of a male role model to have provided? Because, I mean, in a way, it's hard to get your head around the notion of being too nice.
I hate it.
But you clearly feel that is a consequence of not having had. Well, what would we describe it as then? What would it? I mean, you sound like a really lovely bloke, and I suspect you're being a little bit too hard on yourself. And if people are letting you down, that's not a you problem, Jamie. That's a them problem.
No, I know. I hear it all the time. I hear that a lot.
I'm sure you do, because it's true. But it doesn't necessarily touch the sides of your feelings. What are we talking about? What might it would have been?
I don't know. I think as a young lad, like one of your other previous callers, I was fiercely defensive of my mother.
Yeah.
We didn't have a lot of money, and if someone ever criticised what I was wearing or anything, I would get physically violent.
Yeah.
Don't you say anything about my mum. She's And then obviously that's all changed as you get older. I don't know what a male role model would have done. I don't know, because how can I know?
But you've got to say, of course I do. I mean, it's always the way. But you've got a sense that it would have given you some tools that you feel you lack.
Yeah, and when I talk to people who've had their dad all their lives, and they're a little bit less like, just get on with it, mate. Do this, do that, and I don't go to pub drinking. I'm not misogynistic. I hate all of that. You know, I listen to your show to keep me on the straight and narrow, because occasionally the media can twist my mind to think, oh, maybe it is like that, and then I'll put you on our side to change. You know.
Well, there you've said that now, so my next bit that I was going to say is going to sound awful, because I was going to say it sounds like you've got things pretty sorted to me, but obviously that now sounds self-regarding given what you've just... But I think most people listening, I mean, nobody likes to be taken for a mug, which I think you've alluded to, but most people listening are probably, I mean, almost certainly thinking, I like the sound of Jamie. Do you like yourself enough?
I don't know. I know that I'm kind, because everyone keeps telling me I'm kind and stuff. But I just sometimes I feel like, are they getting me?
Well, that could be a whole heap of different things. I've got one question for you.
Yeah.
Would your mum be proud of you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, she would.
What are you worried about?
Yeah. If she was here, she would. Yeah.
That's it. Mission accomplished.
Yeah. Cheers, James.
Whoa, blimey, it took me deep then, Jamie. You look after yourself, won't you? And I do, I'm not being glib. I'm not going to make a phone call to a radio station and feel something inside you shift, but I promise you most people getting in touch with the programme think you sound like a top man. And all of us sometimes think that we're not getting it right. And the more likely you are to think that way, the more self-examining you do, the more likely it is that actually you're doing better than you realise. It's 11:48.
This is LBC.
This is what award-winning customer service sounds like from real Octopus Energy calls.
You just get it right, the customer service, the sort of communication. You stepped it up, I think, for an energy company, so well done.
Octopus Energy, great value and outstanding customer service, recommended by which 8 years running.
For simple, fuss-free pet insurance policies for cats and dogs, visit petsinnapickle.co.uk. For actual pickles, try the supermarket.
Thanks to a blend of petrol and electric, fill up less this summer with the self-charging Mazda 2 Hybrid Centerline. It's available to finance for £199 per month with 0% APR representative. To go further for less this summer, search Mazda 2 Hybrid. Mazda Financial Services, PCP over 48 months, deposit of 5395, optional final payment of 9833. Indemnities may be required, terms apply, see website. Do you like the kind of work that has plenty of giggles? Where you'll build lifelong skills? Keep right. And then turn right. Towers. Where you'll feel part of a team. Or even have the chance to lead one. Where every little thing you do makes a big difference.
Superstar, you did it!
Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more.
Chase is the digital bank that puts you first.
What does that mean?
Well, most people don't bank 9 to 5. That's why Chase customer support is available 24/7.
So I can contact them whenever works best for me?
You've got it. You can chat to a real person through the app.
That's handy.
And you can always call up to speak with them directly.
Now we're talking.
Join the UK's #1 bank for customer satisfaction. Chase. See what your money can do. 18 plus UK residents. Eligibility applies. Claim based on YouGov UK Banks and Building Societies Rankings 2024. Verify at chase.co.uk/YouGov.
Last minute EasyJet flights. Get it while it's hot. From just £30 one way kind of hot. And there's still lots of hot deals to be had this summer. Book now at easyjet.com. Get out there. Selected flights July to September. Limited availability. T's and C's apply.
Octopus Energy. Great value and outstanding customer service. Recommended by which 8 years running. Octopus Energy.
James O'Brien on LBC.
It is 11:51. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. We may return to that territory, or some of that territory. We've not done it before, have we, from that angle? I think we'd agree that the callers that rang in justified entirely the decision to treat that story in the way that we did. Change of pace now, change of subject entirely. Voices of Solidarity are organising an evening of music, comedy and spoken word in honour and support of health workers in Palestine. They've raised Voices for Gaza raised about £200,000 at the Camden Roundhouse in 2024, and the latest initiative aims rather higher, seeks to raise about £1 million for people trying desperately to provide healthcare in Gaza, which has, as we've detailed on this programme, become increasingly difficult, and has become also increasingly difficult to avoid the fear that the healthcare provision in that region is being deliberately destroyed in order to make any prospect of return to normality, let alone return to the territory, feasible. 11:52 is the time. Alexis Sale, who needs no introduction, is one of the big names on the bill, and he joins me now. Alexi, thank you. I should just say thank you for something completely different as well. I think I quote one of your lines more than any other on the programme at the moment, the one about austerity having its roots in the belief that the global financial crisis of 2008 was caused by there being too many libraries in Wolverhampton. If I was paying you a royalty for that, you wouldn't need to do this fundraiser, I don't think.
No, I would send all those funds that raised, you'd send them to Palestine, medical aid to Palestine.
And how dire is the situation there? Because, of course, journalists can't get in. Some charities can. Aid workers themselves routinely get killed. 1,400 health workers already suffered that fate. What do we know about the state of hospitals and healthcare in the region?
They're on life support themselves, really. It's clearly a deliberate policy. Do you remember when the genocide started? There was this pretense that the Al-Aqsa hospital had actually been hit by a Hamas missile, and Biden said, it was the other. And that pretense has been abandoned now. That clearly the Israeli occupation forces are intent on smashing all hospitals, all schools, all universities, all homes, and it's a genocidal policy of ethnic cleansing. And all we can do, all people of conscience can do, is to try and oppose it, really. But it's clearly deliberate.
And what is, in the rubble that remains, providing healthcare becomes close to impossible. Where does the money go that you're hoping to raise?
I think it will go to two charities, Doctors for Palestine, that attempt to just improve the medical services in Gaza, and I guess in the West Bank as well. Because for Palestinians, the act of merely staying alive is an act of resistance. I think really that is that what the Israelis want to do is eradicate the Palestinian people, is either kill them or drive them from their land, and just to stay there, just to stay alive, is really an act of resistance in itself, I think.
I spoke to Francesca Albanese last week, the United Nations Special Rapporteur, about the escalations that we've witnessed in recent months, and even as someone that monitors these matters for a living, she has been surprised by the impunity with which the IDF appears to act in Gaza now. Would you share that surprise?
It is shocking, really. But what it speaks to as well is that we sometimes congratulate ourselves that our system is better than other systems. That we're better than China or we're better than Russia. But I think the situation in Gaza specifically, and in Palestine in general, shows that we're not. We are just as genocidal. We are just as cruel as any of those dictatorships. Our system is no better. As long as we allow this monstrosity to continue, then we are morally reprehensible. We're as bad as
it's the question
China or Russia or
complicity. The question of complicity that Francesca Albanese's last report was about. It's quite a bill. Do you know what you're going to be doing tonight? Yeah.
Well, I was thinking. It's difficult, really, because it's actually difficult to stand up like that. Well, let's have 20,000 dead children. Now let's have a laugh.
Yes.
I think I will. I've been talking. I think I'll probably read my poem. I hate Keir Starmer. I think that's it. It's become a favourite on the left, a panto favourite, and I may put in some new. Update it for topical references. So I think I'll probably read my poem, my slam, and I may, of course, because I have these viral TikTok videos in which I do interpretive dance and explain Marxism, which is upwards of...
Well, if that doesn't have them queuing around the block, Alexi Sell, I don't know what will. I really don't. You can get tickets at troxy.co.uk. Voice.
Go straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Turn left. Get ready. Turn left. Turn left. straight on. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Go straight on.
costs of all Afghan schemes that will run to their completion from start to finish because of the savings derived from the policy decisions we've taken today will be between 5.5 and 6 billion pounds. The cost of the ARR scheme to date, the cost and the sums committed to bring the 900 principals and their immediate families that are in Britain or in transit is around 400 million, and I expect a similar sum to be the cost of those still to come. Mr. Speaker, finally on RIMA, I think I said in my statement to the House that RIMA recognises the uncertainties, recognises the brutal nature of the Afghan Taliban regime, recognises that there can never be any risk, there can never be no risk in any judgments and decisions like this.
It was a scheme that was set up by the UK government to provide refuge and potential asylum to people who had helped, Afghans who had helped the reconstruction efforts and the British military in the 20-year war in Afghanistan, the UK military's longest war. Clearly many of those people, when the Taliban came back, were at risk of potential reprisal. Indeed, the UK government worried that this list, if it got into the wrong hands, could be a kill list. That is precisely what happened. At the very least, it got into the hands of people who shouldn't have had it, because by accident, we now know, a civil servant accidentally emailed it to the wrong people. It was this data breach, and then there was a great fear from the UK government, as I say, that it could get into the hands of the Taliban. I was made aware of it in August 2023. A couple of days later, I received an email, just appeared in my inbox, much to my surprise, basically summoning me to an emergency online hearing because the government was proposing to issue me with an injunction.
Can I ask you, between you being told about that breach and receiving that email, had you made inquiries?
To the Ministry of Defence, yes, I had. That's why they knew that I'd known about it. At the time, it was ourselves and the Daily Mail, I think, who knew about it. We were the first to be injuncted. It only took a matter of days. We went to this hearing. As I say, it was taking place in August, so it was online. And already I was quite puzzled as to why they would need an injunction, because I had made clear that we didn't intend to report anything until we obviously had agreed with the Ministry of Defence. Well, I knew it had happened, but more because obviously it potentially there were safety issues involved. Of course, I would never report anything irresponsibly. Nonetheless, the government came back and said we want an injunction because we're so concerned about knowledge of this data set getting out there. We want to prevent anyone from reporting the story at all. And during this hearing, and again, this was to my surprise to an even greater extent, the judge at the time said, well, don't you think you ought to have a super injunction? For people who aren't aware of the sort of legal terminology, an injunction is preventing you from reporting something. A super injunction is preventing you from reporting something, but also telling anyone that you've been prevented from reporting something. Now, the interesting thing about that is, or the novel thing about that, no government had ever taken out a super injunction to prevent a journalist from reporting a story which was clearly in the public interest.
They're normally used for individuals.
For privacy, usually celebrities and so on wanted to protect their privacy about this, that, or the other super injunctions. It had never said this in court. It was constitutionally unprecedented. It was denying not only the public the right to know, not only denying the press's right to report, but obviously, ultimately, Parliament's right to scrutinise. Now, at the time, I was puzzled by it, but I could sort of understand the logic, because their argument was, look, this is for a very time-limited period. We know it's unusual, but we want to try and get people out who might be affected. And of course, rights to expression, the press, and so on. But that is nonetheless in pale into insignificance by comparison to the threat to life, of course. A few months elapse, and it becomes clear the government has changed its mind. It was no longer proposing at that time, we can go on to how this changed, but at that time it was only proposing to remove 200 principals who were on the list, which would probably be about 1,000 people.
Principals being the person who worked for the UK, and
Indeed.
Then beyond that you have
their family members. And that's why you get to the 100,000 figure. 18,000 people on the list, 33,000 bits of information about those people on the list, and about 100,000 people potentially at risk who are related to the people who are on the list. So huge numbers of people, right? The government then says, well, don't think we're really going to be able to get these people out. And I go, okay, fine. So then we're going to be able to report this. Well, no, Mr. Goodall, because we're now proposing to keep this injunction going potentially indefinitely, or at least until such time as we can be sure the Taliban know about it. Now, we had reasonable reason to believe that the Taliban may already have known about it. The government themselves conceded the Taliban may well have known about it, because they couldn't exactly just phone them up and ask them whether or not they had it. But the government's argument was that the risk to life was so great by this data set that any reporting of this anywhere, even reporting that we had been injuncted, would be such a threat and a problem and a potential threat to the right to life that it was worth keeping the injunction going.
Were you already thinking at this point this is more about risk to reputation than risk to life?
Well, I was actually, because you've got to remember the context. By this time, the hearings were early 2024. What do we know was coming in 2024? A general election. And it became clear as well that it wasn't just about the politics. And I think this would have been, as it was proven to be, an explosive story, and it would have damaged the then Sunak government. But we could see from some of the documents that were coming through the court, the government at the time, what was Rishi Sunak's mantra and motto? Was stop the boats. Now, I'm not saying that the government didn't necessarily convince itself that there were good security reasons to do this, and indeed that was their assessment. But was it convenient to try and push this and push this and push this and drag their feet? As I say, these were secret courts. No one was allowed to attend who weren't parties to the case. Was it not clear throughout? It was clear to me throughout that the government, in terms of the decision-making, the timing, when ministers were meeting, constantly trying to push hearings back, it was clear that they were playing for time. And as I say, what I couldn't understand about it at the time is we're not proposing to help anyone, so surely the whole premise of the super injunction falls away. Now, over time, as we know, the court process itself did check this, and the government did decide to help more and more people, because the court itself
under a newly named scheme.
Under a newly named scheme. Now, there is some disagreement, as you heard in that from ministers and ourselves in the press about how many people this involves. At the very minimum, we can say that 6,900 people have either come to the UK or been invited to come to the UK who would not otherwise have qualified for ARA, but do so now, or the equivalent scheme, because of the data breach, because their risk calculus has gone up because of the data breach. Now, actually, we've seen court documents to suggest actually that number is actually substantially higher. It could actually be in tens of thousands, ultimately. One way or the other, at a very minimum, this is all going to cost £800 million. Government itself accepts that. As I say, we saw court documents which suggest it could actually cost billions and billions of pounds, perhaps up to £7 billion. Now, whether it's 800 million, whether it's 7 billion, whether it's somewhere in between, whether it's 6,900, whether it's 50,000.
Parliament should know about it.
You would think, wouldn't you, Sheila, that at some point in the biggest covert secret resettlement scheme that this government has ever done, certainly in peacetime, an enormous cost, the government, that Parliament ought to have been asked about it. And you can look at that from either side of the ledger. You could say, particularly from maybe from the left or the liberal side of politics, you say, well, actually, it should be more. Because even if we're taking tens of thousands, the truth is, as I say...
I texted him saying, what are you reading? Because I thought I might know. And he sent me back Lewis's article for LBC about what had happened.
Available on the app.
Available on the app. But this was the first time that he was reading it. This is the first time that people are reading about this, and they are genuinely shocked. In Parliament. And they, I'm just going to read you some of those messages from a number of different people. This is so shocking. really crazy. Another person, lots of layers to it, but on the face of it, it looks like a massive cover-up and a failure of democracy. I spoke to someone as well of cabinet minister level of this Labour government who didn't know about it as well, so just kind of really hammering that point that people did not know about this. And that was on purpose. That was not accidental. A super injunction was put in place to stop Parliament knowing. And the point that Lewis made to James O'Brien that I've just been thinking about ever since is that had Parliament known, the government, the Conservative government, and then perhaps this Labour government may well likely have been forced to act differently. But the point that they kept this covered up, the point that this was so secretive, allowed them to behave in a certain way and spend, as Lewis has said, we don't know exactly how much money, we don't know exactly how much money it projected to be, but millions, billions of pounds, and they were able to behave in that way because nobody knew, because there was this total veil of secrecy over this. And we have had, we should say, an apology in the Commons already for John Healey. But the apology is, I am sorry about the data breach. It may have occurred 3 years ago under the previous government, but to all those whose information was compromised, I offer a sincere apology today on behalf of the British government.
Which is important to do.
That's correct. That's completely correct. Exactly. And James Cartledge, who of course was the Defence Minister, he's now the Shadow Defence Secretary, said, I agree, it is right. We all agree it was right. An apology is issued specifically to those whose data was compromised. What they're not apologising for is the super injunction. And the point that they would make as well was that they felt they needed to have a super injunction to keep people safe. But also what John Healey did when he got into government was commission this review by a former senior civil servant. The Rimmer Review, exactly, which basically found there was little evidence of intent by the Taliban to conduct a campaign of retribution against former officials. Now, I think and that was.
But he also didn't rule out risk, did he?
He said Rimmer is clear. He stresses the uncertainty of any judgments and does not rule out any risk. But I think it was that, and Lewis can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was that, plus the campaign by the journalists to try and get this super injunction overturned.
But Rimmer also says, and I think this is the final point that John Healey made when he was reiterating what Rimmer had said, that Labour inherited a policy that was an extreme intervention. The super injunction was an extreme intervention.
Exactly.
I think that the title of the super injunction is to me struck me contra mundum, against the world.
Yes.
And
yes.
you know,
although Sheila, the ridiculous thing about this, and something that we argue repeatedly, although actually in fairness it didn't happen, and we can talk about how remarkable in some ways it is that the injunction held in the sort of media age that we're living in. Of course, if a media organisation had got wind of it from a jurisdiction outside the UK, let's say New York Times for the sake of argument, they would have been able to publish it without any problem. We wouldn't have been able to publish what they had said in the UK.
You could have been jailed for speaking about it,
when
but the New York Times could have been covering it.
Absolutely, and that is. But that said, I have to say, something that the judge actually has said, I think, on occasion, is that he or alluded to, is that he's been surprised. It's actually in his final judgment. He alludes to this, or says that he's been surprised actually that the super injunction held for 2 years. When you consider the media environment it is, considering actually how many people, as I've already been talking about this afternoon, how many people did know about it. It was in a Facebook group. It was reasonably well known in Afghanistan. More and more media parties joined over time. It's actually remarkable, and it really surprised me, clearly surprised the judge, that the super injunction held for as long as it did. It says something, certainly, about still how the force of law operates in the country. And that's one of the reasons why I think that this cannot and should not set a precedent. This should not and cannot happen again. There are means and ways of working with journalists to ensure that what is reported in the public interest is reported and what isn't in the public interest is not reported. For example, we've spent a long time in court just in the last week, I feel like I've never left that courtroom, talking about the government suggesting that perhaps they might want to have an extra injunction to prevent the publication of specific names and details and so on. Now, of course, no responsible media organisation would have any interest in publishing the specific names and specific details of anyone on the list. No, of course not. So, responsible media organisations would always work with the government. Indeed, when I approached them, I was said, we're not going to publish this until we have a plan as to what you want us to say.
There are more humdrum examples where we do it all the time.
All the time.
During trials, or if there is a hostage situation, not reporting it keeps people safe while negotiations happen. They're two just smaller examples, but they happen relatively
all the time. And I can understand, of course, I mean, like, I've wrestled with it a lot over the 2 years about the conundrum the government would have found itself in trying to think about the safety of those that had been affected by the government's own mistake. And I do understand that, and that is why I understood the initial justification, even though it left me a bit queasy. I do not think there can be, could be, and should ever be again the justification for denying Parliament and the public the right to know something that is of such crucial import to public debate and politics at any given moment.
And Aggie, on that, what do you expect to flow from here? I mean, the clues were almost in the statements of the Minister and the Shadow Minister, because you'll want the Public Accounts Committee, which is one of the most powerful committees in Parliament, will want to look at the spend on this and get underneath some of those questions that haven't yet been answered about numbers. There are all, as you've seen or as you've reported already, backbenchers are furious that the very role they have there has been trampled on.
I think you're completely right. I think we will see both of those strands play out. I think there will be questions too about migrant routes. Just on that point about people not knowing as well, I just asked one different MP what would have happened, they thought, if Parliament had been informed initially, and they replied to me saying they would have had to have taken more people to protect them and their families' right. So they abandoned those people who helped us and just threw the civil servant under the bus. So I think you can see some of the anger. I expect to see lots more of that from backbenchers, actually on both sides, because, as Lewis has said, this is Conservative government did this, Labour government did this, although Labour government, it has now been lifted under them. So I think anger from both sides. There were the words public inquiry was said during that statement. They were said sorry, under the breath, and John Healey saying don't think we should have that. But I wonder
how neither side thought it was very good.
Just that, but let's just immediately rule out that. But I wonder whether there will be calls for that too. So lots and lots of questions. And as I say, I think it's worth just reiterating one more time. Lots of MPs, lots of politicians on both sides, still just reading, absorbing this incredibly shocking story, because it's been an hour and a half since anyone on both sides of the House found out about it.
And of course, a lot of these MPs will be MPs for some of the thousands of Afghan people who've been
all their family members.
Yeah.
And think about, I mean, there's another element that was discussed in court: compensation. People, would have the right to seek redress and compensation, and I'm sure that people will. But for these 2 years, those people have not even been made aware as to what has happened. So how could they possibly try and seek compensation? Again, people say justice delayed is justice denied. How can secret justice ever be justice? That's the question that I'm left with.
Thanks, Lewis, and I'm guessing this will be the topic of conversation on the newsagents.
There is a special episode of the newsagents out right now.
It's already there. Okay.
So there's plenty to chew into.
Thank you, and thanks to Aggie as well, Aggie Chambriel, with his political correspondent. I'm sure you've got plenty of parliamentary conversations to be having between now and the rest of the afternoon. Thank you. We'll speak to Kevin Hurley in a few moments, former senior police advisor to NATO in Afghanistan. It's 1:32. Let's get the headlines first from Amelia Cox.
LBC can reveal the government spent 2 years using an unprecedented super injunction to cover up a data breach which put thousands of Afghans at risk. Names and personal details were leaked of people who'd applied for sanctuary in the UK after supporting British military operations during the war in Afghanistan. The super injunction has now been lifted by a judge. A couple have been found guilty of the murder of their 2-year-old grandson. Ethan Ives Griffiths was dangerously dehydrated and severely underweight when he collapsed from a head injury in North Wales in 2021. And a drought has been declared in more parts of the UK. The West and East Midlands joins much of the northwest of England and parts of Yorkshire. LBC weather, heavy rain continuing to move eastwards, followed by scattered showers. Windy for many, particularly in the south, highs of 23 degrees.
This is LBC.
This summer, deciding between eating, drinking and chatting is over, thanks to the new Tipple Topper from Waitrose. Our mini charcuterie boards sit on top of your wine glass and come with delicious nibbles, such as Milano salami, Iberico cheese wedges, tangy pickles, olives and crunchy bruschetta bites. Perfect for mingling without juggling plates. Let your summer side out with Waitrose. Selected lines and stores subject to availability.
For my business to grow, I need
to find a bigger space,
loads of stock ready for the busy spell.
I need a new wood chipper.
I need to move our fleet over to electric vehicles.
New machinery for the factory floor.
Whatever your business needs, wherever you are, talk to Barclays. With our biggest ever loan fund and expert support at every step, we're here to help your business grow. Grow your business. Bank on Barclays. Search Barclays Business Banking. Subject to normal lending assessment, status and application. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you like the sound of work that has plenty of giggles? Where you'll build lifelong skills, as well as wobbly towers. Where you'll feel part of a team, or even have the chance to lead one. Where every little thing you do makes a big difference.
Superstar, you did it!
Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more.
Big, big, big motoring world. Wow, wow, wow motoring world.
Yes, that's right. Big Motoring World is also Wow Motoring World because we price check our cars every day to guarantee you our best price, with up to 95% of them below market value. Big Motoring World. We're big on what matters to you. See website for nearest store. Visit bigmotoringworld.co.uk or one of our stores for our price promise and terms and conditions.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
Now, if you are listening throughout the afternoon, forgive me for some repetition, but this is such a big story that we are discussing, I think, throughout the afternoon now. And it's not complex. What's happened to the events has been complex with the court super injunction, but there's a lot of detail to it, so I will be repeating some of that detail to favour people who are just joining us throughout the afternoon and haven't heard it right from the very beginning. If you are such a person, let me just do that right now. The government, it has emerged, spent nearly 2 years using an unprecedented super injunction called a contra mundum, means against the world, to prevent the public from learning about a catastrophic MOD data breach that exposed the personal details of thousands of Afghan people who had worked with UK forces. Thousands of them and their families, which makes the numbers even larger, upwards of 100,000 people. The breach involved the Afghan Relocations and Assistance Policy, ARAP as it's known. That's the scheme that many people will be familiar with, set up to offer sanctuary in the UK to Afghans who supported British military operations during what was an incredibly long war, a 20-year war in Afghanistan. And we've talked about that many times, certainly since the Taliban took over in 2021 again, and that desperation that we saw of many of those people and others trying to get out of Kabul on that day. Well, more than 18,000 applicants to that Arab scheme were affected in the breach of data. Their names, their contact details, their email addresses and phone numbers were leaked. And when family members are included, that number, as I said, goes upwards to around 100,000 people. We have just heard in the House of Commons John Healey, the Defence Secretary, and his shadow responding to him, revealing that that super injunction, a year into Labour being in power, it was a super injunction that was sought by the previous Conservative government, but that super injunction has been lifted today. Now, Lewis Goodall, our own Lewis Goodall, you've just been hearing from him in the first half hour of the show, and before that with James O'Brien, knew about this story, was given initial details about this story over 2 years ago, and very quickly became part of or had to adhere to that super injunction along with a small number of other journalists and news organisations. That's been lifted today. That's one thing. So the threat to the individual Afghan people and their family is one thing, and a very important thing. Then you have the silencing of the press for over 2 years, but extraordinarily keeping Parliament in the dark, completely in the dark. Even John Healey, the Defence Secretary, was subject to this super injunction. And when he was a shadow Defence Secretary, he was told about it because the role he had allowed him to be told about it, but he was also subject to it. So it meant that he couldn't discuss the fact that he couldn't discuss it with anyone, including, I think, it looks as though that includes the Prime Minister. So obviously the human end of this story, if you see what I mean, the human element of this story about the Afghan people who had helped British forces, and then to a large degree been left to their own devices in that chaotic departure from Afghanistan. That is one big strand of this story. But I cannot get past the other one, which is that Parliament, that's you and me. We put MPs in Parliament to be our voices in our democracy, inside the most powerful court in the land, the highest court in the land. Don't think of Parliament as somewhere over there. Parliament is you and me. And we were kept in the dark. Parliament was kept completely in the dark about this. This couldn't be more serious. It couldn't be more serious. Parliament will now be able to do what it's supposed to do, which is to really scrutinise and make accountable ministers for their decisions, for spending decisions, for moral decisions around this, on the numbers of people that they've taken in both the Arab scheme and a new scheme that we've only heard about today. It was essentially a secret scheme, the ARR, that was a replacement for Arab, that was created to assist a small amount of those thousands of Afghans whose details had been revealed in that breach. So this really couldn't be more serious. Kevin Hurley joins me, former senior police advisor to NATO in Afghanistan in 2018 and 2019.
Right, and then turn right. Turn right. Time to get the job done. Okay, let's find a new route. Time to hit the road. turn left. Let's do this. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Go straight on. Go straight on, and then turn right. Turn right. roundabout, take the second exit. Exit now.
Such a golden opportunity for disability rights, should have been a golden opportunity for disability rights, for a shift in attitudes. I was certainly educated on a number of fronts during my preparation for covering those games, and the fact of covering those games and the amazing people I met covering those games. I was educated by it. And it was such a brilliant moment, and I don't doubt that great things have flowed from it. So Ellie came to my mind straight away when I read this story today about the Spanish national team player, Lamine Yamal. He's only 18. His birthday party, his 18th birthday party, is going to be investigated by the Spanish government, no less, because he or whoever organised it hired people with dwarfism for entertainment and people with paid breast size guests, as they were called. So women with large boobs paid to come and be there because they had large boobs. That's actually nothing new, is it, really, when you think about it? But it's in the same, to me, it's in the same ballpark of exploitation. And is this really what we're still doing in this day and age? When you think about people with all kinds of disabilities, let's focus in on people with dwarfism. That such a common way of viewing people with dwarfism has been to make fun of them or to regard them as intrinsically comical in some way. Imagine for a second what that can do, not inevitably does, but can do to a person's confidence, self-esteem, happiness, mental well-being. If the first thing anybody thinks about when they think about dwarfism is ha ha ha, ha ha ha, hilarious, comical creatures, comical characters, ha ha ha. And then this happens in modern day Spain, in modern day Europe. It's hard to believe, really. It's hard to believe. If you or somebody in your family or in your life has dwarfism, has battled this, you imagine you're going for a job interview for whatever job it is, whatever career job it is. Is it in the back of your mind that people might be reacting ha 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 rather than, oh, let's listen to what this person has to say, or let's listen to what this swimmer's capable of, or let's see what this swimmer's capable of, let's see what this person's capable of? Or are you afraid that all people will be thinking is ha ha ha, quite funny? And the same goes, I think, for women's bodies, particular aspects of women's bodies. I guarantee you, women with obviously large breasts, a lot of them, will have been told that in the street and elsewhere a lot by people, as though that's their defining feature. And that's diminishing of a person. Of course it's diminishing of a person. So what does it say about us that this birthday party can be deemed acceptable? What does it make you if you hire people with dwarfism for entertainment for your child's 18th birthday party? Because I'm guessing the parents organised it. Or if they didn't, they certainly approved it. What does it say about you if that's what you're doing? 0345 6060 973, the number you can text 84850. Gillian Martin joins me, former chair of the Restricted Growth Association UK and an advocate for disability rights. Gillian has dwarfism herself. Hello there, Gillian. Good to have you on the programme.
Hello. Nice to speak to you again, Sheila.
Well,
sad circumstances, yes. But here we go.
I mean, I'm probably more shocked than you, am I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think there's always two sides to these tales, because you're going to have the people that do the work, and they'll probably get paid a handsome sum for doing the work. But my biggest issue with it is, as you quite rightly point out, what is going through the minds of people, A, that think this is acceptable or fun, and I'd always pose a question like, would you consider hiring anyone with a different disability for your own entertainment? And if so, why is this any different? And the second thing I would just say is, the problem, when I was the chair of the RGA, I used to get contacted by a lot of parents who actually are of average height themselves, because the condition that usually occurs between average height people, it's a misconception that everyone who is small has small parents. And the reality is, you've got adults who've just had a child with dwarfism, it's maybe 3 or 4 years old, absolutely their world, and then suddenly they're exposed to stories like this that terrify them, that they start to think about their children's future and how they're going to be treated. Now, a few years ago, I don't know if you remember, I think I spoke to James actually, it wasn't yourself. A few years ago, there was a dwarf wrestling that happened in the UK, and we took some time to try and cancel these venues. And the reason why, it's because what it does, it shapes an acceptable behaviour towards people with dwarfism in general. And it kind of concerns that it's okay to laugh at this. It's okay to pat my head as I walk down the street. It's
Does that
okay.
happen to you?
It has done in the past, not now, because I think I'm a bit scary now. I've reached menopause. I look like I'll punch somebody. But I tell you what, though, when your researchers got in touch with me, at first I was quite encouraged, because when you said, I read the dwarfism bit, and then when I read the large breast bit, I thought, oh, so we're now seen as actual sexual beings. That's a good thing. I thought, oh, we've moved on.
And you're like, oh no, the breasts aren't about us.
Yes. Yeah, I was actually disappointed, because I thought, wow, because I've got very big breasts myself, do you know what I mean? I'd be like, okay, I'm up for it. No, I'm not really, I'm only messing. But I think it's dehuman. In all seriousness, it's incredibly dehumanising, and it doesn't do a lot for the future treatment and well-being of people with dwarfism and any disability for that matter. I mean, we've heard the headlines, haven't we, this week about the horrible treatment that's gone on in care homes for people with disabilities.
And sadly, that's not new either.
It's absolutely abhorrent, in my view. It's abhorrent, but then at the same time, the people that do it, they'll probably argue it's the only work they can get, or they'll say it's a handsome sum. If I'm getting paid, £300, £400, £500 for a night's work, what's the harm? And that's the other side of it, you see.
And do people with dwarfism say that? Some of them?
Some of them do, yes. Some of them do. I mean, the particular well-known person that has an acting agency, and they get paid handsome sums for being stags, chained to stag do's, chained to the stag at the stag night, all night. So literally, whatever happens to the stag, the man with dwarfism is trained to him. So whether he goes to the toilet to be sick or whatever he gets up to, he's permanently got this man with dwarfism chained to him. I mean, that is just abhorrent as well. And it's the same kind of thing. I know, it's the same kind of thing. And there'll be people, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm really ranting on here, but my husband once nearly got into a fight. We were at our local gym, he was in the sauna, and these men were having a chat, and they were laughing about the gig that they'd had a gig they'd gone to the other night, and there was this stag, and they had this they obviously actually referred to the person with the M-word, but so they had this man with dwarfism chained to him, and they were having a really good laugh, and my husband, oh wow, he was so infuriated. He started to get quite annoyed and tried to talk to them about it, and I was actually in one of the other steam rooms at the time, and I don't know whether me being there had kind of instigated this conversation. But it's awful. It's horrendous, Sheila. And I completely agree with everything you said about Ella. She's fantastic.
Isn't she amazing?
The documentary she's produced recently has just really come on leaps and bounds. And you think 2 steps forward, and then a story like this comes up, and it's 3 steps back.
And in the conversations that you have with people with dwarfism about, I'm thinking of employment in particular, but then social life as well could be a factor, couldn't it, in terms of confidence and everything?
Hugely.
But in employment, for example, if all of us, most of us anyway, have got an example of walking through the door for a job interview and thinking, I don't really know how this goes well. A woman going through the door might, depending on what she knows about the organisation, might fear that she's being judged because she's a woman. Mm-hmm. A black person going through the door might fear that they're being judged. When it comes to dwarfism, is there a fear that people just will not take you seriously because ha ha ha? Completely.
I mean, I used to be a primary school teacher, believe it or not, and I do. And I do, I don't know why I said that. I do, because no one can see me, can they, Tom? But quite a number of, and I do have, I have some ladies, some colleagues with dwarfism who also taught in schools. But the point I'm making is, I had to make my application stand out, really, when I was applying for jobs. And I was almost over-proving that I could do this job in the application. I wanted them just to get through, to get through to the interview process. I actually asked them to get a job, obviously. But yes, completely. But the other side of it is, and it'd be really remiss of me not to point this out. So general jobs. So like if you wanted to work in a coffee, one of the famous coffee shops, or do something that's not necessarily a professional role. it's very, very hard to access these jobs when you have to autism because of health and safety reasons. So I couldn't, for example, me, myself now, I mean, thankfully I don't have to work full time. I work for myself. But if I wanted to just go out and apply for a job, the pool is very limited. I couldn't work in a shop because you're expected to stand up all day. I couldn't when the tills and the counters were too high. I couldn't work in a bar for the very same reason. I mean, if there are callers or anyone who wants to ring up and prove me wrong and tell me that they're working somewhere that their disability is fully embraced and accepted, that's
well, let's hope they do, because if they are, it'll be because they're getting appropriate support to do it, from their employer. We'll be making those reasonable adjustments we hear so much about. Thank you, Gillian. Very good to talk to you. Gillian Martin, former chair of the Restricted Growth Association UK. She's also an advocate for disability rights. Your calls on this in a few moments. And Aggie Chambray, LBC's political correspondent, will join me as well. 3:70.
This is LBC.
When we're little, we don't overthink things. We're brave, confident, we laugh and ask questions. And play. So why stop there? Just because we're adults, it shouldn't mean we stop trying new things. For me, starting a career in early years has meant not just a new job, but new skills, new friends.
Like me?
Yes, and a new sense of purpose. All that, and I can earn while I learn.
Yay, painting next.
Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more. Big, big, big motoring world.
Wow, motoring world.
Yes, that's right. Big Motoring World is also Wow Motoring World because we price check our cars every day to guarantee you our best price, with up to 95% of them below market value. Big Motoring World. We're big on what matters to you. See website for nearest store. Visit bigmotoringworld.co.uk or one of our stores for our price promise and terms and conditions.
You could be a lotto millionaire like Terry. Get your ticket for tonight's draw. The National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with Well Kid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The Well Kid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and vitabiotics.com.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I will get to your calls in just a few moments, but Aggie's here, Aggie Chambray, LBC's political correspondent, because Sir Keir Starmer is having something of a clear-out, not of ministers. This is not a reshuffle, just to be clear.
This is not a reshuffle, no, Sheila, but this is a big moment nonetheless. Sir Keir Starmer has suspended at least 3 of his own MPs, suspended the whip from them, effectively meaning they are no longer Labour MPs over what has been called persistent breaches of party discipline. And I can tell you those 3 MPs are Neil Duncan Jordan, Chris Hinchcliffe and Brian Leishman. Now, this obviously follows that extremely controversial welfare vote, which the government was forced to do a partial, if not full, U-turn on a couple of weeks ago. And I am told that those 3 MPs, that is at a minimum. So at the moment, these 3, as they were then Labour MPs, went in separately to meet the Chief Whip. And I'm told Labour MPs are still being asked to include themselves in this investigation that the Chief Whip is doing. So I mentioned that welfare vote. You will remember, of course, that 120 MPs signed that reasoned amendment about a week before, and there was a worry that the entire legislation would fall. It would have fallen had they not done that U-turn. And there was an understanding from Labour MPs that there was real safety in numbers. They were able to vote against the government, they were able to sign this reasoned amendment because there were so many of them.
They can't sack all of us, kind of thing.
They can't sack all of us. Well, they can't sack all of them, but they can sack some of them. When we say sack, we mean remove the whip from them. And this follows, last summer, almost exactly a year to the day, there was a SNP, Scottish National Party amendment on the 2-child cap. And that 7 Labour MPs, as they were then, voted with with another party's it's an amendment, but it was another party's vote, really. And those 7 MPs lost the whip then. That was seen as a real shock move then. And so that's why I say this about safety numbers. I've spoken to so many MPs who just said cannot remove the whip from all of us. But they have decided to single out some of these MPs who they feel, so I use that language there that's given to the Times, that quote of persistent breaches of party discipline. And there's also, the backdrop of this is also this new party being formed. So one of those 7 MPs who was suspended last year, you will remember, was Zara Sultana. She quit Labour a couple of weeks ago, and said she was going to start this new party with Jeremy Corbyn. And I think there were worries about some of these MPs potentially being in talks with that new party, which is added to this. But I spoke to one Labour MP who has not had the whip removed, who described this, and these are his words, as the political equivalent of putting a hand on a spike and basically saying to MPs, do not mess with us. Don't break the whip. We need to get back to having discipline. And that kind of very stark image of basically suggesting that this was saying to all MPs, we can't suspend the whip from all of you, but if you break the whip, if you persistently do breaches of discipline, then this could happen to you.
Gosh, that's interesting, isn't it? Whatever the level of removal from the PLP, the Parliamentary Labour Party, this is something of a schism forming here, isn't it, within that Parliamentary Labour Party. The new party hasn't been formed yet, but we're told it will be. We'll see how that develops. No political party needs this kind of split, does it, as it goes forward?
Well, I think Labour HQ and indeed Number 10 have chosen to have this row. They've chosen to have this specific split.
Cauterise it early.
Well, perhaps not early. I think lots of people would argue that they've let this go on for quite a long time.
In terms of
in terms of a general election, indeed, yes, early. And there has just been a feeling that somebody in Number 10, somebody in Labour HQ needs to get to the grip of what is going on in the Parliamentary Labour Party, because there has been quite a lot of low-level grumbling, high-level grumbling, lots of open letters written that has annoyed a lot of people in government. And perhaps this is the way that they feel they can do it. One MP suggested to me last night that one of the problems that happened this year was the vote on assisted dying, and that said that made lots of Labour MPs, new Labour MPs, think that they should think for themselves, and they really shouldn't, because basically when you were doing assisted dying, of course, the MPs had to make up their own mind. There weren't whips. It was a conscience vote. There weren't whips telling them what to do, and they said that's had a resulting effect of everyone thinking that they need to make up their mind on every issue.
That spike image you've just given us, hand on the spike. Think carefully before. It's very Wolf Hall, isn't it? Very Wolf Hall.
Yes.
Thanks, Aggie. Fascinating stuff. Aggie Chambre, LBC's political correspondent. You've been texting and calling about the Spanish footballer Lamine Yamal and his 18th birthday party, which involved people with dwarfism paid to entertain, and women with large breasts paid to, I don't know what, show up with their large breasts and do what? I don't know. Debbie has called from Waltham Forest. The Spanish government is investigating this party. Should they be?
Hello, thank you for taking my call. Yes, I certainly think they should be. Not just because specifically for this individual party, but as a general attitude towards, I'm not talking about the breast size part of it, but the people with dwarfism, seeing people with a form of disability, any disability, as something that needs to engender as entertainment or because of the disability. Now, this is
like a circus act.
Yeah, exactly. One could say, well, okay, because they had dwarfism, were they supposedly more entertaining because of their dwarfism than they would be if they'd been average-size adults? Would they have hired them then? I doubt it.
No, I doubt it. And inherent to the invitation to people with dwarfism to be the entertainment in this way is that we think you guys and gals are inherently comical.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's what they're saying. Now, I don't have any disability that I'm aware of. Except that I have strong opinions, and that can be disabling at times. However, I don't care. I have a very, very, very strong education and history, and then learning, in-depth experience of severe autism. I have researched, lived with in my life, worked with severe autism. Now, I've seen in the last 36 years so much ignorance and prejudice against severe autism. Unbelievable. Now, would they consider getting a bunch of people with severe autism and mocking them and making fun of them and seeing them as an entertainment venue? You see, what this does, Sheila, is it normalises allowing this sort of thing to go unchecked. I'm not one of these touchy people who says, I'm of a generation who watched comedy, etc., in the 60s and 70s. So I'm not one of these extra sensitive people. But nowadays, we don't mock or make fun or see as a source of humour people severely disabled or people with differences that the common people or the norm don't have. We wouldn't laugh and make fun. Would they hire people who are partially sighted and have them walking around trying to find things without any help? Would they think that's entertainment? Would they, people who can't see, have them stumbling around, falling over and being laughed at? You see, what it's doing, allowing that, it engenders the nastiest, basic, human. People are human and people have base, nasty instincts in them. And unfortunately, making it acceptable to mock, make fun of, exploit, and exhibit in this way people for their disabilities, it normalises the baser instincts. And they should be discouraged. You wouldn't encourage people to, for example, say, in normal everyday life and everyday situation, you get people that laugh at people that have mental disabilities. And that's not acceptable. On many occasions,
Can I ask
educate people.
I mean,
in public.
I think, Debbie, and I would say this to anyone I thought was allowing themselves to be exploited.
Right. And then exit right.
Is the bottom line here that if the person with dwarfism chooses to earn money this way, who are we to say they shouldn't?
No. Because what they're doing is they're being selfish. The person with dwarfism, they may wish to. Those people might have been quite happy with it. Oh yes, I'm getting well paid. Let them laugh. I don't care. But what they're doing is they're encouraging something for money, which is going to have a bad. It's going to have engendering an attitude which is wrong in the first place. It's like saying you could have people that have animals, dogs, who are quite happy to put those dogs into a dog fight because they get money out of it, okay? Right? That doesn't make it right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. The general attitude of something being acceptable when it shouldn't be in a supposedly civilised society, whether you're getting paid well for it, it's not the point.
Okay, well, let's see if people agree with you. Thank you very much, Debbie, for your call. That's Debbie in Waltham Forest. Coming up after the news, as well as your calls, I'll speak with Colonel Simon Diggins, defence analyst, former colonel in the British Army. We'll reflect a little more on that data leak involving thousands of Afghan people. The Prime Minister speaking about it today, just before Prime Minister's questions. It's 3:31. Let's get the headlines first. Amelia Cox.
The Prime Minister says the Conservatives have some serious questions to answer following a major MOD data breach and super injunction. The personal details of thousands of Afghans who helped Britain were leaked in error in 2022. A review into the government's counter-terror programme has called for it to be widened to include those obsessed with extreme violence. Lord Anderson has been looking at the lessons which should be learned from the murder of MP Sir David Amess and the Southport stabbings. And a teenager has avoided becoming the youngest person to be handed a whole life order at the Court of Appeal. The Solicitor General had referred 19-year-old Nicholas Prosper's life sentence for the murder of his mother, brother and sister being unduly lenient. LBC weather, sunny spells and patchy clouds for most. The odd shower for northern and eastern areas. Cloudy with light rain in the far southwest. Highs of 27 degrees.
This is LBC.
Octopus Energy. Great value and outstanding customer service. Recommended by which? 8 years running. Octopus Energy.
Pump 6 in this meal deal, please.
Let's play Rate My BP Meal Deal.
Okay.
You chose an M&S chicken and bacon pasta, Magnum ice cream and a Wild Bean Cafe iced latte. That's a 10. A perfect warm weather combo.
Am I on a holiday?
No! BP Meal Deal. One deal, millions of combinations, all for £6. T's and C's apply, subject to availability. BP M&S stores only. For details, see bp.com/latest offers.
Summer's here, and it's not just sunshine brightening your days. Big cash prizes could be coming your way with Win Plus, as well as chances to win the latest tech and loads more. Enter now at winplus.co.uk. Win Plus. Great prizes, real winners. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with Well Kid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The Well Kid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
For my business to grow, I need
to find a bigger space.
Loads of stock ready for the busy spell.
I need a new wood chipper.
I need to move our fleet over to electric vehicles.
New machinery for the factory floor.
Whatever your business needs, wherever you are, talk to Barclays. With our biggest ever loan fund and expert support at every step, we're here to help your business grow. Grow your business. Bank on Barclays. Search Barclays Business Banking. Subject to normal lending assessment, status and application. Terms and conditions apply.
You could be a lotto millionaire like Terry. Get your ticket for tonight's draw. The National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
This is LBC with Sheila Fogarty. Call 0345 6060 973. Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Text 84850.
We spent a lot of yesterday, didn't we, talking about that Afghan data breach, the details of nearly 19,000 Afghan people who'd applied to move to the UK after the Taliban seized power. These are people who had worked with the British Armed Forces, mistakenly leaked details back in February 2022 by a British official. Interesting today to hear former Defence Secretary Ben Wallace, who was at the helm of the MOD at the time, continuing to defend the decision to go for not just a short super injunction against any discussion of this by Parliament even, let alone journalists, but he said he wouldn't apologise for it. He stood by the decision and said it was all about the safety of the individuals. Well, the Prime Minister today, Sir Keir Starmer, addressed this issue in the Commons just ahead of Prime Minister's questions. He said former Conservative ministers have serious questions to answer over this data breach, which revealed the details of those thousands of Afghan people who'd supported British forces. This isn't a story that's over all of a sudden just because we did the long talking about it yesterday. Colonel Simon Diggins joins me, defence analyst and former colonel in the British Army, former UK Defence Attaché to Afghanistan, in fact, between 2008 and 2010. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Sheila.
It's far from over this, is it? Because people will want to know in detail, I think, the decision-making process.
No, I think that's right. And I think it's unfortunate that it's being politicised. So it seems to me that the issue was a systemic failure. And that systemic failure could have occurred equally under a Labour government as under a Tory government. And by politicising it, as the Prime Minister chose to do so today, there's a danger that people will clam up, people will become party defensive and actually won't understand all the issues that are behind it. I think that's the key. We need to understand the systemic problems that cause this in the first place, not necessarily try and point fingers at individuals.
Well, is it a systemic problem when an individual makes an error? I mean, you don't want to hang them and flog them just because they've made an error, but an error is an error, and this was a very serious one.
Absolutely. The individual, but there are issues around the individual's culpability, but also I want to understand is what was his supervision, what was the task he was given to do. My understanding was he'd been asked to look at a whole database of some 30,000 people and try and ascertain whether or not they had worked for the British forces sufficient to justify being brought to this country.
Yeah, he was verifying the applicants, essentially, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. But 30,000 people, for an individual who won't have necessary full information, I think what's emerged is the range of the individuals who've been coming to this country. I mean, they're all members of what we call the triples, so Afghan Special Forces, Afghan Intelligence Forces, and the knowledge of who they were, what they were doing, was spread across Whitehall. So it happened to fall into an official's hands in UK MOD's Block A, the Special Forces headquarters, and they were told to go and look at it and see what's going on. But actually, to try and understand that whole picture, that whole waterfront of where we've been working with Afghans in terms of developing their intelligence special force capability, he frankly didn't have the chance to do so. So he made a stupid mistake.
So that was the mistake. Yes, well, arguably, and that was the original error. But for some people, the absolutely political move, as in made by a particular political party. I mean, when I say political, the moves made to handle that error, initially anyway, were very much made by the Conservative government, weren't they?
Yeah, they happened to be in power. And I suspect, faced with the initial and original problem, the Labour Party would probably come up with the same answer. There needed to be some kind of way of balancing the right to know against the need for national security, and probably gone for some kind of clampdown. They used to call them sort of a D-notice on the information.
What was the risk to national security? That's not clear to me.
The risk to national security. So the risk to national security is twofold. Well, the first one is actually that there'll be individuals who have been working with us who might know something about our operations, who could be compromised by the Taliban, and then think information passed incorrectly to us. And the other is sort of national security in the sense of our reputation. In fact, we look after people who work for us. And if we hadn't looked after them, just throw them to the wolves.
That's their security rather than our national security.
No, I disagree. I think it's our security as well, because our security relies on people trusting us that we're going to work with them, and if they find themselves in difficulties, that we will look after them. So I think it works both ways. These things are mutual.
2 years.
Well, I think that's the challenge, isn't it? That, I think, is the point where there's a question mark about whether it should have been kept going for that period of time, or whether or not another system of supervision and scrutiny should have been put in place. It's very interesting reading the judge's remarks yesterday. Lord Justice Chamberlain, he talked about a vacuum of security, and I think that's the missing bit. There are mechanisms in the United Kingdom whereby sensitive matters can be assessed to make sure they are being done correctly or not. We see it, for example, regularly with counter-terrorism and prevent mechanism. But there's also the House of Commons Defence and Intelligence Committee, who are all vetted and are all able to look at these things in detail. And you've also got things like the Privy Council system, which allows these things to be looked at. It's the fact that all those alternative mechanisms of security were not employed, which makes the question mark over keeping that injunction going for 2 years and not moot.
Dominic Cummings, Boris Johnson's chief of staff, as was, he is, perhaps not surprisingly because it's something he does on and off, is on social media today saying this is the kind of thing I have been banging on about for a long time, which is the disorder really within Whitehall, just the mess that Whitehall is. It needs to be not just the MOD, but he was focusing on the MOD. It needs to be sharpened up, modernised, made more acute, made more effective, more secure. Is he right?
Well, I think I mean, far from me to comment across the entire piece, but I think in the fact that we did not know who these individuals were, we did not know whether our special forces, whether our agencies, whether our counter-conflict organisations, all sorts of people were employing directly, paying for training and mentoring Afghans who to a very high degree of security, didn't know who they were. So when, if you recall back to August 21, when we had Operation Pitting, the original expectation we evacuated some 3,000 people. We eventually evacuated over 15,000, and that's because all these people turned up and rightly said, we are in fear of our lives, because by that stage, the Taliban, when they were capturing these individuals, were killing them. And there's some really grim video footage available for who like that goes through of the murders of Afghan commando forces, trained, mentored, often paid for by the British, and they were naturally in fear of their lives. That's where the lack of coordination took place. I genuinely believe that between about 2014 and 2021, we took our eye off the ball. We were no longer conducting combat operations. We were conducting capacity building and training and mentoring of the Afghan forces, and nobody wanted to us. It was all just, you carry on, do your own thing, and it's come back to bite us.
Right.
And I know this isn't particularly your purview, but as a citizen, as a voter, it is your purview. There is something disturbing, isn't there, about Parliament being, and therefore the rest of us, being utterly sidelined. Parliament's actually a higher court than the court that issued this injunction.
Absolutely.
And it was sidelined entirely until yesterday.
Yes, no, I agree entirely. The democratic process was sidelined. Significant amounts of money were about to be spent. You remember, we're coming up to the 250th anniversary next year of the American Revolution. No taxation without representation. And we've got enough in our own history where people have spent our money without us knowing what's going on. That's what I'm saying. I think that's why this return to the mechanism in place, or indeed we develop a mechanism in Parliament itself, as they used to have during the Second World War. And they had closed sessions where issues of national support and security were debated publicly with the MPs. They were trusted and said, look, this is the issues. What do you think? It's really important you, as our democratic representatives, have a view, have a say on these things. So I think we need to do that. We need to recognise that the responsibility for going to war and conducting operations doesn't just lie with the government. It has to lie with, the representative people through Parliament. We need to find a mechanism whereby those democratic surveys, scrutiny, is not lost.
And without, departing from the seriousness of what we learned yesterday, it feels to me like as good a time as any to remember that an awful lot of British and others, but let's focus on British members of the armed forces are probably still dealing with the trauma of those 2 weeks of trying to evacuate people from Kabul. I was watching the documentary Evacuation, 3-parter, last night, or part of it anyway, and these were young men and women, soldiers and airmen and women, in really desperate circumstances, trying their level best to get every last person they could conceivably get out.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was you could put it in operational surprise. You would put it in kind of military terms. As I said, we expected and planned for an operation of up to 3,000 people, and that would have been difficult and traumatic enough. We were forced under massive pressure to evacuate nearly 15,000 people, many of which didn't have decent records of. That's bound to affect you. They're horrific stories. You recall, the bombing outside the camp whereby people were coming into it. So they had to put up with all of that, and that's what I mean about if you don't think through the consequences of what you're doing, you don't control those things in advance. When you're faced with the shock of it, then there are consequences, and you rightly highlight the consequences for those soldiers and service personnel who have to deal with the consequences of pitting and the lack of understanding of the actual situation on the ground versus the way the plan being put together.
Thank you very much indeed for speaking to me today, Colonel Simon Diggins, defence analyst, former colonel in the British Army. It's 3:45.
Coming up at 4 on LBC, Ben Kentish.
After a schoolgirl is sent home for wearing a Union Jack dress, Keir Starmer says it's important that we celebrate being British. Is it? And if so, what do we actually celebrate?
Ben Kentish on LBC.
I'd been in the family home for 30 years, but it was different. Too many rooms, too few voices. Moving to McCarthy Stone felt like a big step, but this place is full of life. I chat to someone every day. In the lounge, in the garden, even in the lift. I have my own apartment, but I'm never truly alone. I only wish I'd done it sooner.
Discover stunning retirement apartments exclusively for the over 55s. Search McCarthy Stone or call 0800 153 3055. Age restrictions and qualifying criteria apply.
Chase is the digital bank that puts you first.
What does that mean?
Well, most people don't bank 9 to 5. That's why Chase customer support is available 24/7.
So I can contact them whenever works best for me?
You've got it. You can chat to a real person through the app.
That's handy.
And you can always call up to speak with them directly.
Now we're talking.
Join the UK's #1 bank for customer satisfaction. Chase. See what your money can do. 18 plus UK residents. Eligibility applies. Claim based on YouGov UK Banks and Building Societies Rankings 2024. Verify at chase.co.uk/YouGov.
Pump 6 in this meal deal, please.
Let's play Rate My BP Meal Deal.
Okay.
You chose an M&S chicken and bacon pasta, Magnum ice cream, and a Wild Bean Cafe iced latte. That's a 10. A perfect warm weather combo.
Am I on a holiday?
No. BP Meal Deal. One deal, millions of combinations, all for £6. T's and C's apply, subject to availability at BP M&S stores only. For details, see bp.com/latest offers.
To book your place at our open house events, search McCarthy Stone or call 0800 153 3055 and discover retirement living
Never mind.
your way.
I'll find
Sheila
a new route.
Fogarty on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
You've been calling to discuss this story of Lamine Yamal, the Spanish footballer. He's only 18, and at his 18th birthday party, which is now being looked into by the Spanish government, by the authorities in Spain, he or someone had, I doubt it was him, someone had hired people with dwarfism to entertain him and them, and women with particular sized breasts to entertain him and them. The detail of that, beyond that, we don't know. You've been telling me what you think about that. Stuart says, who are you to judge whether those dwarves employment was unacceptable? His words, by the way, they've publicly stated they were very happy, they were willing, it's their job, they were treated with respect. It's their choice. You demean them, as a suggestion seems to be they're unable to look out for themselves, which they clearly can. This is a farce, just like Disney's approach to Snow White, says Stuart. Jamie in Chippenham, hi.
Hi, Sheila.
Hello there. Your take on this?
Yeah, I very much am in line with the last message that you read out. These people did it of their own free will. If they want to, essentially exploit their own disability to make money, who are we to say that they shouldn't be able to do it?
And if I say to you, whether I've got dwarfism or not, if I say to you what they choose might have no impact on you, but when I or a person with dwarfism goes out into the world to socialise, to try to date, to try to get a job, if the prevailing attitude is people with dwarfism are inherently comical, that harms me on a daily basis. What then?
Nobody is suggesting that, you go about your daily life and take the mickey out of people with dwarfism. But if somebody of their own free will puts themselves in that situation, is willing to laugh at themselves and see humour in the situation, which is subjective, I see absolutely no reason why we shouldn't go along with that.
Do you not have any curiosity about why they might feel that this is one of their only options to earn decent money?
No, I can understand that, but it's in my mind it's very similar to when you have the ring girls in boxing or in MMA. They are essentially there to look pretty. They know why they're there.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure their breast size matters.
Yeah, exactly. But
See, I think that's demeaning, Jamie.
But they're there to be. They know that they're there to be objectified, and it is a personal choice.
Well, you don't know it's a personal choice.
Well, nobody's forced them to be there.
Well, you don't know what has led to them choosing to be there.
But it's still a choice.
Well, in what atmosphere is it a choice? An atmosphere in which women are constantly judged about their bodies, and good and bad. Like, she's got a great body, bound to be stupid. She's got a terrible body, bit swatty, blah blah blah. Women are reduced to this all the time. And if you reduce people with dwarfism to ha ha ha, you're reducing everybody who has that condition. Or you certainly run the risk of doing it. I'm not saying you personally, Jamie. I'm saying society runs the risk. If we look at that and go, oh, it's just a party, it's just people having a bit of fun. Oh, come on, they chose it. Well, nothing ever changes, does it, for the people who are trying to live out there in the world with a particular disability, or the disability of being female and are constantly having misogyny thrown at them. How will things ever change for them if we just go ha ha ha?
Well, would you say that dwarves play elves?
People with dwarfism, do you not think that's a preferable description than dwarves?
Okay, fair enough. People with dwarfism, would you not say they should they be able to play elves, say, Christmas fairs? Or would you say that was demeaning?
I don't know.
But if they choose to, and it's a financial...
Are elves intrinsically comical and to be laughed at in the way that circus kind of dwarves of old would be?
Not necessarily, but I suppose in my mind it all comes down to freedom of choice. You know, as long as nobody was forcing those people to be there, as long as nobody was pressuring those people to be there, as long as they were happy to be there, I don't see why any of us should be saying that they shouldn't be able to do whatever they want to do.
And if there's an industry out there that offers women jobs because of the size of their boobs or because of how skinny they are, whether that's healthy for them or not, you don't think that has consequences beyond that particular modelling situation?
As long as it's not exploitative.
No, but it has consequences, Jamie, on young girls now, adult women now, not just the woman doing the hypersexualised modelling. It has consequences on other women and girls as well, is the point I'm trying to make. Can we not move away from it a bit, is all I'm saying?
Absolutely. Like, if women should be empowered to do whatever it is that they find enjoyable, they should be able to be empowered to make a strong contribution to society.
And but hang on. But you don't think that centuries of shaping society to view women as objects feeds into a choice that you're regarding as free, when actually it's not necessarily free, because the woman has been part of the society that's shaped her world to say pretty is best, bigger boobs are best, skinny is best. Those are the messages put in girls' heads very early on, Jamie. And that's not... If you think, well, that's how I'll make my living, great, I'll make my living that way. Is that fully a free choice? Because it'd be great if some other voices were in your head, wouldn't it? Because maybe then you'd really be talking about choice.
Sure, but, people like to see attractive people. Models exist. Actresses are chosen on their looks. There's a lot of people out there. Of course they are.
Only?
Not only. But there's
are actors chosen on their looks?
Out there. There's a lot of talented actresses, but the ones that get chosen most often, not always, are the ones that are most attractive, because that's what people enjoy to look at. I mean, we're divulging slightly from, the dwarfism.
Well, I didn't want it just to be about people with dwarfism, because the party itself also had women whose breast sizes had to be just so. I mean, don't you think that's completely bonkers? You can come and entertain at my party, but only if you're a 34 triple D.
Right, but...
Is that not weird?
Nobody
is that weird? Is that weird?
No, I don't think so.
For your 18-year-old son's birthday party?
I don't think so.
Okay, I think we're done here. Thanks, Jamie. Robert in Brixton. Hello, Robert.
Yeah, hi. What an interesting couple of days with 4 years for chopping the tree down, the MSD leak, and...
now this. Life's rich tapestry, Robert.
Yeah. And the idea is that we all presume. So we presume that they didn't have a professional quality act that was on equal with other entertainers in the agency. And we all presume that people were making fun of it. And we all presume for our unconscious bias or unconscious bias thoughts. So if I say a couple of examples like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, that played dwarfism in that film, was that wrong?
Remind me of what happens in...
the
Oompa Loompas.
The 7 characters.
No, the Oompa Loompas are a different film.
Yeah. So that's on the film, but they're hired for their particular appearance. You've also got, I've been to parties where all of a sudden, the bride to be or what have you, a good-looking guy comes out and he's doing an act as a fireman. Yeah? Is that degrading? Is that the same as a female when he, strips down to his boxes or what have you?
I think it. Personally, I think it is. I mean, but maybe I'm being a prude. I don't know, but I think it is.
Yeah. So I think it's a morally you can take a stance on it. It'll be interesting to see what the Spanish police will charge on that side. I just think, again, if they're getting paid, they're happy to do it. All this attention is being brought about, which I don't think was helpful, because it's just been a normal party. Hadn't been and they were just one of the acts, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But I think it's people's opinions, and sometimes it's not based on the facts.
Well, Spain's Association for People with Achondroplasia and Other Skeletal Conditions said the incident is a clear violation of disability rights law in the country.
Okay.
That's what it says.
And who would be the perpetrator, the individuals or the people hiring them?
Who would be what, sorry?
So who would be breaking the act? Would it be the individuals?
I think it would be the people hiring. I don't know Spanish law in any depth, but I imagine it would be the people who are hiring them.
Not the individuals?
Don't know. I doubt it.
No. But it's anything. I think morally it's not right.
Pick the second
but I think there's other examples where, you've got beauty contests, Miss World, Miss European, Miss Great Britain.
Exit now.
Also bonkers.
Yeah, it's not nice, and it's not morally right. I don't agree with it at all. However, you don't know whether they were juggling or flame throwing or having a really professional quality act.
That's true. Yeah.
And without that information, we're all presuming that they were standing at the entrance and people just going ha ha ha. But you don't know that, do you?
No, I don't know that. You're right. If you saw that act, what would you think? Would you think, this is great, what skilled jugglers? Or would you think, why have they hired 12 people with dwarfism?
If they were doing magical tricks, or they were doing flame throwing, or they're doing professional act, I would judge it on the professional act. I mean, I've got a disability, a hidden one and a physical one as well. But I think if they were a professional act and they were doing a quality performance, I'd probably judge it on that.
OK. Thanks very much, Robert. I must leave it there. Thank you for your call, Robert. In Brixton, it will all emerge in the fullness of time, won't it? If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on catch-up on both Global Player and the LBC app, where you can stay up to date on the top stories and opinion. You download the all-new official LBC app for free from your app store now. Coming up at 6 on LBC, it's Andrew Marvin. Now it's time for Ben Kent.
Sheila, thank you very, very much indeed. Hello, a very, very good afternoon to you. It's 4 o'clock.
We all need to be proud of our country. Britain is an amazing place. The Union flag is the most beautiful flag in the world as far as I'm concerned.
Something that Keir Starmer and Kemi Badenoch both agree on today. It is that being British is something we should celebrate. Both of those party leaders speaking out after a 12-year-old girl was sent home from school for wearing a Union Jack dress on Diversity Day. The school has apologised, and rightly so, says Downing Street, which insists that we should all of us be proud of our Britishness. Should we really? Is there still much to be proud of? And if there is, what is it exactly about Britishness and being British that we're supposed to be celebrating?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, a review of the government's anti-terror programme says it must rapidly adapt to the online world. Lord Anderson says Prevent should also be widened to include those who are obsessed with extreme violence but have no ideology. UK's counter-terror watchdog Jonathan Hall called for these changes while speaking to LBC in January.
Prevent either needs to be expanded
or you need to have a separate thing that can catch up these people of high risk. And in addition, counter-terrorism police have got a lot on their plate at the moment, dealing with terrorists, dealing with state threats. Maybe the police as well. What can we do to keep the public free from harm where you've identified these high-risk individuals?
The Home Secretary says she'll act immediately on the recommendations. Sir Keir Starmer is reported to have suspended a number of rebellious MPs. Reports suggest the Labour leader has suspended Rachel Maskell, Brian Leishman, Neil Duncan-Jordan and Chris Hinchcliffe. They all voted against the government's planned welfare reforms. A judge has rejected an appeal to give a young man who murdered his mother, brother and sister a whole life order. 19-year-old Nicholas Prosper was jailed for at least 49 years in March. He killed Juliana Falcon and teenagers Giselle and Kyle Prosper at their family home in Luton in September 2023. Lady Chief Justice Baroness Carr told the court that there is a question around his development.
It is now accepted that people do not reach full maturity on their 18th birthday. Indeed, there is evidence to suggest that a majority of men in particular are developing in maturity well beyond their 21st birthday. This has an impact not only on the culpability of offenders of this age, but is also relevant to their ability to develop and change more readily as they mature.
Downing Street says the Prime Minister is angry after learning about the Afghan data breach. Sir Keir Starmer says former Conservative ministers have serious questions to answer after thousands of people were put at risk. And Emma Watson has been banned from driving after speeding at 38 miles per hour in a 30 zone in Oxford. Her Harry Potter co-star Zoe Wanamaker was also banned in the same court on the same day following a separate offence. They both already had 9 points on their licences. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 23 points at 89.61. The pound buys $1.33 and €1.15. LBC weather, light rain across Wales and southwest England. A few showers for Northern Ireland, lows of 9. Sunny spells for central and southern areas tomorrow with the odd shower. It'll be cloudy with spells of rain spreading northwards in Northern Ireland and western Scotland, highs of 28 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ben Kentish.
4 minutes after 4 is the time. Very, very good afternoon indeed. Ben Kentish here with in for Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Great to have you with us this afternoon. On the show,
if you had been working in a job in the private sector and something like that had happened, you'd be out on your ear.
Shock, disbelief, outrage after it emerges today that the defence official who put thousands of Afghans' lives at risk and risked costing the British taxpayer £7 billion didn't, despite all that, lose their jobs. Questions 2 this afternoon about just how many Afghans were allowed to come to this country under a secret scheme that ministers only made public yesterday. Your calls on all of that after 5. And
the Prime Minister tries to restore discipline as he suspends at least 3 Labour MPs.
A fortnight after the biggest rebellion of his time in office so far, Keir Starmer boots out multiple Labour MPs he says are guilty of persistent breaches of discipline. Bringing the full details later this hour as the Prime Minister desperately tries to seize back control.
Call and WhatsApp message now. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Ben Kentish on LBC.
But first this afternoon, Britain. It is the cradle of modern democracy. A beacon of quiet decency, of tolerance, of civility and manners. A green and pleasant land where flowers spring from thatched cottages amid the patter of cricket on village greens. Britain, a land of hope and glory. The nation that gave the world the Beatles, James Bond, Shakespeare, David Beckham's right foot, David Beckham's left foot. The home of Churchill and Brunel, of Newton and Turing and Darwin, of Barry off of EastEnders. A shining light, isn't it, in a troubled world. This is Great Britain, of which there is there not, so very much to be proud. Or is there? Is there really? Or is it time to accept that Britain, the great one, is simply a thing of the past. That we are now, in fact, let's be honest, nothing more than a soggy island on the edge of the Atlantic. An increasing irrelevance, stuck between the powerhouses of Europe on one side and America on the other. The Britannia, less of ruling the waves and more of shoplifting and ASBOs and people playing loud music on tube carriages and trains. Little more than a rain-drenched nation of strikes, of moaning, of cancelled trains and buses, and of passive aggression. A country that should not stand tall with pride at our past, but cower in shame at centuries of empire, invasion, colonialism, genocide, slavery. In short, do you feel proud to be British? Or do you think that right now there's very little in this country to be proud of? I ask you that question this afternoon. I'm fascinated in your answers to it, because the Prime Minister and Downing Street have provided an answer, a clear answer to it today. Yes, we should be proud to be British, they say, and Kemi Badenoch, the Leader of the Opposition, agreed. A rare moment of cross-party unity in this country right now. We're talking about this, and they were being asked about this, because of a row about a 12-year-old girl, schoolgirl, being sent home from her school for wearing a Union flag dress. The schools apologise, and rightly so, says Downing Street. Here's Keir Starmer's spokesperson today. We're a tolerant, diverse, open country. We're proud of being British. The PM has always been clear that being British is something to be celebrated. Is it? Is being British really something to celebrate? Really something to be proud of? And are you proud of being British? Are you proud of living here if you're not ethnically British? If you're somebody who came from another country, perhaps? Or is this sort of jingoistic, nationalistic nonsense in your minds? Do we need to open our eyes to the reality that, yes, maybe we were once a great nation, or maybe you think we were, but we no longer are? Give me a call. Are you still proud to be British? And if you are, why? What is it, when Keir Starmer says we need to celebrate being British, that you think we should be celebrating? 0345 6060973 is the number. You can call me or WhatsApp that number. Text me this afternoon on 84850. I'll put it out there. I'm very proud to be British. Very, very proud indeed. We're talking to Sheila about it in the hand over there. Sheila says she's glad. She's glad to be British, but pride's something different. I said I feel both. I'm glad I was born here. There's probably nowhere else in the world I would rather have grown up, and I am proud of this country. I'm proud of our values. I'm proud of our history. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And I'm proud of the country that we are. There's still nowhere long-term that I would rather be. But maybe you feel differently, or maybe you're with me. There's a lot to celebrate, and we need to do a better job of actually celebrating. That number once more, 0345 6060973. Are you proud to be British? And what is it you think we should be proud of? Let's talk to Funke Abimbola about this lawyer diversity campaign. Funke, great to have you in the programme. Are you proud of Britishness?
Yeah, I am proud of Britishness, and I think, what's important to remember, Ben, is that what Britishness means does evolve over time. As we've seen the ethnic minority mix within, Britishness itself. We've seen a lot of influx from other EU countries. I myself was not actually born in the UK. I was born in Nigeria. I now have 2 passports, and I've had my British passport for over 20 years alongside my Nigerian one. So, for all of us, being British is a multifaceted thing that doesn't remain static. And I think it's a real shame what happened with this young lady last week, because to think that Diversity Day, which is all about celebrating identity, culture and being proud of that, ended up being something that, the school has to rightly apologise. That surely is not in the spirit of what inclusion looks like in the sort of embracing positive and kind culture that we're trying to develop in this country. So, I'm very proud of what Britishness means to me. And I think there is much to be celebrated in my view.
What does it mean to you, Figure? What is it that you think, what is it you personally are proud of when it comes to Britishness?
So for me, what Britain has done for me is, whilst I have faced, some challenges here, I would also face challenges in Nigeria also. Let's not forget that any nationality, any nation has aspects of its history that it's not particularly proud of. And we do need to be very realistic about that.
Right.
I know for a fact there are opportunities that have opened up for me in this country that I wouldn't have had in Nigeria, albeit at the same time. And I don't want to set aside some of the very real challenges that I have faced as a black female, trying to make her way in corporate law very early on in my career.
So it's about opportunity, Funky. Opportunities that this country gives people that other countries perhaps don't do as well.
It is. And, when I look at the friendships, I have lived here for a very long time, let's not forget. So, I moved here when I was 8. I have, most of my friends are white and British. I have a lot of Nigerian friends and friends from all over the world. But the vast majority of my closest friends, people who I hold very, very dear, are white British. And, I don't see any sort of conflict there. I don't, we're all British together. And my race or where I was born or anything like that has never really been an issue for them either. So we're all British.
We are. And yet I wonder, Funke, if we don't celebrate that enough. You look at other countries, France, America, there are others, that are so proud of their flag. They have festivals. In America they sing the national anthem, they swear oaths of allegiance and so on. Do you think we need to be better at celebrating our Britishness?
I think when we look at the history of how, we truly were Great Britain, in the sense of having this massive empire and the sun never set, did it, during Queen Victoria's time on what she owned in parts of the world.
But that's because we'd invaded a lot of countries and killed.
Yes, we did, but we've moved away from that sort of greatness aspect of it. If you look at it purely in terms of owning territories and lands and so on, I think that possibly is what's fed into why we don't quite celebrate in the same way. The US, on the other hand, seems to have taken over that role to some extent. It's seen as the leader of the free world and all sorts of things, but not in the same way that, Britain was very, very different 100, 200 years ago. It's a different collection of nations now, of course. It's not just one country, it's several together.
So some of the things that people often highlight when it comes to what there is to be proud of, Funke, of Britishness, tolerance, decency, diversity and so on, they are all things to celebrate, but they're also things that a lot of other countries have to celebrate as well. So is it a bit perverse? Is it a bit weird to be celebrating things that aren't in any way unique to us?
I think what's important to remember is that in all countries there are elements of division. I'll give Nigeria as an example, where we are all the same colour, we're all black. And yet, I belong to a majority ethnic group, and there are all sorts of divisions amongst the ethnic groups. There are religious divides as well. And this is replicated across, every single country in the world. As human beings, we tend to flock towards those most like us. And if it's not about skin colour, it'll be about something else. So I don't see why we can't also be celebrating our diversity here in the UK. Why not? Other countries do it. I don't see why we can't do it. It's an important thing to celebrate.
I actually think we need to do a lot more of it. I think we would be better off as a nation if we did do more to celebrate what we have in common, rather than just focusing on our differences, as much as those are to be celebrated as well. Thank you, Funke. Funke Abimbola, lawyer, diversity campaigner. Lots of text coming on this. Ben, I'm a working-class white Londoner, says John, and bred in Kilburn. The things that make me not proud to be English or British is that a large number of other British people are university-educated, left-leaning cowards who can't decide which gender they are. Oh, John, everything that's great about this country goes out the window because of some, as you see them, left-leaning cowards. I think we talk Britain down too much. We do this sort of self-flagellation, where we just like to make out that everything's broken and everything's terrible and my goodness, we're not once what we were. And maybe we're not. But you know what? There's still a lot about this country that I like, that is going well, that is going right. And you want to talk about migration? There's a reason. There's a reason that thousands, if not millions of people would, if given the chance, come to this country, because we are getting a lot right. So I'm proud to be British. Are you? And do you agree that we don't do enough to celebrate that? 03456060973. Come to your calls on that in just a moment. Ben Kentish here on LBC. The time, 4:15.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. It's slow on the M23 northbound to junction 8 for the M25 after a car broke down earlier, so all the lanes are open now. It's heavy in Croydon. Chepstow Road is partly blocked both ways at Chepstow Rise because of an accident. In Paddington, it's slow on the A5 Edgware Road going into town. There's one lane closed at the Harrow Road because the car's broken down. It's heavy in Enfield on the A10 Great Cambridge Road going out of town after an accident earlier, so all the lanes are open there. There are delays in Limehouse. Butcher Row westbound is partly blocked at the A13 Commercial Road because a car has broken down. On the trains, on the Elizabeth line, there are severe delays between Whitechapel and Shenfield because of some problems with the signals. And on the tube, there are severe delays on the entire Metropolitan line.
LBC
Welcome to Boots. How can we help?
Can I book my flu jab here?
It stings when I wee. Is that normal?
Do you have a chickenpox vaccination service here too? How can I soothe my daughter's insect bites?
Dad, do we need any travel vaccinations for Bali? Got any more questions? No worries, we can help. Protect, check and manage your health with Boots. No need for a GP appointment. Boots, with you for life. Services subject to availability and eligibility criteria. Charges may apply.
Call Ben Kentish 0345 6060 973 LBC.
You're driving down the back roads of Tuscany. The sun's setting, the wind's in your hair. You're playing your favourite tunes. No, not that one. Much better. Could life be any sweeter? Of course it can. With the money you've saved by comparing car hire prices through Kayak, you've got more to spend on some fresh, creamy gelato. We'll take 2 scoops, per favore. Search Kayak and go see for yourself.
Chase is the digital bank that could boost your savings.
Ooh, tell me more.
When you join Chase, you could earn 5% AER variable. That includes a 2.25% AER fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yep, our savings boost could help you reach your goals, like that dream holiday or a weekend getaway. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase Boosted Saver. Offer may be withdrawn at any time. 18 plus UK residents available to new current account customers for your first 31 days. Eligibility applies. 4.89% gross. Terms apply.
Who's a good human? Jenny is, because Jenny will always do what's best for Bertie, her bestie Bassett. So if Bertie needs to go and wee, that's what they're going to do. Even if it is 3 a.m. and it's raining lots. That's why she also chooses Butternut Box for Bertie's meals. Freshly prepared, served straight from the fridge, and conveniently delivered right to your door at a time that suits you for once. Hey, Jenny. Ready to join thousands of good humans? Go to butternutbox.com to fetch 25% off your first box with code GOODHUMAN.
Ben Kentish on LBC.
418, straight to your calls. Are you proud to be British, and is there anything to be proud of? In fact, just before I talk to Cos in Beaconsfield about that, let me just bring you a quick bit of breaking news here on LBC. A fourth Labour MP has been suspended by Keir Starmer this afternoon. Rachel Mascon, one of the ringleaders of that backbench rebellion over disability benefit cuts, the fourth Labour MP to be suspended this afternoon. Lots more on that coming up after 4:30. Stay tuned, we'll bring you all the latest on what Keir Starmer's doing and why he might be doing it. First though, 418, to your calls about Britishness. Cos is in Beaconsfield this afternoon. Hello, Cos.
Hi.
Thoughts, Cos?
Yeah, I'd say I'm a bit disappointed to be British, to be honest. First of all, you can mention the drinking culture we have. You know, we go to different countries. You know, I travel a lot. I go to Spain, Greece, you know, all around Europe. And we're always drinking. You know, we drink too much. We have a bad impression towards the other Europeans. They don't like us. You know, we're always rowdy, loud. And it's society. And there's a reason for it. It's because the people that live in England are not happy. You know, the cost of living, the way we live, you know, we are unhappy compared to the rest of Europe, simple as that. So when it comes to the drinking culture, it's disappointing because we do drink a lot. I'm sure you'd agree with me.
We do drink a lot, of course. Does all the rest go out the window? The tolerance, the history, the compassion, the decency, the civility, all the things that I think make Britain great.
Yeah.
Because we like a pint?
Well, I wouldn't say make Britain great. It sounds a bit like Trump there.
No, do you know what? I think Britain is great. I mean, the clue's in the name. But I think the title works. I think this country is great, and I am proud of it.
I think a lot of people think that's going downhill. You know, hence why people are leaving the capital city, being London. You know, a lot of people are leaving. The cost of living, like I mentioned, the overtime, the hours. It's just too much. And I feel like we need to come to a conclusion where, you know, we can ensure that people are happy, but at the same time, you know, we have a good impression and represent our country in the right way. You know, going to Europe, having 5 pints, 6 pints, eating fish and chips isn't going to do anything. You know,
but our identity and our
culture.
pride.
What culture do we have?
Go on.
What culture do we have? You know, in Spain you've got tapas. In Greece you've got meze. What do we have?
Pubs,
what do we represent?
Music, fish and chips, Shakespeare.
Keep left.
That's drinking, isn't it?
And then
All right,
turn
what about
left.
the rest of it? Shakespeare, the Beatles,
Yeah,
Damien Hirst,
Yeah,
Tracy
that's history,
Emin,
though, isn't it? Let's talk about
football,
that.
cricket. I mean, come on, Charles, we've got an amazing culture.
I agree. I think, listen, I was born and
Best
raised.
Club 7.
Yeah, it's brilliant, but people don't talk about that. We don't, you know, when I go to Europe, and I'm actually afraid to say that I'm British because I've said it before. I've said that, look, because I've been in situations where I've mentioned that I'm British, and this isn't directed to me as an individual. It's because we have a bad representation. People don't respect nothing.
All right, but as the youngsters say, guys, haters gonna hate. Just be proud of your country, whatever people say about it. We don't define ourselves in the eyes of the French or the Spanish or Italians.
I understand that, but we are also allies of countries that are, committing genocide. People don't respect that these days, you know.
So we shouldn't be proud of being British because of what's happening in Gaza.
No, it's not just Gaza. We're killing thousands of children.
Where?
Like people don't understand this.
Where?
In Gaza.
So it is about Gaza.
You just mentioned it.
Yeah, so it is about Gaza. So we shouldn't be proud of this country because of what Israel is doing in Gaza.
But then you're complicit then.
So if our allies do bad things, and we've done a lot of bad things ourselves, let's be honest, in history, everything else just gets completely overwritten.
Listen, no nation, every nation has its culture, right? When it comes to England, we don't have a culture. We have nothing to represent.
Of course we have a culture.
You just mentioned history, but talk about culture.
I mentioned sport, and I mentioned music, and I mentioned art, and I mentioned theatre. I mean, what is culture? We gave the world the Beatles. We gave the world Shakespeare.
Yeah, but that's history. You just keep mentioning, talk about the present time. What do we have to offer right now? Cost of living.
That's like saying, Van Gogh isn't part of Dutch culture because he was in the past.
Richer. I mean, what is this country? It's going downhill.
Culture is history. Culture comes from history. They're interchangeable.
Well, all I know is that in Europe, when I go there, the culture in other countries is more vibrant.
Is it because...
When you go to France, you've got croissants at a cafe. When you come here, you've got Wetherspoons?
Yeah. What's wrong with spoons?
But talk about culture. Come on.
But you might not like the culture. No, I think what you're saying is you don't like the culture. It doesn't mean we haven't got it. You just don't like it.
Well, I don't think... The Europeans don't think we have culture. That's a fact.
I don't care what Europeans think. We do.
Well, we were in Europe.
Also, I don't buy it. Because we gave the world football. We gave the world the Beatles.
Yeah. Yeah, but we also, it's just that... As a whole, I think that we need to come together and think about what's best for our country.
All right, leave that there. Thank you very much, Cos. Interesting, thought-provoking points. It's Cos right. It's nonsense. We don't have a culture. We're pathetic compared to other countries. Didn't quite say that, but that was the gist of it. Thank you, Cos. Chloe's in Croydon. Chloe.
Hello, Ben.
Hi.
Just to say, I'm broadly, as a black woman, I'm broadly proud of being British for a number of things. I only wish they could deal with slavery and be honest about reparations and the empire, and then that would put us on the road of recovery, as it were. That said, I mean, my journey in the UK has been broadly positive. I think the first time I've been outwardly abused is by two Eastern European women on the road. Although that said, I'm great friends with Polish and Albanian people, but I've never been, been sort of abused, racist in that way. Although in the workplace, in my profession, I've faced passive aggression, if you like, passive racism. But broadly, it's been positive. That said, at a Diversity Day, and we must be honest and deal with those things because we're not perfect by any means. I mean, no country is. But at a Diversity Day at my child's school a few years back, I wanted my child to dress in my heritage, which is Caribbean, more out of, I guess, respect for my grandparents and so on.
Sure.
But my child decided not to, and I was quite aghast by this in a kind of inquisitive way. And the reason why they didn't, they said, well, Mom, that's your journey, that's your story.
And what was theirs?
All I know is England.
So what was there?
So that's all they know is England, is the UK. And my child decided to wear a British t-shirt, and very proudly, and then perhaps out of respect for me, his grandparents, armband, a Barbados armband.
I love that. That for me, that's Chloe, that's Britishness, isn't it? You can come from anywhere in the world. You can be proud to be British, and you can be proud of your ethnic heritage or your family's heritage as well. That's what I'm proud of about this country. Exactly what you're talking about, personally.
Yes, and I was very, very proud of my child, actually, that they took that path.
Yeah.
And that's how I want them to be intelligent,
Yep.
look at the evidence, independent-minded. And, you know, he said, Mom, no, I'm wearing a British T-shirt. And they're only out of the class, it's about, I think his cohort was about 120 students, 200. And it was only my child and another youngster who wore a British...
Really? And that comes back to what we're talking about, whether or not we are up front and forward enough in celebrating what I think is an awful lot to celebrate. Well, thank you, Chloe. It's lovely. So that, to me, is Britishness. That is Britishness. Thank you, Chloe. Dale's a new caller this afternoon in Burnley. Hello, Dale.
Hi there. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Are you proud to be British, Dale?
To be honest, it's something I'm quite neutral on, because the idea of being proud to be British, it's certainly not something to be ashamed of. However, it's not something you can really control. In a lot of ways, we're incredibly fortunate to be born into a country that gives us the opportunities that we have, whether that's education opportunities, work opportunities. But the main reason I wanted to get in touch is I thought that one of the previous callers you had, I thought it was quite preposterous when he said that he felt ashamed to say he was British when he was in other countries, in particular in Europe, because of the perception of British culture. So that was the one thing that got me wanting to phone up, because I've always worked in engineering. It's the only career I've ever known. I've worked in mining, I've worked in manufacturing, and I'm currently working in the oil and gas sector. And British engineering is incredibly respected around the world, both historically, obviously great bridge builders and mathematicians and scientists and all that, but also in the current climate, it's quite well known for lots of things, including the aerospace industry, oil and gas. So I think the reputation of British people around the world, yeah, there's a drinking culture, but I think the vast majority of people would say that there's so much more to being British than just a drinking culture.
If you ask most Europeans what do you associate with Britishness, I don't think, as Cos was suggesting, many of them would come back with the answer Wetherspoons. They'd say the Queen or the Royal Family or Shakespeare, I don't know, Wembley. There's so much culture that we've exported that other people all around the world love, don't they, Dale? They can't get enough of it. The royals.
Yeah.
All the rest of it.
It's incredibly widespread, and I think to the caller, you made a great point. Like sport, for example, you look at football, rugby and cricket, and the global influence and the ability they have to bring nations together and countries together. They're the kind of things that we should be proud of.
And a lot of us all, including you. Thank you, Dale. Great first call. Dale in Birmingham. Matthew's in Heathrow. In Heathrow or near Heathrow, Matthew? Are you flying or are you just visiting?
No, I work for us here. I was actually born in the country. My background is my parents.
Matthew, I'm struggling to hear you, I'm afraid. So I'm going to try and get back on a slightly better line so I can actually hear what you've got to say. Let's have a quick chat with Ivana in Kingston in the meantime. Hi, Ivana.
Hi, Ben. Hi. Thank you for taking my call. So I just want to say that I've got dual citizenship. So I'm Polish and I'm British. I've been in this country for the last 20 years, and I'm incredibly proud to be British. I can't even tell you, Ben, how proud I am of being British. And I just want to refer to the previous caller as well, who said that he's not proud of being British, who referred to Gaza and so on and so on. I think it's outrageous. You know, it's such a beautiful country. It's got such a rich culture. You know, I studied history, medieval history of Britain, and it's so incredibly interesting. I love this country just as much as I love Poland, and every time I go to Poland or any other country, in fact, I'm always so proud to say that I am British.
What is it, Ivana? What is it that you're proud of?
Everything, you know, the flag, the history, especially, of people, of what this country has got to offer. You know, I've had such a very incredible opportunity to study in this country, to work in this country. It's such a beautiful, tolerant country to so many people. It's so welcoming.
Is it still?
You know, obviously, it's got a lot of problems. It has, I agree, but it's still such an incredible country to live in. You know, it's sad that it's going a little bit downhill, I agree, but it's still beautiful, and I love British people, and they should be proud of their flag. They should wear it with pride.
Brilliantly put, Ivana. Agree with every word. Thank you so much for calling in, Ivana in Kings. I think there are often people who come in from other countries. From my experience at least, you might disagree, are particularly proud of this country because perhaps like Ivana, they see how much there is to be proud of. Keep your calls coming in on that. Ben Kintashire with you on LBC. Still to come.
Labour rebels thought there was safety in numbers when they rebelled over the welfare vote 2 weeks ago. But today, 4 MPs found that was not the case. I'm LBC's Aggie Chambray with all the details.
We'll have a full report on that breaking news story just after the news headlines. 4:31 the time. Amelia Cox.
A review of the government's counter-terror programme has called for it to widen its remit to include people obsessed with violence. Lord Anderson was asked to look at what lessons could be learned from the murders of Sir David Amess and the Southport stabbings. Sir Keir Starmer has suspended a number of rebellious backbench MPs. Brian Leishman, Neil Duncan-Jordan, Chris Hinchcliffe and Rachel Maskell all voted against the government's welfare reforms. And a 19-year-old has avoided becoming the youngest person to be handed a whole life order. Nicholas Prosper was sentenced to at least 49 years after he murdered 3 members of his family in Luton in 2023. LBC weather, light rain across Wales and southwest England. A few showers for Northern Ireland, lows of 9 degrees.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Successive governments, Tories and Labour, sought to keep the truth from you that thousands of Afghans and their families are being brought to Britain because of an email sent by a soldier in London that they should not have sent. Sir Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary who brought the injunction, says he makes no apology for doing so, saying it was his first job to protect those Afghans from the Taliban. Sir Ben Wallace joins me live.
We had to do our very best, and when we had to get...
You may have done your best.
But Tom, let me ask you, what would you have done? If you had the choice in August 2023 of protecting those people that had risked their lives for British soldiers to keep them safe.
There are people who were on that list who did not have the right to come into the UK because they had not served with the UK Armed Forces.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on your radio, on Global Player, and the new LBC app.
Keep running.
The people of Britain have bought loads of noise-cancelling headphones. With a Barclaycard Rewards credit card, you could get cash back on eligible purchases and no fees on spending overseas. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Subject to financial status, T's and C's apply. Check if you're eligible at barclaycard.co.uk. Representative example, 28.9% APR representative variable and 28.9% purchase rate per annum based on a £1,200 credit limit.
I know how I like to invest. That's why I choose eToro. Access to global markets, expert analysis, shared knowledge. On eToro, I pick my own stocks. Wait, what? Pick my own stocks. Pick my own stocks. Choose your mix of assets or copy top-performing traders. Yep, all in one app. eToro. Join today.
eToro is a multi-asset investment platform. Copy trading does not amount to investment advice. The value of your investments may go up or down. Your capital is at risk.
Cruise into summer with Marshall Motor Group's sizzling summer bonus. Part exchange your existing car and get an extra £500 towards your next one. New or used, we have 20 of the biggest and best car brands to choose from. And with over 130 stores across England, chances are we're just around the corner. To find your nearest store and get your sizzling £500 part exchange bonus, visit marshall.co.uk today. Marshall, great cars right up your street. Offer ends 3rd of August, terms apply. See marshall.co.uk/bonus.
A Southern train is a place where you can just switch off. Where you have the chance to scroll your feeds as you roll past fields, or simply relax with a podcast, playlist, or partner. Go with your flow and save with advance tickets at southernrailway.com. Terms apply.
Kentish on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Abby, Scott, I'll come to your calls in just a couple of minutes. First, let's get more on that breaking news story this afternoon. An internal crackdown in the Labour Party by Keir Starmer. 4 MPs losing the Labour whip in the last hour or so. 3 others having their government jobs withdrawn after a pretty major rebellion a couple of weeks ago over disability benefits. Aggie Chambray is LBC's political correspondent with the very latest. Aggie.
Yes, that's right, Ben. So in the last half hour, it has been confirmed that 4 MPs, Neil Duncan-Jordan, Chris Hinchcliffe, Brian Leishman and Rachel Maskell, have all had the whip withdrawn, suspended due to repeated breaches of party discipline, pending a future review. And as you say, 3 Labour MPs losing their government jobs, their trade envoy roles. Rosina Allen-Khan, Bel Rubiaro Adi and Mohamed Yassin. This follows a fortnight later after that welfare vote where over 120 MPs signed that reasoned amendment. And as I said in that tease there, they thought they had safety in numbers because just about a year ago, 7 Labour MPs voted against the government on the 2-child benefit cap, and they all had the whip suspended. And since then, you've spoken to Labour MPs, and they're a little bit worried about rebelling, because they're worried about losing the whip. They basically thought, look, there's over 120 of us that have signed this reasoned amendment. Basically, 120 of us saying we will rebel and we are safe. And today, the proof of that is that they are not. And the government is basically trying to show that they are in control of the party, trying to regain that discipline that they had early doors just before MPs go off on summer recess. We've heard from a couple of those MPs. Brian Leishman, who's been suspended, he said that he had the whip temporarily suspended, said he's a proud Labour member and remains committed to the party. Rachel Maskell, too, has been talking in the last few minutes.
I've had a really positive discussion with the Chief Whip about my values, about the purpose of politics, about where I come from in politics, whether that's my faith or my experience and representing my constituents. And I come here with those values because my constituents have given me a mandate to speak up for them when they have need.
There was definitely a kind of heightened drama in the Commons this afternoon. I'm told that each one of those MPs was taken into the Chief's Whip's office one by one, given the news. And there's been a bit of a mixed reaction. So some Labour MPs saying, look, obviously this is necessary, things had got out of hand, but why did it happen now? Suggesting they thought it might have happened before or quite sooner after the welfare vote.
Strange that it's 2 weeks,
well,
2 weeks after the rebellion, now they take the action.
Exactly. And another one basically saying, and this person's on the left of the party, saying this was the political equivalent of putting a hand on a spike and basically saying to other MPs, do not rebel, this could happen to you.
It's interesting that they've picked these 4, because dozens were prepared to rebel. They were very outspoken senior MPs, people like Louise Hay, people like Meg Hillier, that were making no secret of their opposition or their plans to try and stop what the government was doing. Why do you think they picked these 4 and not done this sort of on a broader scale?
It's a really, really good question. I think it's worth pointing out that 3 out of the 4 of the Labour MPs who, well, as they were Labour MPs, are new. Rachel Maskell's the only one that's been around for a longer time. And I think that matters because it is more difficult to suspend the whip from somebody who has been around for a really, really long time, is really well respected, really well known within the Labour Party. And if you look at someone like Meg Hillier, it seemed like she really chose to start off that reasoned amendment, and she did it seemed with a slightly heavy heart. She hasn't rebelled on other things, and I think members of the Labour Party responded to that, basically thinking, okay, she's taken this big step and this is a huge leap. If you were to look at someone like Rachel Maskell, she is obviously also extremely well respected within the Labour Party, but she has been someone who has been consistently critical of the government over winter fuel, over the 2-child benefit cap, over the welfare cuts, on TV, popping up on LBC. And I wonder whether that is the difference. But I also wonder whether for the government, they've basically just chosen 4 people and thought, you know, these are the people that it will be possible to, at this stage, suspend the whip from.
Aggie, thank you very much indeed. Aggie Chombre, LBC's political correspondent. I don't know if that's a good move. All the Labour MPs I was talking to, I'm sure I say for Aggie, after that rebellion, saying Number 10 needs to do a far better job of working with us, putting an arm around backbenchers, being more collaborative, being more respectful. Fast forward 2 weeks and 4 MPs, Rachel Maskell, pretty popular in the party, no longer Labour MPs as we speak this afternoon. Is that going to achieve anything, or is it going to be counterproductive? I suspect it might be. We'll see, but it might well be the latter. 4:40 at the time. Let's come back to your calls about Britishness. Are you proud to be British? And if you are, why? Abby's calling from Brixton. Are you, Abby? You're a new caller. Welcome.
Thank you so much. How are you? Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear, Abby. Talk to me about Britishness. Are you proud to be British?
Well, yes, I am. I'm really proud to be British, and I'm really. There's so much of a culture that I think is just amazing. And I know your previous caller had a lot of things to say, a lot of critical things to say about.
This was culture. You said the only thing that people associate British culture is boozing too much.
Yeah, but you know what? I understand his perspective slightly because I feel like he's coming from a place of maybe mixing so many of the things that have been done in British history and even the present are so problematic that I feel like that is leaving a bitter taste in certain people's mouths. And I understand that. I'm a black British woman. I'm second generation, so my mother was we're actually from Eritrea. And being black British is really interesting because on the one hand, I was born in this country, raised in this country, and it's probably the culture that I feel more aligned with. But there's just so many things that happen in today's world, especially in England, that make me feel like a foreigner in my own country.
Like what, Abby?
Well, I mean, we saw the riots, I think it was last year after the school girls, they were killed, and the racial sort of tension in the country was unbearable. And you really sort of saw the sort of underworld of racists that live and exist in Britain who are probably not sort of televised enough, really. And you kind of saw that, like, it was all just bubbling over, to be honest. Obviously, what happened in Southport was terrible, and I would never, ever justify that. But what was also terrible was the way that people of colour in this country, who can honestly call this country home, were treated because of what some crazy individual did. And it was like a reminder.
And none of us felt proud. Well, I hope none of us felt proud of being British when taxi drivers were being mobbed and attacked simply because of the colour of their skin. That was the shameful side of Britain. But is that what we're seeing more and more? Ivana was talking about tolerance and being welcoming and so on. And I wonder if you're saying, Abby, there's a risk that we're losing one of the things that makes us great, which is that.
I don't think that it's changing. I just think people are feeling more confident to vocalise. You can see it across Europe. The far right is gaining more traction in a lot of countries. It's not specific to England, but I think that more and more people are feeling a bit more brave to start saying what they really feel. And personally, I wouldn't mind it because I'd rather know what I'm dealing with rather than it being sort of under the radar. But I definitely feel like people are being more vocal about how they really feel about certain types of people, certain skin colours, certain religions and stuff. But all of that doesn't take away from my personal feeling of being British and being proud of it. And I can't deny that that's part of my culture, even though my Eritrean side is still really important. I think I just understand people like Cos. I understand, and I wouldn't fault him for feeling that level of sort of disappointment.
Thank you, Abby. Lovely first call. Let's speak again soon. Abby in Brixton. Let's do Scott in Glasgow. Scott, afternoon. British, Scottish, what do you feel most and what are you proudest of?
I'm definitely Scottish before I'm British. And I think that's one of the things that can sometimes make it difficult to be proud to be British. People say, British and British culture as if it's one thing. We are 4 separate countries with 4 separate histories, 4, 5, 6 maybe languages, separate political leanings, completely different cultures. Britain is a union of nations. We are not one country, and therefore we don't have one culture. So saying you're proud of British culture, what do you actually mean? Do you mean, the Cayleys of the Arcadian Islands, or do you mean the Morris dancing of Sussex?
Well, I mean both. I mean all of it. Because
they're not from the same country. They're not from the same nation. They're not from the same history, and they're not from the same culture.
But that history has become merged over time, and that's one of the things I like, that there is room under the umbrella of Britishness for all the things you're talking about. The diversity of culture is part of what I love about Britishness.
And I can see where you're coming from, and certainly someone who lives in central Scotland, we have a completely different attitude to diversity and to immigration to some of the attitudes that we're seeing and regularly being spoken about on LBC.
So you're proud to be Scottish, but less proud to be British?
Much less proud to be British, because I feel that being British is associated with divisiveness, racism and drunken laddery.
Fair enough. Scott in Glasgow. If you're Scottish, if you're Welsh, if you're Northern Irish, do you agree with Scott? There's no shared identity. You've sort of lumped everything together in a way that doesn't really work. 03456060973. More on that to come. Ben Kentish here, in for Tom Swarbrick on LBC. After 5.
A major data breach, a super injunction, a secret route that has already cost hundreds of millions of pounds.
The Prime Minister says the Tories have serious questions to answer over a major data breach that put thousands of Afghans' lives at risk. Talk more about that after 5 o'clock. The time now, 4:45.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. It stop-start on the M25 anti-clockwise. It's taking about 35 minutes to get to the Dartford Tunnel from Junction 3 for the M20 at Swanley. It is heavy in Croydon. Chepstow Road is partly blocked both ways at Chepstow Rise because of an accident. There are delays in Limehouse. Butcher Row westbound is partly blocked at the A13 Commercial Road because cars broken down. It's slow in Noak Hill. Noak Hill Road is partly blocked both ways at Church Road. That's because of an accident. On the Tube, there are severe delays on the Metropolitan line between Harrow on the Hill and Uxbridge, and minor delays on the rest of the Metropolitan line. That's after there were some problems with the signals earlier. And on the trains, on the Elizabeth line, there are severe delays between Whitechapel and Shenfield. That's because of some problems with the signals.
This is LBC.
Who's a good human? Alex is. Because today's dog walk with Lulu the Corgi has turned into an off-grid adventure. But wherever Lulu's nose takes her, Alex will always gladly follow. That's why he also chooses Butternut Box for Lulu's meals. Freshly prepared and served straight from the fridge, helping Lulu thrive from nose to tail. Meaning one less trek for Alex, as we deliver each box straight to your door. Ready to join thousands of good humans? Go to butternutbox.com to fetch 25% off your first box with code GOODHUMAN.
Call Ben Kentish 0345 6060 973. This is LBC.
Chase is the digital bank that puts you first.
What does that mean?
Well, most people don't bank 9 to 5. That's why Chase customer support is available 24/7.
So I can contact them whenever works best for me?
You've got it. You can chat to a real person through the app.
That's handy.
And you can always call up to speak with them directly.
Now we're talking.
Join the UK's #1 bank for customer satisfaction. Chase. See what your money can do. 18 plus UK residents. Eligibility applies. Claim based on YouGov UK Banks and Building Societies Rankings 2024. Verify at chase.co.uk/YouGov.
Big Wow Motoring World.
Yes, that's right. Big Motoring World is also Wow Motoring World because we price check our cars every day to guarantee you our best price, with up to 95% of them below market value. Big Motoring World. We're big on what matters to you. See website for nearest store. Visit bigmotoringworld.co.uk or one of our stores for our price promise and terms and conditions.
Do you like the sound of work that has plenty of giggles? Where you'll build lifelong skills, as well as wobbly towers? Where you'll feel part of a team, or even have the chance to lead one? Where every little thing you do makes a big difference. Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more.
A Thameslink train is a place where you can have more me time. A chance to recharge yourself and your phone. To stretch out, sit back, and when you hear "all change please," you'll know you already have. Go with your flow with great deals at thameslinkrailway.com. Terms apply.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with Well Kid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The Well Kid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
Ben Kentish on LBC.
At 4:49 the time, let's carry on a conversation about Britishness. Keir Starmer, spokesperson today, saying we should celebrate it. We need to be proud of it. This after a 12-year-old schoolgirl was sent home, pretty shamefully, and the school have admitted this, for wearing a Union flag dress on Diversity Day. Keir Starmer says we need to be proud of being British. Do we? Are you? And if you are, and I am, why are you? Jim's in Dundee this afternoon. Hello, Jim.
Hi there, thanks very much. I'm enjoying this comedy hour, I have to say.
What is it? What's funny, Jim?
I'll tell you why. If you're measuring a country's ego, right, Britain would definitely be #1 because we call ourselves
At the
Great
roundabout.
Britain.
Take the third.
Not another country calling us Great Britain. We call ourselves that.
Well, we are great, so we might as well say it.
I think if you look at this country, what you'll find if you look at its history or even look at it in the present tense,
Exit
right?
now.
I mean, we're the most deferential people going. We've got a royal family. We've got lords that, tell us how to live their life. That we never just happen to live in a big house and have it because, they had a bigger army a few hundred years ago. We've been lied to before the general election, and we're just tipping the forward again. We're very mean-spirited at the moment. We've got
I don't buy that. I really don't buy that. Everywhere I look, I see problems for sure, but I also see kindness and decency and good people helping each other. I genuinely do. I see it all the time on my road, in my community. I had a wonderful chat last night with an Afghan cab driver. You see it everywhere.
Yeah, but I'm sure you see it in Australia and New Zealand
and Canada. I'm not saying it's unique, but it's a source of pride.
We go on about we've got the best food in the world. We've got the best
Who said that? No one says we have the best food.
That, but you hear that all the time. You hear it all the time. We've got the best standards of food. We've got the best army. All these things that we keep going on about. All we do is like self-flagellation all the time. We just love ourselves so much.
I haven't said that, and I agree. I don't think this is about comparison. I don't think to be proud of being British you have to say we're better than the French and we're a lot better than the Germans and my goodness, look at the Americans. It's not a comparison. It's just saying this country that we live in, that we share, do you know what? There's a lot to be good about it and celebrate.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
Yeah, can I just correct you on one thing?
Yeah,
I have to tell you this. The modern game of football, as we know, I have to tell you this, was actually invented by Scotland.
Well, that's
you
contested.
know the game of throw-ins, right? Passing the ball, right? Crossbars, right? These things are invented in Scotland. You played a different form of football, and yet you take the credit for it. You invented it.
Jim, I said Britain.
Britain invented it. Can you
Scotland is part of Britain.
Scotland invented the modern game.
We're the same country. We're the same country.
No, we play football against each other.
Yes, because we have different nations within the same country, but we are all under the same flag. We all come under the Union flag, don't we?
No. Look,
we do.
Listen,
it's a
fact.
fact.
We're not going to agree, right? We've got this perpetual inequality that we keep, promoting all the time. We keep promoting it. We've got a situation now where we've got, you might as well get a politician to go to a mother who's 9 months pregnant and it's her third child and go, we don't want you. This is the country we live in now.
I just don't. There's problems, there's division, of course there is. We were talking about it on the show just last night. But I still think, and I will die on this hill, and you might want to call it and disagree with me, that this country is mostly full of good people looking out for themselves and their family and their community and each other. I stand by it, and I will die on that hill, because that's what I see. Not enough. Could do with a bit more of it, but that's still the majority. That's still what happens day in, day out in this country. Thank you, Jim. A lot of people agreeing with you. This comes in from Marty. I think you're off the mark a bit there. You and your callers sound far more like you're proud to be English, not proud to be British, which is maybe a fair point. Is it Englishness that I'm talking? I don't think it is. Let's talk to Matthew in Heathrow. I think you got back on a slightly better line, Matthew. Hi.
Yep, reading you loud and clear. So,
that's much better. Far away.
Yeah, so I was born in Britain with Italian parents, and I'm actually proud to be British because of basically the fair system and, the non-racist system. But unfortunately, when I go abroad, and because of Brexit and because of the risk of reform getting in, that makes me concerned about being British when I'm abroad.
What is it about this system that you think, is it more fair than the one in Italy or other countries?
Yeah, I think like in France, Italy and everything, if you don't talk the language, people just, don't give you any attention. In England, the system is fair. If you don't talk the language 100%, they have translators, they will help you, and, they treat people equally, even if you wasn't, born in this country, and I think, it is fair. It's, but, it is a worry with, with reform, what could happen in this country.
If they get into power, would you still be proud to be British?
Well, no, if my worries come to light, yes, no, I wouldn't be. And,
that for you would be a sign that all the things that there were to be proud of this country are no longer there.
Yes, I think, but I don't think they'll get in, because I think now the majority of people, the people what have from Europe, what have now become residents in the UK, hopefully they've got their British citizenship by then and they could vote. And, hopefully we could, keep the country being fair and, to a fair system for everyone, treating everyone equal.
Matthew, thank you very much indeed. Interesting. What's coming through a lot, isn't it? People who have mixed heritage or have come to this country as first or second generation immigrants, at least on the basis of our conversation together this afternoon, more strongly proud of Britain than some of the people who grew up. And I wonder if that is a sign of a wider trend, that it's people who came here who are perhaps a little bit more, had their eyes open to just how much there is to be grateful for about the fact that we lived in this country today. Let's talk to Tyler in Leeds about it. Tyler, what do you think? Afternoon. Tyler?
Yeah, Mr. Kentish. On that last question you asked, I think it's... Hello?
Tyler, there's a delay on your line. I'm going to get you back, so it's not a 2-second interruption between everything that you say. Get you back in just a moment. Let's talk in the meantime to Sahib in Slough. How are you doing, Sahib?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Good.
Thanks for having me on.
Not at all. Far away.
Yeah, no, so I think it's difficult to make this a yes or no type conversation. It is quite nuanced depending on your background and where you come from. So in my case, for example, I'm British by birth, but I was actually born in Germany and grew up over there and then moved over to the UK. So when I was growing up, I was very proud of being British. You know, it was cool, the royals, you know, you mentioned pop culture, all of those things made me quite stand out when I was growing up over there.
What a barrier for EastEnders and S Club 7 side, but I mentioned those as well.
Yeah, there we go, exactly.
It's all in there, isn't it? It's all in there. There's so much.
And that really made me feel proud of being British. But as I grew up, and when you start looking, so I'm from a ethnically Punjabi Indian heritage. When you start looking into the historics around things like empire, you become conflicted. I think is the point where you start realizing that to embrace British pride wholeheartedly becomes quite difficult when you look at the impact things like empire have had on your own personal historical journey. When I follow that back. So it becomes then quite difficult to really wholeheartedly embrace this idea of being proud of being British, because there are lots of areas that I'm not proud of because of the impact it's had on my ancestors and things like that.
I think that's a very fair point, Sahib, because we've got to be... I think there's a lot to be proud of in terms of our history. But I think what you're saying is we also need to be a little bit more honest about the fact that it wasn't and that this country, under the flag that I'm talking about being proud of, did an awful lot of bad and committed an awful lot of atrocities that we have to own up to and accept.
Correct, yeah, totally. And I think it really depends on where you are on the spectrum, right? I don't want to take away any sort of sense of pride from someone who's white English and, has that ancestry, and they were on the winning side of things, right? And for them, that's something to maybe be proud of. But for others who were, let's say, on the losing side, not so much something that we can find pride in, and it makes it quite difficult.
Great call to wrap on. Thank you so much. Really interesting conversation. Really interesting. Lots of you getting in touch say you are British. I think Sahib's right. Doesn't mean we have to pretend that everything is brilliant, because right now it isn't, and it wasn't in the past either. Just a quick factual clarification comes in from Mary, which I want to read out. Please dispel the myth, Ben, that the great in Great Britain means that we arrogantly think we are wonderful. The great refers to the fact that Great Britain is the largest of the British Isles. Do you know what, Mary? I should have known that, and I didn't think I did, so thank you for educating me and everybody else who wasn't aware of that fact. Perhaps you will. Thanks, Mary. Ben Kentish here on LBC. Just coming up to 5 o'clock. Here are the headlines.
My constituents have given me a mandate to speak up for them when they have need.
Keir Starmer suspends 4 Labour MPs over what he calls breaches of party discipline.
The type of violent extremists that you get now online have changed.
A review of the government's anti-terror programme says it should be expanded to cover those obsessed with violence.
What is already a very high threshold for a whole-life order for an adult, even higher for young offenders.
A teenager who murdered his mother and 2 siblings in Luton will not have his sentence increased to a whole-life order. And
a major data breach, a secret route that has already cost hundreds of millions of pounds.
The Prime Minister says the Tories have serious questions to answer over a major data breach that put thousands of Afghans at risk. Coming up after 5, are you concerned about the number of Afghans allowed to come to this country as a result?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock, Sir Keir Starmer has suspended 4 Labour backbenchers for what has been described as persistent breaches of party discipline. Rachel Maskell, Neil Duncan-Jordan, Brian Leishman and Chris Hinchcliffe led the rebellion against the government's welfare reforms. It was forced to back down on plans to make changes to personal independence payments last month. The York Central MP says she will continue to fight for her party, though.
There is a special purpose to the Labour Party, and that is to speak for those people in our society who have felt so disenfranchised because of 14 years of having broken public services and having an economy in tatters, and people are paying heavily for that. And of course, I want to see Labour succeed. I've fought so hard all my life for this party, and that will continue.
A watchdog says the government's de-radicalisation programme should be open to those who are fascinated with extreme violence. Lord Anderson has been looking at lessons which need to be learnt from the murder of MP Sir David Amess and the Southport stabbings. He says Prevent's remit should be widened to those with no fixed ideology. Former Detective Superintendent in the Metropolitan Police, Shabnam Chowdhury, has told LBC extremism may look very different now.
Times have changed. The type of violent extremists that you get now online have changed. You look at some of these young people, and under 50% are under 18. These are generally young people that sit as lone wolves in their rooms, in their homes, on their laptops. They've got access to all types of social media.
A 19-year-old who murdered his mother, brother and sister has avoided being handed a whole life order. Nicholas Prosper was jailed for at least 49 years for killing them at their family home in Luton in September 2023. The Solicitor General referred his sentence to the Court of Appeal for being unduly lenient. Sir Keir Starmer says there are serious questions to answer after a major data breach which put thousands of Afghans at risk. The Prime Minister says the leak exposes the Conservatives' failures. And 2 students who were stabbed to death in Nottingham 2 years ago will receive posthumous degrees later this month. 19-year-olds Barnaby Webber and Grace O'Malley Kumar were killed as they walked home from a night out. The University of Nottingham says it's liaising with the teenagers' families. In the city, the FTSE 100 has closed down 11 points at 89.26. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.15. LBC weather, light rain across Wales and southwest England. A few showers for Northern Ireland tonight, lows of 9. Sunny spells for central and southern areas tomorrow with the odd shower. It will be cloudy with spells of rain spreading northwards in Northern Ireland and western Scotland, highs of 28 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ben Kentish.
5:04 is the time. A very, very good evening. Afternoon, I should say. Indeed, if you're just joining me here on LBC. Ben Kentish in all this week on Drive for Tom Swarbrick. Yesterday, the revelation. Today, the fallout. The backlash mounting after the announcement yesterday afternoon that the government not only enabled or was responsible for an enormous data leak that disclosed the personal information of over 33,000 Afghans, including 18,000 who had applied to come to the UK as asylum seekers. Not only that, but then covered it up for 2 years through a super injunction granted to ministers by the High Court. Today, 2 strands of fallout. The first about the person responsible for that unprecedented leak, reported to be a defence official, reported by some papers today to be a member of the military. Have a listen to this. I have almost no words for this, but I'll try and find some in just a moment. This is Defence Secretary John Healey speaking exclusively to Lewis Goodall, host of the news agent's LBC presenter yesterday, refusing to say whether anybody had been sacked over one of the most serious data breaches in British government history.
It's not really for me, I think, to start to identify, expose the individual that the investigations at the time underlined had mistakenly sent this spreadsheet in error.
Can you tell us whether they're still in the employ of the British government?
They are no longer doing the same job on the Afghan brief.
But they're still employed by the British government?
And this is But in the end, this is bigger than the actions of a single individual. And my first priority was not trying to conduct some sort of witch hunt.
Can you believe that? Can you actually believe that? Because I can't. This isn't about a witch hunt. This isn't about making a scapegoat of somebody. This is about accountability. We all make mistakes. Some of us will make mistakes, unfortunately, at work that prove costly. Perhaps you've made a mistake in your job that cost you that job. I'm pretty confident in saying that you probably didn't make such a mistake, that you put the lives of almost 18,000 people at risk and potentially cost the British taxpayer up to £7 billion. But if you had, don't take this the wrong way, you should have lost your job. There should have been accountability. I don't want to sort of be unfair or unduly harsh because mistakes happen. But the British civil service, just like any functioning organisation, and the British military, has to have accountability. When things go wrong and people make mistakes of that magnitude, it is absolutely unthinkable. It is unfathomable that somebody shouldn't be held responsible. That the British state's failure to protect those people who had put their safety in our hands has resulted in absolutely nobody actually losing their job as a result. I think that is... I've run out of words for how shocking I find that. Maybe you want to talk to me about that. Maybe you want to talk to me about what it says about governance in this country. There's another sort of area of backlash going on, though, that I want to get your thoughts on, and that concerns the secret immigration scheme that the past government set up to help the people who were on that spreadsheet that was leaked. It was called the Afghanistan Response Route, and it will result in almost 7,000 Afghans coming to the UK at a cost of £850 million because they were thought to be put at risk by that data breach. And there's been some anger today about this secret immigration scheme that allowed 7,000 people to come here at a cost of almost £1 billion without anybody knowing for the best part of 2 years. And I am angry about the numbers I just gave to you, but perhaps for a slightly different reason. The reason I'm angry about this is because I think those numbers are far too low. And we were talking in the last hour, weren't we, about being proud to be British. The way that we have treated people in Afghanistan who put their lives on the line and, to be honest, continue to do so because they helped and they served and they aided our servicemen and women when we invaded their country, I think is a source of shame for this country. So the government closing that route, having capped the number for now at less than 7,000, a fraction of those whose data was disclosed, a fraction of the Afghans who want to come here because they served alongside our forces and can't and haven't been able to. That's what makes me angry. Not that 7,000 have come, but that far more have been trapped, stuck, left in Afghanistan to await their fate, possibly, we don't know, at the hands of the Taliban, while the British government and the British state effectively turns its back on them. That's what makes me angry. But I wonder about you. Are you angry that 7,000 Afghans whose data, whose personal details were leaked unwittingly by the UK government have come here secretly? Are you angry that we've spent £850 million of taxpayers' money to do that? Or are you with me that actually all of them should be given the right to come here and we should still be doing far more to help people stuck under Taliban, in Taliban-ruled Afghanistan, who I think we have completely and utterly betrayed? Give me a call, 0345 606 0973. Interested in your thoughts on both of those. You might want to talk about the lack of accountability and the lack of anybody losing their job about this. Particularly interested in your thoughts, though, on whether it's right that this country took in all of those people and whether actually it should have taken in an awful lot more. Come to your thoughts on both of those things in a couple of minutes' time. First, though, Kevin Foster joins us, a former Conservative immigration minister who was involved in the evacuation of Kabul. Had nothing to do, just to be clear, Kevin, with this data leak or the fallout from it. Thank you for coming on the programme. Let's start with the announcement yesterday. Did you have any idea it was coming? Did you know about this?
No, I didn't have any idea it was coming. It was something that I think was discovered after I'd left government from whilst I was still an MP in 2023. I wasn't ever served under Mr. Sunak. And I think most people, I was pretty shocked by this. And, we can have an open debate like you're just starting about, how we support people, what are the appropriate arrangements to make for those who work with British troops in Afghanistan. But to discover a whole route has been operating privately with a super injunction attached, I think that raises real questions about what's the appropriate role of parliamentary scrutiny, how people can have confidence in what they're told about our immigration system, and ultimately what accountability there is as well. Because, I would expect, to be fair, the current Defence Secretary has now moved to make this public, but it's still been over a year since the election and 3 years since the initial data breach. So you can understand some secrecy at first to assess what was the impact of this leak of data. But given the data we knew the Taliban had received when they took over Kabul back in 2021, to have carried this on for nearly 2 years just seems a really odd thing. I think rightly there'll be many questions to be answered.
Do you understand, Mr. Foster, why people are angry that 7,000 Afghans are going to come here under a scheme that nobody knew about?
Yeah, I can understand why people were angry about it. I'm not happy at all that even someone like me, who was involved with immigration policy in the past, there was no real attempt to alert us to it, to allow us to do any form of scrutiny. I have to say, under previous prime ministers, I'd have probably not expected that. I think the way Mr. Sunak operated in his time, probably this unfortunately doesn't come as a big surprise.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'd often find myself, I'm a former immigration minister and have been involved with, for example, as you touched on, off-pitting, which was the evacuation from Kabul. Immigration announcements followed a pattern that they'd have a great new plan on something, they'd announce it, they'd tell me about it, I'd raise some questions that perhaps they hadn't thought about, and then, funnily enough, they'd go back thinking their plan perhaps wasn't as great as they thought it was. So I just couldn't have seen, I worked with Theresa May, for example, I couldn't have seen her going on for 2 years with a scheme that she didn't want to find a way of making public what was happening without saying, and it's because Mr. Jones, Mr. Y, and Mr. So-and-so are on a list that's got linked.
So this is a sign of Rishi Sunak's what, Mr. Foster?
Well, I think this is
incompetence.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be something that I cannot see this not ending up in a judge-led inquiry. I think that's probably where this is going to need to be.
Should it?
Yeah, I think it should. First, you've got the questions around the issuing of the super injunction to the government. Now, I can see some circumstances that might be appropriate, i.e. where there's lives at risk. But how long, how proportionate is that? Second, keeping things from parliamentarians. There's plenty of precedents for sharing of sensitive information with parliamentarians in close sort of sessions, so to speak, to allow a level of scrutiny, even if it can't be discussed just widely to the world in front of TV cameras. And of course, what is the position of immigration? This is a sensitive enough issue as it is, without people discovering that there's been a secret route running and not able to have the appropriate debate.
Sure, but on that secret route, it was right that was set up to help people who were put at risk by this data leak. I think I should have gone even further. I think we should have helped far more of those people, Mr. Foster. And I mean that broadly in terms of the people who wanted to come here, had served alongside our military, and are now stuck under the Taliban. I think we betrayed them.
Well, what I'd say on that is, remember, we did quite a lot. This wasn't just 7,000 people who came under this route. There was those who initially evacuated from Kabul. We took a large number out at that time. Remember, this ARAP was operating already, so that's the main route for those who work directly with our armed forces. And then there was this route. But now
that's only 35,000. I mean, it's still a fraction of the number of people that helped the British military and are now potentially still in harm's way in Afghanistan. Don't we have a duty ongoing to those people?
Well, we could never take absolutely everyone out of Afghanistan who supported the NATO operation ultimately. Because remember, this wasn't just Britain there on our own. It was also alongside allied nations. And again, there's a balance of how much they also wish to do. The UK on its own couldn't be responsible for absolutely everyone. And let's remember, it wasn't actually our decision to pull out so quickly. We do need to look back at those who thought Joe Biden had come up with quick solutions to pull out of Afghanistan. It would all be great.
We said we will leave no one behind. We said as a government, as a state, we will leave no one behind, and then we went and left an awful lot of people behind.
Well, we did take a large number, and again, we have to be clear, the ARR is on top of other routes, and of course some Afghans have come here via the wider migration system who were students who were able to study and various other things as well. So it's not just the ARR isn't the only route that people had, and of course that's the route we didn't know about. We did know about other routes like Arak.
Let me ask you about the lack of accountability, as it's been claimed today, and as I see it, to be quite honest with you. The fact that no one, it seems, has lost their job over this breach, this failing, this incredible, unprecedented loss of personal data. As someone who served in government for some time, Mr. Foster, what do you make of that?
I think it's quite stunning, actually, because I think of how many times in the Home Office we were dealing with sensitive immigration data. You know, I won't go into cases for very obvious reasons, but, for example, marriage cases where the prospective bride had revealed during an interview that actually it's a forced marriage, and therefore we needed to find a way to stop the marriage happening, but without her family, for example, in tribal parts of Afghanistan or Pakistan in particular, finding out that she'd told us this. So the idea that someone did this and didn't lose a job, and I accept that this is not just about scapegoating one person, but what do you have to do to lose your job in the MOD?
Nothing is the answer.
You know, if you can do this and carry on working, but it's all right, you're no longer dealing with this. What are they doing with military intelligence? This is an institution you need to have secrecy, sensitivity, and protecting your data at the heart of what you do. And say it's rather staggering that no one has lost their job over this.
It is indeed. Thank you very much for coming on, talking to us, Kevin Foster, former Conservative Immigration Minister, who was involved not in this data breach, to be clear, but in the evacuation, as he touched on there, of Kabul. Your call's coming on this. Talk to me, if you would, about the lack of anybody losing their job over this. And do you agree with me that ministers should be scrambling right now, bending over backwards, to find new ways to allow more Afghans to come here, rather than closing down the scheme and pandering to the people who today are saying, why did we let them come in the first place? I think we need to be letting more Afghans, vulnerable Afghans, into this country, because we have a duty to them. 0345 6060 973. Come to your call straight after the news headlines. Here's Amelia Cox.
4 Labour MPs who led the rebellion against the government's welfare reforms have been suspended. A review of the government's Prevent programme has called for it to be widened to those who are obsessed with violence. And 4 EasyJet flights will land at Southend Airport this evening in a partial reopening following Sunday's crash in which 4 people died. LBC weather, light rain across Wales and southwest England tonight. A few showers for Northern Ireland, lows of 9 degrees.
LBC travel line, Dave Goff. There are long delays on the M25 clockwise. 2 lanes are closed because of an accident between junction 26 for Waltham Abbey and junction 27 for the M11. It's stop-start on the M25 anti-clockwise. It's taking about 35 minutes to get to the Dartford Tunnel from junction 3 for the M20. There are delays on the M4 eastbound. The exit slip road at junction 7 for Slough West is partly blocked because a car has broken down. It's heavy in White City because of an accident on the West Cross route southbound just after the A40, the northern roundabout. On the trains on London Overground, there are severe delays on the Mildmay line between Willesden Junction and Stratford. That's after there was an investigation earlier. And on the Elizabeth line, there are severe delays between Whitechapel and Shenfield. That's because of problems with the signals.
LBC.
Have you ever wondered what becoming a lotto millionaire sounds like?
Go on and sit down. I can confirm that you have won £1 million.
That's Terry, finding out he'd won £1 million.
Oh my God.
Lotto from the National Lottery. Will you be the next millionaire? Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Call Ben Kentish 0345 6060 973 LBC.
The following is from TFL.
I got loads of flowers the other day and messages from people I didn't even know. My mates spelled my name in tea lines, and my mom hung my favourite footy shirt on the railings next to the lamppost where I got killed by a nice lady. Just someone who thought it was okay to go a few miles an hour.
Go straight on.
Speeding injures or kills over 1,000 people in London every year. Slow down. For the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
For my business to grow, I need
solar panels to reduce my business energy bills.
New ovens for my bakery in Birmingham.
To open a second retail space.
An industrial blow dryer for my dog grooming business.
A shiny new tractor.
Whatever your business needs, wherever you are, talk to Barclays. With our biggest ever loan fund and expert support at every step, we're here to help your business grow. Grow your business. Bank on Barclays. Search Barclays Business Banking. Subject to normal lending assessment, status and application. Terms and conditions apply.
Do it for your wife, who told you to pick up bread, but instead you picked up Fred, your grandson, again. And now your daughter is calling because he missed football. That's the 4th time this month. You can wave his future career goodbye. If you don't do it for you, do it for your wife and little Freddie.
Book a free test today at bootshearingcare.com and take advantage of our interest-free payment plans. Boots, with you for life. T's and C's apply.
Ben Kentish on LBC.
5:21. Would you be happy if the government stood up and said, we have a duty to the people who fought alongside us, served alongside us, helped us out in Afghanistan? Any of them that want to come to the UK, for as long as it takes, will have the right to come and live here with their family. That's what I think they should do. That's what I think is our responsibility to the interpreters and the security guards and the drivers and the cooks and the mechanics and all the rest of it. The civilian Afghans who put their lives on the line to help our brave servicemen and women and are now potentially at risk of Taliban reprisals because they are stuck there. Isn't it our duty as a country, isn't it our government's duty, the state's duty, to do everything in its power to get those people out, including if that means thousands and thousands more of them coming to live here? And I'm not an open borders type. I think immigration is too hard, but not by turning our backs on the people who put themselves at enormous risk to help our military, not let that cost. And I do like the government closing down the scheme, stopping some of those people who were on the list, maybe didn't know about it until it was announced yesterday, from coming here, is just a way of pandering to this rhetoric about migration. It's just to avoid the numbers going up. Is it really worth it? Is it really worth it if the cost of that is Afghan people losing their lives simply because they helped us? 0345 606 0973. Let's talk to Matt in Andover all about this. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Mr. Kentish. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I must say, I do disagree with you.
Okay.
I disagree because, as you just mentioned there's a lot of civilian workers in there that were in these sort of safe, larger camps and weren't in immediate danger.
Now.
I do agree that the botched exit of Afghanistan and the difficulties now created makes it a really difficult task to complete and to do to get people out safely. Maybe those who were in danger, the interpreters who are amongst the troops on the front line, but it can't be done now, unfortunately.
Why not? Matt, sorry, just to jump in there as well. You served out, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So you've seen this firsthand.
Yeah, and they, some of them were brave people, and a lot of them were good people, especially the interpreters that you worked with in the field. There's no doubt about that. But they were paid handsomely. They knew the risk. They took the risk. Same as the soldiers knew the risk and took the risk. And I don't think it's right.
What, you don't think it's right that we now allow them to seek refuge here?
I think there should have been a hierarchy, and those who were in danger on the front line working amongst the troops, potentially, yeah. But I can't see a solution to that now. With
why, Matt?
Well, I'm going to assume because the lists have been handed over. It's all very confused now, and probably too difficult. If they could, brilliant. But I'm not sure if they could.
But of the 18,000 people that had their personal details leaked, only 7,000 of them and their families have come in here. So there's an awful lot of people out there who, their public data has been, their personal data has been leaked and disclosed by the British government, and they are not here safe. And a lot of them, most of them, will still be in Afghanistan. Don't we have a duty to those people, particularly given that we've let out their personal information, we've leaked it?
No, I completely understand that. Maybe the 7,000 that have come over already were the priority groups who were in the most danger, and maybe the others weren't. Who knows? But it is a sad reality.
Put it this way: if somebody who's on that database, and a lot of people won't know they were on that database because none of us knew it existed until yesterday. they come forward and they say to the British government, I fear for my life and that of my family. I gave you my personal details in confidence. You, through your own unbelievable, staggering incompetence, for which no one has been held accountable, released them and disclosed them. I am now worried, and I will live in fear every day of my life that the Taliban will come for me and my family. Please,
left.
can I come to Britain where I will
And
be
then
safe?
turn right.
The answer right now from the British government, I believe, is sorry but no. And Matt, I'm sorry, I just find that shameful. I really do.
I understand that, but the other caveat to that would be, obviously, you know, this was an insurgent military we were fighting embedded within the civilian population, and they would have known the people in their areas who were working for the British and Americans, etc. So it's not as if it's the fault of the leak that they were exposed.
But isn't that more reason, if it is widely known who these people are, is that not more reason that we give them refuge?
Potentially.
Thank you, Matt. Interesting to hear from someone who served out there. Matt in Andover. Steve's in Islington on this. Steve?
Yeah, hello, good afternoon, Ben.
Afternoon,
Listen,
Steve.
mate, I'm on the risk of you shooting me down.
No, go on.
You're very free in ending out the invitation from all to come here. Where are we supposed to put all these people, Ben?
Fair point, Steve. But
You want to put them in your house? I mean, you know, it's ridiculous. These people like you sit there on the radio handing out invitations for everyone in the world to come here. We're full up in this country, Ben. Don't you realise
Well,
it?
we'd have to. I think we should be prioritising these people, Steve, over almost anybody
I
else.
beg to differ. I don't, and I think a lot of people are the same opinion as me, Ben. Quite honestly.
So you don't feel we've got any duty towards them?
Yeah, we might have a duty to them, but not to invite them to this country, to help them in their own country.
But their own country is being ruled by the very people
that's
who
not our
possibly
problem,
want
is
to
it,
kill.
Ben?
Well, that's where I disagree with Steve, because
That's where I disagree with you, Ben. That's not our problem. We can't help. Who made this country the saviours of the world?
we made it our problem when we invaded.
No, we didn't. And we've been more generous to all these countries by far.
Steve, we made it our problem when we invaded their country and recruited them at their own risk. And I take our previous call's point that they knew the risk they were getting into. But it's not something we can turn our backs on, because the very reason that they are at risk, potentially, is us.
Yeah, but I just repeating myself to be a Ben. Where are we supposed to put, not just this situation, all the situations we're going through, where are we supposed to put all these people, Ben? Do you want to put them in your house?
Steve, we prioritise them over other people.